Good morning, everybody. It's a NASCOM Saturday. No, it's not Saturday, it's Sunday. It's a NASCOM Sunday morning in here in Germany. So, yeah, I thought to myself, season's over. Girlfriend is still in zombie mode and probably will be for another 3 hours. So we might as well do a stream and have a look into the last season. This will probably be a very calm one. Most likely no games, and we will not even get through winter. This will take us forever. But we can look into what's available in the squad right now, what we expect for the next season, and do some planning maybe. Who knows? So first of all, let's recap on the last season. What happened? Well, some unexpected things really, at least to me. So Gefle going up is not a surprise. Tabby, we don't know yet about the result, but they might go up. This is also unsurprising. But given their stature in the game, this is not, how do I put this? It's unsurprising to me due to the quality of their squad and the work throughout the last seasons. But on the other hand, they don't have the stature in the game to be up there on a persistent basis. But overall, Tabby has always been dangerous to us, so yeah, I think this is deserved. Umio and Lulio are up there, same as Vasilons and Delcourt. Delcourt was, I think they had, where is it? No, I'm not sure if I can look into it, but I think they had a bad start into the season, but managed to finish up there anyway. Lons and Karlstadt, mid-table stuff. Sollentuna really do not deserve to be mid-table, in my opinion at least. In this save, that is. And then there's, well, the rest of the trash, right? Including us. So Haninge went so-so. Overall, they had a better goal difference than we had, and, well, 2 points more. And we basically managed to finish exactly where we needed to be. Just above the relegation zone. But it was a close call. No, definitely. That said, below us there's Motala, who ducked himself out of the relegation zone. Smedby, who ducked himself out of the relegation zone and still managed to finish in a playoff in a relegation playoff spot. And well, Ytterhogdals, Örebro, and Hammarby will go down. And the biggest surprise out of these three is probably Hammarby. I didn't expect that to happen anytime soon. So that's a recap of the last season, at least table-wise. Let's go with player stats next. So, most assists were given by Malte Ekman and August Tillander, and Tillander also scored 6 and Ishak scored 6. Highest average rating was Ishak apparently. I have no idea how this is deserved. So, scoring 6 and 22 is not bad, but I mean it's okay-ish, right? This doesn't say do not play me at all. But on the other hand, he really needs to improve. Now for a more defensive formation, as pressing forward, this guy's probably fine. Yes, he could do with a better finish, we should also see this in the stats. Look at that. So he scored 6 goals, but his efficiency is really bad. That's to be expected, really. But at least he provided 2 assists, so there's that. August Tillander, on the other hand, I feel like he's finally reached the end of his development to a degree. But for us in this league, he's totally fine. Should probably focus on his balance at this point. Oh, this is inside forward, I forgot. We employ him as an inverted winger though. Yeah. So, no focusing on his balance, but his long shots could do with some improvement. Well, we'll see. Improvement in yeah. Long shots and passing. Well, he already trains the passing, so. But overall, again, solid season by Tillander. If we look at this, 6.89 is not great, but 6 goals and 5 assists is certainly, that's alright. I would have loved a bit more of him. He made 3 games less than he did in the other seasons. I'm not too concerned. That's okay. And he can remain with the club. And then we should probably have a look at Malte Ekman at this point. So how did he develop throughout the season? Well, throughout the season would be the great Football Manager things. So we want his attribute changes since. Hi, welcome back to the stream. Hope you have a good weekend, and we're going through. Let's say.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, thank you. There, we met the goal. You are a legend, sir. So now I have to edit a new one. Let me know if you have any questions or anything. But yeah, we're going through the remainder of the season, I'd say. So this is a rather calm episode. Sweden, exactly. Oh yeah, so I can give you an overview. Sure. So this is the third division in Sweden. We are Ytterhogdals IK. We are, well, in a tiny village basically in Sweden. I think in northern Sweden. It counts as northern, even though it's in the middle of nowhere. And as far as I'm aware, we don't have any money. Well, that changed a little bit in our save, but most of what you know of Football Manager and the way you run a club is probably not viable here. We had really shitty coaching and no way to finance anything. And most players don't want to come here. Like amateur players decline to come here because we're too small. So that's the status quo. And last season we managed to avoid a drop after we needed to do some player sales and financial reconsolidation. It's not so much about the financial aspects though. We needed to sell the best players. So to have finished this season above the drop is okay. The seasons prior to that we finished third 2 times in a row. And we were, well, to a degree lucky and to a degree unlucky both times not to make it to the playoffs. Yeah, discrepancy between the clubs in this season is also very high. Some of these clubs deserve to be 1 league above. Some of these clubs have no business in being here, well, because they're too weak. So in that sense, we're happy with the result, I guess. But really, there are some opponents that just mop the floor with us every season. And it happens, that's okay. Yeah, I think that's the circumstances of the save overall, in case you were interested. Let me edit that goal now, because now we have a new one. Okay, and we probably should change that too. There we go. So now that should be fine. Yeah, let me know if I don't know, how you're doing. How's your weekend? And if you have any questions about the save, obviously. Good, back to business. So, with Ishak's performances, yeah, they have been. He didn't score the 30 goals needed to impress Splitbiff, and he probably won't anytime soon. But I will not force him out of the club all of a sudden. He's really cheap. So, from that perspective, he's fine. Also considered a fringe player. He thinks he's a squad player, but he will not be going forward. That's because we have Wolfsund in the squad, who is a well-rounded player overall. And this guy, we will try to teach him to play as a complete forward. Now he has some time to settle in the club. And hopefully we can get him some additional professionalism or something, depending on what's missing. But He's spirited, so professionalism is between 11 and 17, if I'm not mistaken. That's already in the upper department. That's good. So, in fact, let's drop this. We will need to do some season planning. And that might take a while. Because some of these players might need to leave, and there's also some of these players that might want to leave. And that's specifically Liliedal and Muteba. So this is the left wing, the first team for the left wing, which we have a problem with all of a sudden. Because we promised both of them that we'd improve the training facilities. The chairman doesn't speak to us anymore about training facilities, he just doesn't want to. Can we? Well, we might have asked him the odd more time too often. Where is it? There's Port. This is all of them though, is it? There was a job security meeting at one point. No, this is just the 2026 requests. There have been a lot more. Yeah. So we might have asked about an improvement in the training facilities and some coaching courses and so on a lot of times, but the improvement in training facilities will not happen because, well, we don't have the money, and they'd rather spend that money on something else. Now, to be fair, we managed to get it about 50% of the money we need to improve training facilities. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 160k. But yeah, we cannot do that. We are around 70 right now. We will bleed some money throughout. Oh no, I need to do the faces. Okay, let's do that live on stream. By the way, I realized that I could have done that prior to this, but let's do that live on stream. So I will load this region guy here, who's really just there to do the, I think it's an XML. Where is it? This is not search. We need to look for player search. So the region guy is there to load a script to do the player faces. It shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Well, perhaps it does. Yeah, it does. So, alright, but I really cannot abide these, the player face stuff. We go to the shortlist. There we are. I guess we load the script once more. This is apparently is a new gen. So let's scroll all the way down. No, those are not. These are not. That looks better. So he's a new gen. He's 2. Apparently. And there should be some players in here that don't have a face yet. Well, okay. You gotta find some. Can't we just sort by age? Well, anyway, 87k players that could do with a new face. There we got one. Okay, so this is okay. Filter set up just right. Now we gotta press Control A, export all of that stuff. It takes a while. and then put it into new gen, which I might as well start now. No, it didn't work. Great. So let's do it the old-fashioned way. That's all of them. Okay, so Control P for printing. Come on, give me the pop-up. Yeah, as I said, I should have done that off stream, but I forgot about it. So for the following season, hopefully we can bring in 1 or 2 new players. We might need to for, you know, the places that, the positions that are afflicted with players that will be unhappy due to the broken promises. I seriously think my keyboard's not working sometimes. There we are. So we need this to go into a text file, and we will overwrite the old one. Where is it? There it is. This is for this save, so we will overwrite that one. Yes, I want to replace it. That's it. This guy now can go on holiday forever. That should be somewhere here. Where is it? Probably on the home. There it is. Go on holiday. And he can go on holiday indefinitely. Immediately. And now I just need to rerun new gen. And reload the UI. So we will preserve. You cannot see this. We will preserve the faces that are already here, replace the faces. Might take a bit. There we go, that's all of it. Close this and reload the UI here, and hopefully our new gens will be replaced. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So just for you to see this. This is one of the guys, so let's look into one of the trial lists here basically. They should be replaced now. Preferences and yeah, we will just reload the skin. Yeah, it should do it. Okay, it didn't work. Well, that happens sometimes. I'm not sure what went wrong. So, good for me. Now I wasted. I don't know, something like this. I think the IDs are needed, at least the first time. I'm not sure. Okay, it doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe I set it up in the wrong manner. I will need to look into this later on. Fine, we will deal with the eggheads for this game. Okay, so enough time wasted. Anyway, yeah, we have youth players that sign contracts with us. And we avoided relegation on the final day. Sure. To be perfectly honest, we avoided relegation a bit earlier. It was only about a goal difference on the last day. And, well, they didn't manage to get the points. They didn't manage to get anywhere near the goal difference. So this was good. Tabby are going for a playoff. We already talked about this. And apparently somebody's interested in signing Melander. who is an emergency backup for us. So we might be willing to part with him, yes, depending on how it goes. That said, I don't think Melander needs to leave. Okay, he's on a 6.59. That's not really not great. Gotta be honest about that. That's not good. But I mean, he's a 30-year-old that has a decent personality for us. He's on a cheap contract. Even if he doesn't play, it doesn't matter. Yes, he considers himself a squad player at this point, but I can deal with that. And we got a trial for Mbob, who's with Lolia right now. For some reason, Abdullah Mbob moved to Lolia from Dalkurd, where he had another horrible season. I don't know. Now this guy might do as an inverted winger still. He's only a balanced personality, but overall he might do. He's in strictly speaking, he's more of a striker, and he improved a little bit, I think. Jumping reach and strength are. This is totally fine to a degree, right? His heading is a bit difficult to explain for a target forward, but overall, he's a decent player, let's say. And the problem is his contract demands. He will not sign for us once more. We will not get him again, but we can try. Team meeting. What we want to achieve next season? Well, not going down, maybe. This menu is also really small. At some point, I'd love for these menus to be adapted to the screen size, but apparently 1440p is not something that exists with Sports Interactive. Mid-table finish next season. We will be in another relegation scrap next time. I don't know. We probably will, though. So they are happy with that. No promises. So he wants more promises, the rest of him is fine. And to be perfectly honest, I do not want to promise anything. I think this would be really bad. We have a lot of problems with promises anyway. So don't do that. Okay. So who will be retained with the club? Under any circumstance. Let's stitch together a first team. Voldsund will definitely be here. I planned with him for the first team. He earns the wage for a first teamer, and we will play him in the first team each and every single time if we can. He's got above average injury suspiciability though, so we need somebody as a backup in case that happens. Ignore the star rating for a complete forward, by the way. He's perfectly fine in that role, at least so far. We might need to employ him as a deep lying forward or something to better focus him, but overall he's decent. I'm not sure yet how we will go about this. He's definitely good enough to, let's say, be a moderately decent striker for the formation. I think that's the way to put it. So if we play him as a deep lying forward though, he might turn up less on the wings. That might be a good idea, because a complete forward really roams from position a lot, and it might even be in the instructions, right? Oh, that bug again. Yeah, he roams from position, exactly. So a deep lying forward wouldn't roam from position that much. That might keep him more in the center of the penalty area. That's probably a good idea, because he has the capability to score too, um, from jumping, a long shot, a normal finish, basically anything. And within the penalty area, I also think the one-up opponents is more interesting. They might give us the odd penalty from time to time. So, in that sense, maybe it's a good idea to train him as a deep lying forward. I don't want him to lose the other stuff though, so that might be a problem. He's more focused in that sense on the role. I'm not sure if I think that's a good idea. We could also train him and play him as something else, but I don't want that either. Because tactical familiarity is given by this. So, I'm not sure. Let's leave it like this for now. If we realize that he roams too much and that this doesn't help us out, we will change it. But we've got an entire break to figure that out. Now, it's probably worthwhile to skip forward 2 days. He's not even one of the best players in the squad anymore, at least considering the star rating. So, Ngongo. Yeah, let's skip forward 2 days first. Because this will bring us into the dialogues with the broken promises, and this is the title of the episode after all. So, we have Svedin on trial here. Yeah, we already have a replacement. But he's suspiciable to injury, I don't know. Bob, who is also suspiciable to injury, if I'm not mistaken. We want to get rid of the IDs now, though. This is annoying. Where is it? Here. There. Cool. There's also a few other trial lists. I'm not sure. No, we don't have. Well, that's a 8-year-old. We don't have them with us for playing circumstances, but rather we're looking for stuff. Or these are players that are very young and already have a lot of league appearances. That's we learned that from second yellow card in the end. Because if they are young and play a lot, usually they have a chance to develop into something. Doesn't have to be true like this, but it might work out. At least they had the match experience at this point, so that certainly helps. And yeah, we'll probably be forced to use the squad planner too. This thing gets modified all the time if we want to or not, so yeah, there's the two promises. Okay, so a goalkeeper position. They both count as backups. At this point, I don't think this is true. But Westberg will have a chance going forward at some point. He's on a really cheap contract. No use in changing anything here, right? Cannot drag and drop it anyway. There's players from shortlist here, and well, you realize once you add players to shortlists, it goes all over the place again. So we will need to adapt this if we want to plan with this. They wanted to replace the Excel sheet that is used by a lot of players to plan for the next season. That's great that they integrated it here, but seriously, the way they did it with automatically adding stuff here and adding stuff there um, doesn't work that well. I'm not aware if you can switch that off. If you can, I don't know where. Okay. So Ytterhogdal, what can we do about the lack of improvement of training facilities? Nothing, really. You gotta be a professional about it. And if he isn't, we need to sell him. I will not apologize. I've tried this with Oliver Swan, and this is just another promise for the remainder of the season, and he will be on average morale. Well, that's far easier than I expected. Seriously. This is the first time this happens. I took it to the board, they don't do it. Ytterhogdal is happy with it. What can you do? I don't know what happens now with him. Is the broken promise still relevant? No. He's good with it. So now we just need this to happen the second time, and all of a sudden squad planning is much easier. Yeah, he doesn't though. He's not happy with it. And I will dismiss this. Okay. Well, this is a promise for selling him now. Do we? How long is his contract though? Till the end of 2027? No clauses. Well, I'm sorry about that, but in that case, we will need to sell him and find somebody else, yes. I don't like this. This is a good left back for us overall. Even if he didn't bring it to the pitch every single time. But what can you do? So now he's unhappy the way we treated him. Well. Great. There we go. And we need another left back. Okay. This is how it goes. Sometimes. So we need somebody that's interested in a transfer or loan on a left loan on a left back position. There's a few players available, but we have scouting knowledge of well, nobody. We realize that they exist and that's it. But we can bring in some of the young ones and hope that there's something in there. Most of them will not accept it. Doesn't matter to us. So we will go through this. That's a bit too many trial offers, but doesn't matter. Now, as I see it here, they rejected it, whatever. This one was accepted. That might imply that the players aren't any good, but who cares? Trial offer. Another trial offer. He doesn't want to come in. There's a youth contract and there's another trial. Okay. Stritt. Andreas Stritt. Well, he would count as an inverted wingback. We can go with something like this, yes, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea formation-wise. This guy is left-footed, that's better. But we need to look into the attributes first. He's already 24. Ludwig Dahlin, that might be a problem. We've gotten there. Yeah, let's wait and see how it develops. Y'all, 23. He's really slow. Like, okay, sorry, the acceleration is really bad. He's he might be pacey, but and this is not good enough. If I look at this, this will not do. Jesper Jensen. I don't think this will do either. He's a fairly consistent performer though. But he's been with Huddinge for his entire career so far. At least he's got the playing time, that's for sure. But also he has no potential left in him probably at this point. Gotcha. Never heard of this guy. He's with Landsfeder. Played a lot. He might have the ability. Don't know. So Anton Jarl. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, we got a report for him. Wonderful. There's also one of these Football Manager things. There's a full week of rest here in case anyone wants to. No, seriously. This will be replaced anyway. They will go for holidays now. They will not train. So we need somebody for this position. Muteba will not be around. We just offered him to other clubs, right? But nobody's interested just yet, probably. Where is he? There. Oh, he's also leaving on a free transfer immediately. He will just go. But we can still try to sell him. Okay. Well, that's a hard reaction. That's even harder than the one of the other ones. I didn't expect that. Anyway, monetary-wise, this is not a big deal. It's a missed opportunity. I'd put it like this. So the cost of opportunity is very high, because I consider Murteba to be a solid wingback. And if you look at the attribute sample here, physicals-wise, this is totally fine. Work rate is decent, teamwork, positioning is all good. Off the ball movement, well, it's okay-ish. Decision and concentration are okay. Anticipation is okay. The only mental stat that's lacking is the off the ball movement. On the technical side, he's got his deficits, but they didn't show over the season. What showed over the season was the lack of mentality. He's a balanced personality, and he's only on a 6.7 rating overall. We had some missed interceptions on his wing, and also some cases of an opponent's player just running beyond him, and for him to not engage that player to close him down. With that acceleration and pace, I expect him to close down most of them, or at least keep up with them. But there were some players that overran him, which were slower on paper. So that's a case of mentality to me. And I want players that bring the mentality to the table. Now, I think worst case? No, that's on the right wing. Yeah, so forget it. I just wanted to mention that worst case we've got some potential in the youth, but we don't. Our youth teams are really bad. So for left defenders, I think Gustafsson even made an appearance or two, but he's not good enough for the first team under any circumstance. Not long term anyway. Well, he might develop into something, but we don't have the time to develop him. That's too far off. And same for the other two. I consider him a center back anyway. But he's a ring back on the right. What happened? Bergerson. I consider him a center back too, more or less. With that acceleration and pace. Yeah. So we don't have an option there. Not yet. Are there other core positions that are definitely settled? So Tillander and Zetterberg probably. Zetterberg didn't improve. I don't expect him to. He's 30, 31 right now, I think. 31 now. It's only about the mentality, maybe. His personality might change to the better, but overall, he's a routine member, I'd say. And hopefully, he will try to settle down at some point. We've got another keeper on the same level, or basically the same level in Alexander Westberg. So that's okay. And with Westberg, well, I think he could improve a tiny bit if he played more. But I don't consider it to be the most important thing right now. Zetterberg's contract says backup anyway. So even though he considers himself first choice goalkeeper, he might not complain if he doesn't play. We might be fine with it. And then there was Tillander, up in the hierarchy, also up up skill wise. He's okay. We can continue to play with Tillander, or to play him. He's an inverted winger on an acceptable level. I expect him to. You saw the performances at the start of the season, at the start of the episode. Overall, this is decent. It is not great, but it is decent. If we can get him to develop a tiny bit, even though his physicals might suffer, overall he might be a better option for the inverted winger position. He also brings some flexibility to the table. So, how long does his contract run? Well, till the end of the season, but it will be extended if he isn't hurt. If he's hurt, well, we will need to think about it anyway. So these three are probably already taken. Now, Lilydal just accepted the fact that it's fine, the stuff with the training facilities. And he trains well overall, but he doesn't develop into anything at this point. To be brutally honest, I don't consider him to be a long-term improvement for the club. He's more of a standard squad member. That said, his performances this season have been crap. And I have no idea what to do about it. If you look at last season, he was employed in exactly the same role. It's really about the lack of assists here. I don't care about the goals, not so much anyway. But this might spell that we need a striker target. Because in that season, he had Iron Holmström as a target. He crossed for Iron Holmström and that worked. We've got that now. He's got a striker target now that is more viable than Ishak. But we cannot rewind time and find out what would have happened. But I've got some confidence that he can pull off. With this striker, probably not in this role, but with this striker, I've got some confidence that he can pull off 10 assists for a season. If we play him for the entire season, that is. Would that be fine? Sure, why not? Tillander, similar story. I think he can have the 5 to 10 assists. He doesn't have great flair, but vision passing overall, this is a decent sample of attributes. So he might find the odd cross. That's okay. And then there's Nila Forsell in midfield. I think we can plan with Nila Forsell too. Where is he? Nila? There you are. So, I've said this time and time again. Nila Forsell doesn't develop into anything meaningful from a long-term perspective, but as a box-to-box midfielder, this is good. That's good. And over his entire career, he got molded into the form, I'd say, to be box-to-box midfielder. He tries to improve his dribbling, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's true. And physicals are decent for midfielder. It's not great, but he's good enough to be threatening to some of the more playmaker-y types, as somebody hunting them down. But also he's got a decent capability to influence the play going forward. And we cannot see this in here. We see that he's a hard worker. He lacks the assists this season. He scored a goal. Overall, he had to do much more on the defensive side this season than we would have expected him to do. That's because he was the strongest option in midfield over the season. And really, that tells you more about the midfield than about him, because he can do this stuff. That's okay. And then there's probably one spot in the back that is 100% taken, and that's Adam Hellström. Yeah. Adam Hellström we will keep if no outlandish offer comes in, but he's on a contract till 2029. He considers himself a star player. And even though he doesn't have the performances for it so far, well, 6.92 is really good. But he did have the odd error in defense. So apparently, according to the coaching report, he's a consistent performer. I'd say he consistently loses his mark, because his marking is bad and his heading is that could improve. Yes. If we look at the stats here. Where's heading? So the header-one ratio is 87%. That's rather good, due to the jumping. But he's always good for the odd error. That said, I'd rather have somebody with potential in my squad that is good for the odd error, and might just be a problem. But even if he doesn't develop, he's not worse than what we get on the market. So I'm willing to stick with him. Also a new gen, I think. So then there's a few central defenders. Boltegård Blom is too old, but we keep him for the personality. Johansson is borderline capable, but we keep him for the personality as a backup. Hagedal, that's a question. So he thinks he's an important player. We use him as an important player. He can be just fine. His jumping ratio is really good. He's got a decent average rating throughout the season. I expect him to do the same next season if we want to keep him. And we would keep him for another year. So there's no need to replace this position, but we can. And on the right wing, there have been some changes. Moreira da Silva is gone. Anderson is still around. We keep him for the personality. Also, he's club captain for the personality. He's the head of a mentoring group with us. And at this point, I don't expect him to develop into anything. If he does, he can do this as a backup. Because Gisela Ngongo is far too good. Now, looking at the overall sample, this is still attributes only, physical attributes. Personality could do with an improvement. but as a wingback on attack duty, he improved overall. I think that's okay. And next season, I expect him to, let's say, on the mental side, I expect him to get another point maybe in some of these attributes, which would improve his performances probably by a landslide. And on the technical side, we probably need to focus on some stuff, especially dribbling, first touch, and technique. This should go up. It's not what he's training for though. He's training for the mental aspects of his defending, and that's okay too. But I think these mental aspects will go up. The marking though needs to be trained, so that's okay. I think it's better for him to be a better defender. So where does that leave us? Well, we also have decent options here in midfield, and really the only thing that's missing now is somebody to play here, because Christopher Alp. I don't think so. No, we can go with Christopher Alp into the new season, but I don't think it's necessary or viable. So we need somebody for that position. And there's a few other players in the squad that might need to leave. We need to make some money. So in case some of them are willing to leave, we'll offer them to clubs and give them some money. No, get some money in. That's it. Social media followers went up by 7. For the new season. Great. So, the fans want us to make the most of set pieces, play a high tempo pressing game, play possession football, defensively solid, and sign English players. That's a lot of stuff, right? Let's see. Apparently next season we need to avoid relegation. Yeah, sure. And these two I'm always in favor for anyway, so that's good. Yeah, it's a good vision overall. And this is one of these things I'm happy with the chairman. We get a lot of money. We can basically do whatever we want in the club. The only things that we cannot do is with the facilities, but he allows us to spend the money on the squad if we want to. But we didn't do it so far. Now going forward, we will try to work within the wage budget anyway, but we will increase the level of spending slightly, because there's some money coming in. And hopefully we can improve results. Yeah, there's the team report. Where is it? Cool. Anyway, there was a team report here. That was worthwhile. But we need a better reports here, better analysis at some point. There's a lot of weaknesses to this squad overall. But most of these weaknesses come down to the fact that our players need improvement overall. But notably here, there's weaknesses in positioning and marking within the player base. So that's something. He wants to leave. We told him to find another club. Blendestrand has been removed from the not interested list. His contract runs out. So we sold him to Trelleborgs for 7.5k. He didn't make a single appearance for them though. There's still a clause that runs down if I'm not mistaken. Transfers, clauses. Yeah, there's still a clause that that runs down the remainder of the fee. That's good for us. I wouldn't want to sign him at this point. We just don't need him really. Blennestrand. And we know how bad he can be if he's not motivated. Same can be said for Zetterberg, by the way. He conceded 32. There were some games in there he was really great. Seriously. But I think he can do better. But mentality at the age of 31, we are just unable to do something about this. This might be an interesting signing. He's 33, but if he brings everything along, why not? And given that we chose a scouting package this time, I also want to do, well, for now we have one, right? I also want to do something that I always like to do. I like to look for players with great personality. Not because we absolutely need them, but because sometimes you can pick one up. So there's 2 resolute guys. One of these is new. I know about Ariel Masunda. And also I know about the fact that we need somebody in that position, but if I look at these mentals, I don't see him making the way. He also thinks he needs to be first team if he comes into a club, and he's more of a youngster to us. So in case he ever gets released, well, no, he plays for FC United, so that'll not happen. And then there's Frederick Berggren. He's new. And he would be a young prospect for us. The overall skill level isn't good. But given that he's 19 years old and resolute, my thought process is he is not good enough for the first team. He probably will never get there. But I'm willing to spend €5 a week on him so that he can be part of a mentoring group in the U19 and mentor the other guys, because his personality is fine. And Smetby might go down anyway. I will not find him a lone move now. Let's get him on a youth contract. Sure, why not? So this is something I'm willing to spend money on. Seriously, I wanna have a better personality overall in the squad. And this is something I'm willing to do. Same might be with other personalities. He's one of our former players. We don't want him back. He dives into tackles. That's the problem with him. And then we should probably look into some of these 2. Fairly pro. There will probably be a few. One who's already on trial with us. Yeah, we broke his promise about the training facility, but he moved on prior to that. Again, English player. This doesn't look like he will make it into the first team anytime soon. But in case he wants to come back as a young prospect. In case he wants to come back, I'm perfectly willing to go with a youth contract. Sure. Now, this doesn't say he will come back, but we'll give him a spot in the U19, and he can do mentoring duties together with the other guy. Is there anyone? No, okay. Alexander Chuk. That's the 33-year-old. Problem is also transfer window is not open just yet, so other clubs don't do much transfer stuff at this point. So there is no transfer interested by Jonathan Jorge right now. I'd love to get this guy into the club though. He's 23 now. And then, well, we cannot afford the scouting for every single player. But what we can afford is trials. And given our current level of knowledge for most of these players, as their contract status is expired, these should be non-contracts and free transfers. Yeah, exactly. So this is non-contracts and free transfers. Some of them might not be willing to come in. Let's go with unattached first. There's a lot of free players here. And some of these are even English, because we know them. So I want these to come in on trial, because now we've got a lot of time on our hands, and there's no reason not to use the 30 trialist spots. Okay, probably not for Chudley and neither for these two, we know about them. But we want to know about these players. Maybe there's a hidden gem in there, or I don't expect it to be. But we're basically fishing for trash now. And I'm looking for somebody that's a viable option going forward. And if we don't fill the 30 trialist spot with this kind of approach, we will just try to fish in England and go for previously released players and so on. There's already a few that we cannot bring in because, well, maximum number of trialists was hit, but most of them come in. Also, we can offer trials to players of the two clubs that went down this season. That's also an idea. So actually it's 3 clubs that went down. Ytterhogdals, so we gotta confirm all of these. Sure. That happened. There are some people on trial now. Doesn't matter though. The other players aren't around. They are on holiday. That transfer fee is no longer realistic though. Transfer value of 24? I don't know. Yeah, we'll just let the trial run its course and see where it goes. In Kulovich's case, he's 24 now. He didn't do that badly, but at this point I think we will part ways. His contract runs out. I don't think we need to extend it, even for that amount of money. He doesn't have a good personality anymore. He was fairly pro, but he isn't at this point. So I'm willing to offer him and let him leave. It's really the same with Warwick. He's really cheap. 6.63 though. Well, it was the first time he played for us, the first season he played for us overall. As a backup for Tillander, he's fine, but if somebody offers money for him, I'm not opposed to the idea. He's got a long-term contract though, so yeah, he doesn't want to leave anyway. So we'll keep him. Puget. He didn't develop. He's 19, so he can develop into a meaningful player. But if I look at this is really horrible. This is either a loan move or somebody offers serious money for him. Yeah, at this point, I'm okay with both. Skillemro can always leave. He's on a non-contract. I still think he's a viable backup option, but he's not willing to sign a decent contract. Well, we don't want him to earn the money he wants. Let's put it that way. So I will not do that. Ostrom. In Ostrom's case, I think we gotta be realistic about his chances at this point. He doesn't stand a chance to play the first team with us, and well, even in the youth team, he wouldn't be good enough. So I might be willing to let him leave. Hilberg is with the squad for the personality, and well, he's got a lot of flexibility too. Given his skill set, if I can call it like this, we should probably think of it as a backup option, and as a cheap backup option, and that's okay. So he can be retained with the club. Also, personality is a good influence. Ekman is probably the one to play the first team here if we don't find somebody else. He might get a bit expensive though. Korovic, I'm horrified by seeing this to a degree. This is recently. So Korovic wasn't good enough for the first team. We tried to play him for the first team. He got injured, and now, well, all of a sudden he improves. This might be just what he needed. Seriously. So we'll play him again for another season, maybe, or somebody offers serious money for him. But especially the set piece taking and so on, we need that. So we will have a look if we can find somebody better. So anyway, I need a bathroom break. Be right back. So I don't have sound on. That's probably because I was muted. Because I was AFK, because I took a bathroom break. Great observation. Also, this kind of feedback comes in, I don't know, from time to time. And if I don't have sound on for you, it's perfectly fine for the rest of the audience. So I didn't change anything. I don't think there's a problem. I don't know why this exists. Probably to confuse streamers. I don't know. Last time somebody came in with the, well. Oh, it's hi, I don't have my sound on. It's him. Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, sure. But without sound, this is just me clicking through Football Manager windows. Okay. Well, feel free to watch anyway. Without sound, I'm not even sure if Twitch counts this as a view, but it really doesn't matter. If you want to watch somebody clicking through Football Manager user interfaces right now, why not? But I will not type in for forever my commentary on this. And if that's not part of what you're interested in, that's fine too. Emmen Söder. Are we? I don't know. Oh, no, it's on. Anyway, I'm a bit confused here. So, welcome to the stream, Hayden. There's in case you're not aware, there's sometimes there's chatters that come in and tell the streamer that their sound is off, not like the streamer's sound is off, and yeah, I've encountered a few of those, so I confused that. So sorry. Yeah, I'll gladly give you an overview. This is the fourth or fifth season in the Swedish third league with Ytterhogdals IK. We got them promoted prior to me starting streaming, and then we finished third place, and well, whatever we finished this time, 11th apparently. Yeah, we finished 11th. So we closely avoided relegation. This is a club in a 250 people village. Maybe it's 500. I'm not sure. Hopefully I do not insult anyone on a consistent basis. It's a farmers community, and you can imagine the financial circumstances of this club. So, yeah. I don't want to overstress this, but the short way to put it is this is Football Manager hard mode. And I stumbled into this. I would have taken it voluntarily, because I enjoy these types of saves, but I stumbled into this. I didn't know about it previously. So now I've grown fond of a club in Sweden that I don't know anything about. Also, I'm German, so I don't know anything about Sweden. Let me know if you're interested in anything, but this is a rather slow episode, I guess. We're going for transfers, deals, look into the squad, and we have the entire winter break, so the next 6 months in game will be snowfall, and that's all of it. Welcome. There's a few other UK watchers that are around from time to time, so yeah, if you want, if you feel happy with it or something, let me know what you've been doing, what you are up to, where you are from, about I don't know, preferred football clubs and so on. It's always interesting to hear, even though I might not know them. But yeah, sure. There's whistling outside. My girlfriend is happy apparently. I'm not around. I'm streaming, so she's got the rest of the apartment for her all by herself. Can do whatever she wants. Newcastle. Okay. So I don't know much about Newcastle, but have they been promoted to Premier League or something? I'm not sure. Newcastle. So at least I realized that they are Premier League. They play against Wolves today, 17:30. Good to know. Now if only I could watch that stuff. But yeah. TV subscriptions in Germany are... if you're in the UK, you probably know. So, Antoine Pouget. We got him in on a really cheap transfer. Like, we got him for free. And he's on a contract that is just minimum. Can we sell him for, say, 10k or something? I'd be willing to find somebody else on the left wing. Especially given that Jonathan Jorge is, well, not on the market right now, but I want Jonathan Jorge at some point. So, can we get somebody in? As a Newcastle fan, is there some club that I that I should not praise? Given that you're a Newcastle fan, is there some rivalries or something going on? Yeah, let's get the friendly too. And really, I don't care about the 1.7k. Right now, I want money long term, and I want big money long term. Say we go with 10k. We will just negotiate this though. And they will probably withdraw the offer anyway. But let's negotiate this. These two did not attract interest. And he comes back. So there's a story to this guy. The story to this guy is that he, well, was with the club. We signed him from England. He came over. He left immediately as his non-contract ran out. And went for FC Järfälla for some reason. Played 27 games there, didn't improve much. And now we'll get him back on another youth contract. And this time, he's bound to the club by contract. So now he can go into the youth team and be a mentor for the other guys. We'll set this up appropriately, and his fairly professional personality might vanish, but he's crap anyway. So, sorry to say this, but yeah, he will not be an important member of the club just yet. There's a few more guys that might want to be fitness coaches for us. So, well, part of the circumstances of this club is the fact that we don't have any money for stuff. Like, we cannot afford good stuff most of the time. So it looks like this. 130, too expensive. Sepp Mark, 140, too expensive. Bigelow Shield, 110, still too expensive. I will not pay this. There are a lot of people that come here that want some money, and our staff has wages that look like this. This is we exploit them basically. And I'm perfectly aware of it. But this is the only way we can run this club. We cannot afford to spend 1,000 euros per month on wages. We just can't. That's a lot of money for us. So we might, but this would imply that we need some staff to leave. And we'd rather have really crappy stuff for 20 euros a week that is good in one coaching category than one staff member that costs 5 times that much and is good in 2. So, no. We'll go with the cheaper option. Even if this does include bothering the chairman every single time we can for additional stuff. In fact, I will do that right now. He hates this. Usually, we get told that we waste his time or something like this. We don't want A loan manager would be great, yes. And now I'm somewhat torn on this stuff here. So it's either we get better junior coaching at some point and get better training facilities later, but try to find a good youth recruitment and youth setup, or we improve the training facilities and say, well, forget about the youth. But given that the training facilities are borderline impossible, we'll try to go with the networking, I think. So we'll try to improve youth recruitment. Because it's really bad. That said, in our area, in a village of 250 to 500 people, I mean, how do you want to do that? Youth recruitment? Well, probably they can set up some deals with English players, or English clubs for their scraps, and sign these. So, if this counts as youth recruitment, I don't know. I'm not sure how well this is simulated in Football Manager. Berggren comes in, also as a youngster. Great. Wonderful. And they withdraw the bid for Puget. So 10k was a bit much.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you very much. This is great. So yeah, Puget, what do we do with him? No, seriously, let me know if you've got anything on your mind. Especially about the save, obviously. But we talk about other stuff from time to time too, so that's fine too. I will again offer him unspecified. They might come in with a second offer, and we will restart the negotiations from, I don't know, maybe 5 to 7.5k this time. Something that's more realistic to them. But they might not make another offer. No sports scientist. So I want a sports scientist, seriously though. We are happy with the number of sports scientists. This is a box standard way to say 0 is fine. Well, I'd love to have a sports scientist in the team though. We need one for an assessment of recurring injuries. Oh no, there's an election. I remember. Yeah, we might have a problem with being faced with a new chairman going forward, which might result in vastly different circumstances. And these different circumstances might include, well, you've got a lot of money. I want promotion. So that might be a thing. Can we improve the recruitment? So our recruitment is probably poor, just as everything else. What's about Bob? Well, he's a free transfer now. Or he will be a free transfer. Are we willing to give him some money? Sure. Sure. But I want to compare him to Liljedahl. Well, he can play as a striker, but I'd rather have him in comparison to Liljedahl at this point. He's a bit faster than Ytterhogdal if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so overall I think Bob is the better player. At the age of 24 he doesn't have much potential left in him, but he would be a viable option for the squad, let's say. So to me this is a squad player. It's not a first team player, it's a squad player. Now, the thing is, he will probably want to sign as a first team player. Fringe, even. Well, Fringe is even better. But that money is a problem. That's too much for a Fringe player. It's less than I thought, but it's still too much. So, our circumstances, well, the budget is bigger. But our circumstances tell us that for a backup we can offer about 10 euros a week, and star player is like, let's say 80 or something. We pay 110 for our striker, so 65 for a fringe player is a lot, and I'm not willing to offer him that. Even though I'd like to have him back with the club. Didn't make it, that dog hurt. There's the entire transfer window going forward, and I don't want to commit on spending 65 euros a week right now. We can either sign him later if he doesn't find another club, or we can just skip it. We will find somebody else, and if that somebody else is not good as good as Abdeloy and Bob, we will need to deal with it. But I'd rather not throw another 1,000 euros down the drain, just because I want some security for the next season, which he might not provide anyway, because he's susceptible to injury. So yeah. In defense, we can also talk some things through. So Burke finally improved his personality. He's 17 now. I still think he can be a viable option as a goalkeeper going forward at some point, but the reflexes and so on, there's weaknesses in his game. Let's put it that way. We don't need to sell him though. He's on a cheap contract. These are all in for the personality. What's with Viden? Viden's contract runs out if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. His contract runs out. They can have him. Seriously. Just take him. For whatever money. Bengtsson. So this is a discussion with Warwick at this point. But Warwick's up for another season, right? He doesn't want to leave. Warwick's contract, well, it's more than just another season. So Jonathan Bengtsson. He's pacey, and overall he can definitely play within our squad. I think he can come back. I do not want to sell this guy. I want him to be in the team at this point. Fairly susceptible to injury though, but for that money he can provide cover. That's good. I cannot modify the transfer value here because he's out on loan. That's I'm not sure if this is a specific thing that is done with purpose in Football Manager, or this is just a UI bug, but it is what it is. The trial lists I will look into later. Kalili. Similar problem here. He's got another year of contract. He played a season for us. 6.71 is not great, but really he was signed as a backup member back then, and he did fine. I'm not opposed to the idea to have him from time to time, but he's the backup, most definitely, and we've got another backup, so we don't need him. He doesn't want to move on a permanent basis though, so let's not do that. Wickberg, at this point we can probably part ways, but he signed a new contract recently. We gave that to him just to make him happy. But maybe if somebody comes in. He's 24 now. He's got no notable weaknesses. Let's put it that way. Other than his average rating of 6.7, which isn't great. But the notable weaknesses here might, well, the weaker stuff will probably improve throughout his career. And the jumping reach and strength is not great for a central defender, but it works. Do we still have stats for the season for him? Yeah. So headers 67% is not good for a central defender. That's just how it is. He has less weaknesses in other spaces though. Muteba we already offered out. He's transfer listed. There's nothing we can do. Burnson, not to be confused with Bengtson. This guy's a beast going forward. So I think he will come back and play for us. And that means that Muteba doesn't stand a chance in that position. Yeah, I think we will have him back. And so here's the thing. He's bound by contract anyway until 2028, 2029 maybe even. So not a problem on the right wingback position. I can probably attest to that. Augustsson, that's a hard choice. So he's spirited. He was injured a lot of the time. And he's more of a defensive-minded player. I don't mind that, that's okay. But either we extend his contract or we'll let him leave. And at this point, looking at this, and he's 20, we will probably let him leave. Because on a risk-adjusted basis, he's not worth the money. He might be injured for well, the problem is not the money. The problem is that he will not develop into anything. And if you give him playing time on the pitch, there's a cost of opportunity. Somebody else might have had that playing time on the pitch. Somebody else might have earned a decent average rating, even if it's just okay-ish. And then we'll have a problem with him. He's open to talk to other clubs. Let's not specify a price. Just get rid of him. We signed him on a free, by the way, so it's not like it's a big deal. Vorlin. Similar situation, but better attributes. He's not susceptible to injury. He's got a personality problem, I think. So balanced is a decent personality, but it's only that decent. I want better. On the other hand, if I compare him with, for example, Korovic, where's Korovic? There. I think this speaks for itself. He's a well-rounded player, Borland. And we might even play him as a box-to-box. Strength-wise, though, this is not good. So he needs some time on the pitch. Put it like that. He got that out on loan, which was entirely okay. So he might come back, and we will be fine with it. We also might try to play as a wingback, by the way. It's the first time I see this. Or maybe I saw it earlier, but yeah, forget about everything I just said. This guy will come back and play first team. Because positioning, marking, and off the ball movement and concentration, yeah, sure, that's not great. But he's got the technicals for it, he's got the pace, he's got the work rate, technique. It's just the mentals. On a 22-year-old, this is perfectly fine. He'll come back and he will play wingback on the left side if we don't find anyone else. So maybe we don't have to do that many signings after all. And then there's Oberg. Oberg can go. There's I realized that those long shots on the first touch is great, but he doesn't have the mentals for it, and really jumping reach and strength 1 is just... He plays with a knife to the back basically. So he can go. So sometimes you don't have to find new players for everyone or for every occasion. Sometimes the players that are already around well, in that case, nobody wants him, he's under contract, so he can also run down his contract. For 45 this is not great, but we can run down his contract, and then he will leave. As an option for the bench, he's perfectly fine. Seriously. He might make the odd appearance, so that's okay. So you probably realized it by now. We don't have much of a problem in depth. If we need somebody, we need somebody to improve the squad, really. There's also players that I didn't speak of. For example, where's Ekman, by the way? There's Ekman. So Malte Ekman, for example, plays the register usually for us, and with him it's a long-term project to teach him how to play register. He's basically Pirlo on a very low level, and yeah, we just use him in defensive midfield and try to teach him to have the vision and so on. He's on a lower level and a lower age than Andrea Pirlo, but on the other hand, he can get taught that style, and as long as his technicals, as long as he retains his technicals to a degree and his mentals improve to a degree, he will get better and better in this role overall, because his technical sample is absolutely fine for this, and he doesn't need the physicals for that role, so it doesn't matter. Nobody interested in Muteba though, so far. I didn't realize that we have a potential wing back. Oh, the initial wage budget went up. It's way higher now. Okay. We might also go with a change in formation at some point, if we want to. But I think we realized by now that we would need to have very dominating players to apply another formation. So the way this usually goes down is that we overlap and try to create chances by overlapping. Because either the inverted wingers or the wingbacks are perfectly capable to do that. If we, for example, had a really good shadow striker or something like this, we might play a 4-2-3-1. But that doesn't exist, not in this level of league. And we tried to train one, it doesn't work out well either. This guy's a good passer. So maybe Melander can leave after all. He would have had a short appearance at the club, but okay. Why not? Here, he's just tutoring the young ones. Together with Helberg. But they get significant influence from him apparently. Not sure what to do with this. And with Ishak and Kolovic, I don't know, maybe we can find another striker that's better. That would be great. But we don't specifically need to. There's a lot of strikers that are willing to sign for us though. To a degree. So do we have attributes for most of these? Yeah, I mean, there's something. What happens if we restrict this to attributes? So attacking, I mean, target forward is the easiest way to do it. Yeah, sure. We know of nobody. Huh. Yeah, there's people here that we already scouted. That's previously known guys. Okay, let's clear this. We also need to bring in players from England anyway. Because that's just part of the, the club philosophy, but it's more of the fans' philosophy at this point. But it was part of the club philosophy all the time. So let's have a look into England and the released players. In October, that's not that many. Most of these are with, most of these will decline, probably. But we need English players, so that's it. Let's try this. Let's fish in the trash. And, well, you know, one man's trash, another man's treasure. So maybe some of these are good. Probably the club will decline additional trials though. So we need to do that again. Yeah, most trials were cancelled though. And a lot of them rejected it too. Will Lancaster. Do I know this guy? Apparently he was released from Darlington. Played with Barnsley. The name rings a bell, but just somebody called Lancaster probably rings a bell anyway. So I don't think I know this guy. Fairly determined. Consistent performer. He's a midfielder. I'm not sure what kind. Might be a Metzala, but dribbling and finishing aren't great. Well, let's see. English star player with us. That would be wonderful. But he probably wants, I don't know, 2k. So that will not happen. Ooh, there's a lot of new people that want to be scout with us. He's got scouting knowledge in Iraq. Why not? So I'm willing to set up a scouting network at this point, and at least scout within Sweden. I realize that this is expensive, but that's something we gotta move forward with. That though is too expensive, and there we go. Now I'm gonna click through all of these, and I realize that all of them are much too expensive. Maybe one of them is willing to sign for a dumping wage though. Nope. Most definitely not. Oh. Eliassi. Nope. Awesome. Yeah, so this is how it goes for most of them. He's got scholar knowledge in Kosovo. Great. $150. So obviously there's a lot of variation in the amount of money they want, but really we cannot afford this. That's the thing. Or we do not want to afford this. And then there's Dylan Koshik Suleiman. Still 140. Too much. I just realized that I want chocolate. Didn't he already sign for us? Oh, we offered him. He didn't sign just yet. So, Antoine Dyke. His trial comes to an end. Dirk, sorry. The attribute sample on this guy. I'm not sure what to make of this. I didn't realize that we have a resolute trial here. So, can we make this work? If I compare this to Alp or Muteba, probably not a bad idea. Yeah. So, he's not better than Alp. Definitely the young prospect. With Muteba, maybe. I'm willing to pay money for this guy, yes. He's on a non-contract. He's resolute. I'm willing to offer this guy a contract. Simply because I don't see a major weakness in here. Sure, tackling, first touch, you know, there's room for improvement, definitely. But there's room to play in our team at some point. And he's 19. So this is a steal. Even with the susceptibility to injuries. I think he might do. As a youngster though. This is perfect. He might not make a single game for us. Doesn't matter though. We will loan him out and that's it. Yeah. Or he might be retained in the first team and make the odd appearance and just be a good influence on the rest of the squad. If his personality changes for the worst, well, we can still get rid of him, and he had a positive influence on the rest of the squad. But for €5 a week, every single time, as a youngster, he has no playing requirements. Vendetti, on the other hand, no. Well, he would need to have outstanding attributes for me to consider otherwise. Mm. The low determination isn't even the worst. The worst is the dwells on ball. I will not deal with this. Nyholm, low determination 2, right-footed. That's for us, this is the wrong foot for this wing. And I'm not sure if I want him to have this trait at this point. Overall, that's a decent player though. Not a problem, but I don't necessarily want him. And Simon Larson might have a professional contract at this point. I don't think he's worth it. In fact, we should sort out the youth players. He's balanced. He doesn't have great potential. In fact, he's on a decline. At the age of 17, this is highly concerning, so let's try to get him out of the club. That's true for a few other U19 players. We will need to sort this throughout the winter break, or in pre-season, once transfer window has opened. At this point, we have an impression of most of the players here. We are trades for a 33-year-old. And he wants to be head of youth development going forward. Yeah, cool. Now, the thing with the older players is we had a look into the personality for them. We're trying to find a player that, well, accidental or not, is a model professional, model citizen, something along the lines. Resolute, maybe. Just somebody that's better for head of youth development or any of the other staff positions. Mm-hmm. Cool. Same with the goalkeeper coaches. We offered contracts to all of these. They're all much too expensive. There's another few trials that finish here. We probably should redo the trial offers for English players. They have left, so we have 4 spots available, or maybe even more. So let's go with an English league again. Where is it? It's not me that's focused on England, by the way. It's the club. I cannot do anything about it. They expect us to sign English players, so we try to do that. There's a lot of released players here in this season. Can we filter these? Problem is, if we add them to a shortlist, they get scouted. But that's one of the things we could do. So we go to shortlist. Can we do a new shortlist here? English. I never tried this. So this is new to me. We call this shortlist English candidates. Now we go back to this. We cannot press Ctrl A because for some reason that doesn't exist. We add them all to English candidates indefinitely, because why not? And we do the same for the other league. That's also the North League. No, not staff shortlist. We add them to English candidates too. Yeah, indefinitely, please. And now what we will try is we will look into, there's a shortlist. Great. We will not keep the reports up to date because that would imply that we travel to England like always from Ytterhogdal. Now we know about the age though, and we know about those that are not. Yeah, we can search in the shortlist. This is wonderful. So now we can have a look into those that are not attached to any club, and maybe we can even. Where's the stats, general career, all-time league appearances? We can go with this stuff. And we will reduce the wage to the age to say 20. That's not many though. Let's go with these. So these are all on free transfers. They made the odd appearance for their former clubs. And some of them might be worthwhile. And they are English. So we combine the approach of a second yellow card and, well, just going for hunting for released players. And that might be worthwhile. Look at that. Look at that. They're all willing to come in on trial. I should have done that from the start. The things you learn in Football Manager. Even after playing it for 10 years. We might get an English squad after all. And, well, he's under contract now, so we can remove him from the shortlist. There will be a lot of messages like this going forward. But that's not a problem. That's okay for us. Also, on that shortlist might be stuff that, well, future stuff, that is. Because some of the players on this shortlist, not this one, this is our trial lists apparently. No, on the not that's English candidates. No, I'm talking about the default shortlist here. Okay, I got confused. Anyway, so if we clear this, and look into this, there's people here that will not make an appearance on the footballer's pitch anymore, but they might have wonderful personalities. And they might be valid stuff. So in his case, for example, he would bring along a scouting knowledge of Scotland. Some of these might be great. So to go the other way around is also a viable option. But we've got another 2 days and then we can add another 5 trials. We'll try that. And piece by piece, we will try to pick up English players that are a good idea. Yeah, I cannot tell you if this is worthwhile. Dirk has agreed to join the club as a youngster. That's wonderful. That's a resolute guy. We just sign him. And then we see if we can loan him out, or I don't know. We'll find a solution. And maybe he'll be just within the first team. Well, around the squad anyway, not on the pitch. Or he might make an appearance on the pitch. Who knows? Gotta get rid of that chocolate. I'm gonna eat it in entirety otherwise. So he'll join us. His trial comes to an end. He's an advanced playmaker. That doesn't matter much to us. The thing that's interesting about a 38-year-old... Impressive. Seriously, impressive. The thing that's interesting about a 30-year-old though is his staff attributes. I'm gonna be honest here. So, as a scout, he also has knowledge in India. He's not great as a scout. But do we have a spot open? Where is it? Where's the staff overview? Well, they included it here, yeah. So we can have another scout and we can have a chief scout. I don't think he's a good scout. At all. But scouting knowledge in India is fine. So maybe he wants to be a fringe player though. He still wants to play football. As a winger, well, he's got really good technique and creativity and so on. He might even be viable as a Metzala to bring on sometimes. He's a bit unsettled. Yeah, with his old club, sure. So I'm gonna go with this, yes. He'll be an emergency backup for us, but I still will try to offer him a staff role too. And there it is. So that's a problem. The thing is, I would love for him to be player scout, but not for this wage. Now, if his wage was really low, this would be an absolute steal. Because that would imply that we have a backup option that will not complain, and that will work as a scout along the way. And by the way, a good backup option. But in this case, we will walk away. Sorry to see this. Jonathan Helen. We don't need a 32-year-old backup in this position. Not with that level of skill set. But his staff attributes say that he has scouting knowledge in Estonia. So can we sign him as an emergency backup to be a scout? He wants a staff role only, so let's see what's he willing to go with. Well, okay, he's a crappy scout, but who cares? No. Too expensive. Otoha Atef. That's a balanced holding midfielder. More or less. Really old. Well, not really old, but he already... either he never was that good, or he declined. And I don't see him making an appearance. Staff attributes 5-5. And scouting knowledge in Turkmenistan. That would be fun. Staff role only is okay. Estimated wage of 40 to 55 is interesting, I'd say. The other scout, I think he earns 40 if I'm not mistaken. Staff scouts, here we go. Yeah, he's on a 40 contract. So 40 would be fine. He's better though, the other one. That said, he brings scouting knowledge in Turkmenistan, so why not? We can make this work. Hopefully. So I hope to get him to 40. Maybe we can get it. That's too close. So he will probably not agree to this. But this might be a decent signing. I'm not willing to go with 45 though. We don't need it that much. Wonderful. All of a sudden somebody in the club has scouting knowledge of Turkmenistan. Well, it paid off. Long term. He's also not a viable option to sign, I think. No. Staff attributes say he wants to be head of youth development. It's not so much about the attributes, but about the personality in this role. We are looking to find somebody. Svedin. That's a decent option. On the left wing. And that's all there is to it. He's got high susceptibility to injury though. So I don't think we'll need to sign him. We will probably part ways at this point, yeah. So he can go. And we poached a staff member from the former players. That's the way it goes sometimes. Because they are willing to work for cheap wages. They just want to have a foothold in the game, really. And, well, in the non-playing roles in the game. So, we can give them that. And that's where we get our stuff from. It's the same concept for players, really. We try to find released players with a rest of potential and give him a chance in the game. And we try to find staff with a decent chance to work in the game. And both have to be for cheap. If only I would have known any of this prior to doing the save, by the way. So let's go through these two. The recommendation is to offer for this guy. I do not think that we want to. The injury susceptibility on its own is a problem. And then knocking ball past the opponent, playing short, simple passes, and well, it's overall it's not so much about the attributes, but he's only fairly determined and susceptible to injuries, so no. Yes, but Johnson. That's all okay. Some of the attributes are a bit concerning though. He's 24. It reminds me of Alp, to a degree. It's not that he's really bad, but I wouldn't want him to be first team member. He's better defensive wise though, so it might be worth the comparison. So we'll compare him to Muteba first and foremost, whereas Ngugi Muteba. Yeah, that's what I thought. So he's the better defender in comparison to Muteba. But the physicals are a bit concerning at the age of 24. His natural fitness of 11 will not compensate for the high susceptibility injury. His mentals are a bit better. Technically, passing is good, tackling is good, and crossing is good. He should be more of a player that stays in the back and takes the odd cross from deep, maybe. That's not a bad approach overall, but for a 24-year-old, if he came really cheap, also they don't consider him to have any potential left. He wants to be a squad player. To me, that's emergency backup. Doesn't want to go there anyway, so yeah. Goodbye. Milke Bjørndal. No, I don't think so. I realize he's 22, but no. We need somebody to improve the squad, not any player. Same with him. Ludwig Dahlin, I wouldn't want to consider anyway due to the strong foot. That's better. This is well rounded overall. Yeah. He's close. He's not great though, due to the personality. And off the ball movement, dribbling, first touch, not good. He made a lot of appearances though in the second division. I don't know why he didn't push through there. My long throws are decent. Let's compare him to Muteba and to Alp. So short comparison with Alp is the better one technically and in the attacking area, but overall the two are very, very similar. I'd put it like this. Overall, that is. As a wingback on support duty, Elliot Söderberg Waterson is the better one. He just is. Alp has a bit better off the ball movement and vision, which is not a requirement for a wingback. And the same can be said about the finishing, the dribbling. Yeah, sure. Soderbergh could use a bit more dribbling. But if I look into this, it's basically we can teach him the technicals going forward. Or we can try, at least. Because the rest is on the level with the league. It's not great, but he will manage most of the time. Tackling could do with some improvement. How much money does he want to earn? We don't know, so let's try. He wants to be squad player. I'd rather go with fringe. Okay, he wants to be squad player. That's a bit much for my taste for a squad player. One of our star players earns 45. Star player wage is about 80 for us. Squad player should be a lot less. I think we're let me get the Google sheet for that. That's definitely the wrong website. Is it this one? It is not. There it is. So for first team, we would be willing to offer about 47 per week. So this is a bit much for a fringe player. That's the problem. Now we had let's say we go with a bigger budget. If we go with a player with a wage budget of 1,500 euros, we would be willing to offer up to 70 for the first team. But for a fringe player, this is still way too much. And while squad player is in the area of first team. How is he in comparison to... what's the other guy? Oh, there's so many trials here. Well, we polluted it ourselves. Dirk is the name. Yeah. So obviously there's a high discrepancy in wage here. Because he wants 70 something. Let's say we get him on 60. Which is unrealistic, but let's say we get him on 60. And the other guy here, we will pay him 6. I think we will even pay him 5 going forward. The difference is in age as well as in skill. On the mental side though, there's not much of a difference. And if we play Dirk for another season, let's say we play him the entire season, and we survive as a matter of miracle, doesn't matter. If Dirk develops, let's say 1 point in something, well, he would need to develop in more attributes, sure. The technical side, he probably will not be, it will not be possible. Popple! Welcome back. I hope you enjoy your weekend. Long time no see. I'm aware some people need to work, but anyway, I missed you. So welcome back to the stream. You you managed to find the most boring episode of them all, though. So there's that. We're looking into the squad, and what we're gonna do about it. It's a winter break, so yeah. How have you been doing? Anyway, 10 times the wage I'm not willing to offer in these circumstances. I realized that in football, and as well as Football Manager, wage growth is to a degree exponential, I'd say, with skill set. So the odd point more might increase wage a lot. But I'm not sure if this is worth it. Well, it was it was a hard one. So, given that you're around, you probably want spoilers at this point. I don't know. Have you been able to keep up with some of it, or were you even interested in it? I don't know. I probably don't want to use up too much of your time, and after work to watch 8 hour streams on YouTube is probably not a good idea, right? But yeah. So I'm not sure if you're aware of the circumstances. Let me know if you have any questions, right? I'll be happy to give you a roundabout of what happened. Yeah, with these two though, I don't think it's worth it. The contract here. If he would be available for 40, I would sign him in a heartbeat. Seriously. But this is too much money for me. And I realized that I wanted to spend more money on players. Somebody told me that we need to do this and that I'm too much in my comfort zone. Who could that have been? But yeah. I'm doing it though. I'm doing it. For some players, seriously. Westman. Nah, same story here. Not good enough though. We are not. But I can tell you that it was a 1 point difference. I'm not kidding. It was a 1 point difference, and then it came down to goal difference in the end. That we were unable to finish in relegation spot. So in playoff spot down. In that sense, we had a good season and we were really lucky. Because I still have the history here. So I can recap on that. We won against Haninge. We lost against the direct opposition, Örebro. And then we would have needed a second win, right? We won against the last direct opponent, Ytterhogdals. They went down later on, but it wasn't that clear. And then we realized, okay, we need a point. Maybe we need 3. Don't know yet. So we went for the match against Luleå, and I didn't expect us to win this one or even draw. I expected us to lose this one. Everybody expected us to lose this one, but we managed to get a draw, 0-0. And it was a rather, I think overall the match was, it could have finished 1-1, let's put it that way. But there were chances on both sides, but not that many, and not that great ones. We were lucky not to concede, we were unlucky not to score. So we took away the point, and at this point we didn't realize just yet how important it is. Then we played Dalkurd, and some of them, I think it was 6 points difference at that point. And against Dalkurd we lost. So if for another point or something, we would have been out of in the clear zone entirely. And then we realized, well, we have a goal difference of -3 or something like that, and everybody else had a goal difference of -11, -13. So it was a hard one. We managed to barely get by with this. And in the end, the table looks like this. So Smetby won their last game at the last day and managed to go into the relegation playoffs. They were at the bottom of the league for the entire season, more or less. They managed to get by on the goal difference of -20 at that. And Motala also moved out of the relegation zone at the last day, because Ytterhogdals and Örebro both lost and went down by 1 point. And then there's the new laughingstock of the league, because FC Stockholm cannot do that anymore. But the B team of Hammarby went down. So next season, definitely 2 spots to go up, because Hammarby will not be around. And there's also clubs in this division. No, I didn't. But there was the game against Ytterhogdals. You can look it up in case you're interested. I was really nervous. Like the game against Ytterhogdals, we won on a 1-0. And you realize how likely our squad is to concede, especially in the later stages of the game. It had always happened to us for the entire season. So, yeah, I was really nervous. But we got, I'm not sure if it is the Ytterhogdals game. One of these games we got gifted due to a red card, more or less. Now you still need to win those, and it's still the old season. So where do I see the team next season? I want to introduce you to somebody. I want to introduce you to Marcus Woldsund. You probably haven't noticed that we signed this guy, and he will not play as a poacher for us. But given the overall skill level of our squad, this is a well-rounded attacker. And I'm just gonna do you, I plan to employ him as a complete forward or something that is more of a technical role going forward. But he lacks the vision a little bit. But overall he can, target man I don't think he can pull off. Because he's not dominant enough as a target man. But deep lying forward, if he improves the vision a tiny bit, at 29 he probably won't. But on the other hand, this is the kind of player that might make it for 2 or 3 years. Or maybe 1.5, I don't know. He might also be in decline already. I'm not sure. But he played for 5 games as a complete forward, and or 4 games or something. He played 6, okay. We signed this guy for 250 euros a week. So, you know the squad, you know what I'm usually willing to pay. I paid a lot for him. And like 3 weeks later, we immediately got him to a lower contract. Now he's on 110 per week, but he's bound till the end of the next season. And he's got, clauses. If he makes the 15 games, he will have another year, and that's okay. Also, I think he can be an important player for us, this is fine. And he's got a nice trade. Yeah, but it's not so much about the signing, I think. And Splitbiff was around and still complained about the bad finishing, so he's got that going for him, which is nice. But I do not expect him to score 20 goals. I expect him to make the odd assist and to score maybe 10. And also I think he's got a clause for that. Yeah, if he scores 10 goals, he gets 200 euros. Yeah, he can have that, seriously. But I wanna compare him to the other strikers now. Because, Kulovic is crap anyway, right? But overall, I still think Kulovic looks way worse than he actually is. Right? Because, yeah, Kulovic is lacking in a lot of areas, but at least he's got the profile of a striker. I cannot say the same for Ishak. Where's Ishak? There he is. He can play Metsala, Marcus Woldsson, and he can play as an inverted winger, or he can play as a Metsala, and also he can play really shadow striker if he wants to. So that's all perfectly fine. in that sense, he's a good addition. Also, he's spirited, in case you didn't notice. So that's a good personality too. That implies professionalism between 11 and 17, if I'm not mistaken. I looked it up. So, but in comparison to Ishak, yes, he's slower. Ishak is a fast player, for some reason. He's definitely better on the physical side, but Ishak is at this point goes back in rank, basically. And we expect Wilson to play every single game if as long as he can. He's got above average injury suspiciability though, so that's a problem. But really, the vision is what's missing here. The rest of it is totally fine. And I'm just gonna go here with the roles, so you can have a look into it. Inverted winger on attack TOD that would be for us. That's not great, but as a backup, that's okay. If he's still on the pitch and we need to replace the winger on the left wing, he will do for the remainder of the game. Probably. He will not be dominating with it, but he's threatening. So that's okay. Oh, a party of 49.
Thanks for the follow.
Are you serious? Well, welcome to the stream, I guess, and have a nice weekend. Thank you very much for joining me. I was not aware that these kind of numbers exist. So, yeah, I should probably introduce you to the squad at this point. We're in the middle of the season break, so this is already off to a good start now. We're in Sweden. This is the third division in Sweden, which is called Swedish First Division North. Don't get confused by the names. This is just like England. They don't know how to name the leagues, apparently. First, second, and third is too complicated. So, yeah, good morning to you too. Thank you for bringing along the raid, Veggie. You're very welcome. And, yeah. Well, we had the B team of Hammarby in the league, but let me put it this way. They didn't manage to do that well this season, so goodbye. FM23 is just like every other iteration of Football Manager to me, in all seriousness. This is the B team, not the first one though. But it's the same as every other iteration of Football Manager. I like some of the improvements, and I really despise some of the added stuff. It's like overall the entire the additional meetings that are just an overview segregated into different views. I hate that. Goalkeepers, yeah, you can argue with that too, but for me it's more about the usability of the user interface. And there's a lot of bugs in this game. To this moment still. There's some of them I run into these repeatedly. For example, there's a bug where you cannot select a player here. Or there's this bug with the players being highlighted as blue. There's the bug, they might have removed that, where where the highlighting goes back to another player once you open the pop-up. I don't know if I can simulate that here, but sometimes this happens. It just jumps back to another player all of the time. And then there's UI stuff that has been removed that is really annoying. Like previously you could skip through these with the arrow keys. That's totally fine, but if you interact with the praise and with the training stuff here, all of a sudden you cannot move with the arrow keys anymore because it's no longer bound to this stuff. That's really annoying. These kinds of bugs cannot persist in a game like this. And then the usual stuff. The players that forget about their position training once you play them in another position. So that stuff needs to be removed for like 10 years now, and it's still around. So in that sense, I'm not really proud of the iteration. I would rather have them not adding an additional feature. Really, they can skip the entire database upgrade for me too. I don't care. I want a bug-free game, and I'm willing to pay another €50 if they finally remove all of these bugs. But they don't. So this is just like it's always been, right? Yeah, but they really stopped doing them. I'm a software developer, so I know what I'm talking about to a degree. And the technical debt accumulates and accumulates and accumulates, and all of a sudden you end up with a product that's not viable to develop anymore. Um, I don't want to be excited about anything. I want to be excited about the fact that the product works. So in that sense, I'd be very happy if they removed some of the bugs. But some of the stuff may be down in old code that needs to be rewritten all over again, and this is expensive. So that's the way it is. Yeah, but it's okay-ish, right? You can still play it. It's a good game overall. It grew into this. So we're in the middle of the season break. So this stream is all about snow. I'm very sorry to break this to you, but in case you want to be interested in this, you might want to Google for Ytterhogdal. Ytterhogdal is a small village in Sweden. I stumbled into this save on accident, and yeah, let me put it that way. We lose money if we play friendlies because nobody wants to come over, and if they come over, nobody will travel with them, and we've got like 200 fans in the stadium, and for a friendly there's about 2, and one of them will have drums and the other one will have elk antlers to drum on it. So yeah, the watchers for the stream probably fit the club. I also dropped them a mail at some point and asked for, well, I did thumbnails for YouTube. So I wanted to use their Facebook profile picture, which is just a nice picture of a thunderstorm and a real pitch. I wanted to use that for thumbnail. That didn't even answer. So that mail might be read in half a year. So now the YouTube thumbnails contain a picture of a stadium in Norway. Biggest insult ever, probably, but it was license free. What can you do? So there's that. Yeah, so in case you're interested, the entire journey is over on YouTube. But I also stream, I'd say, probably every other day. I usually do weekdays. Today is the exception, really. But my girlfriend was in zombie mode this morning, so I think she was happy to get rid of me, and now I'm sitting here and trying to come up with other players. Also, just to give you an impression. So this club is financed by the farmers. The farmers offer money for this club, and we basically have independent income, but that independent income varies a lot, and we cannot rely on it. The supporters, though, want us to sign English players. In reality, so English players are fucking expensive, right? Especially for a lower league club in Sweden. So what happens in reality is Ytterhogdals IK have had a training center, and I think the roof caved in, and they usually offer trials, or they bring in youth players that didn't make it in England. Because if you think about it, a village of 250 people is under no circumstance able to produce enough youth at all to then produce youth players. So they need to come up with another solution. And the solution is to offer trials to lower league, English guys, bring them in and give them a contract. But these are, the guys without a wife, without children, and with high hopes for playing professional football. That's the circumstances of the club. So this is what's simulated here. I had no idea about this once I stumbled into the save. I just started unemployed with a trashy manager as every installment of Football Manager and ended up here. But it suits me just fine. Gotta admit to that. This is perfect for me. So I love it. Yeah, that's it. And same for the staff, in case you were wondering. We are like €9 a week. This is a good staff wage for us. 110? This would ruin us financially if we go with it. So yeah, it's a lot about finance too. And in case you don't enjoy that, this is not the save for you. In case you enjoyed that, it's really a lot of fiddling with different variables. And I don't know if Veggie told you anything about the save, so feel free to ask questions, really. I'm perfectly happy to answer all of them. I mean, it's a chilly Sunday. No, it's not chilly, but we can chill here. It's probably also chilly outside. I'm from Germany, but yeah, it's a nice Sunday to hang around anyway. So this is something between just chatting and doing Football Manager at this point, because there will not be a game for the next 8 hours. Probably we will need to go through the entire winter. And in case you never managed Sweden, to go for the entire winter basically means yeah, there's snow and there's some cup games, but we were forced out of the cup, and really we were happy with being forced out of the cup. We got a lot of money. Yes. So this was prior to streaming though. I'll show you in the history. So where is it? No, I'm stupid. Club. There it is. So I started here. Well, I started here. I took over the club once I started the stream. No, not the stream. The save in the relegation zone. They were forced to. They were expected to go down, and they were. I don't know. I don't want to lie. 15th, 16th in the league. So at the very bottom. But we had half a season to go. I took them over, and I managed to barely finish in the relegation spot. So there was playoffs for that relegation, and we won our game and remained in the league. This is the first season with Ytterhogdals. Afterwards, I revamped the squad to a degree, and we were really lucky. I gotta be honest with that. And we went up immediately from 4th league to 3rd league. So that happened. And the 2 seasons later, we finished 3rd, both of them. In both cases, you could argue that we were a bit lucky, but also that we were a bit unlucky not to get into the promotion spot, the playoff spot, in the 2nd spot. For example, in the first time here, we lost our last game, and every other result went our way, but we still didn't manage to finish 2nd. So in that sense, we are very successful considering the circumstances. And on a stream, that's a hard one probably, because it's rather easy to explain we are very successful and we win Champions League with this club, but it's rather difficult to explain the circumstances would see us go down every single season, and we managed to retain the league, and that's a big success. Because we have a lot of problems. There are stories about, for example, there are stories with players unhappy with the training facilities. This has been an ever ongoing thorn in our side. Either we make false promises, which is, by the way, more or less the title of the episode, but either we make these and deal with them on a consistent basis, or we do not get good players. So in recent times we restricted the false promises a little bit, but we had really good players in the squad and we needed to sell them, because we made bad promises. Also scouting. So you might see here, this is a decent wage for a scout on our level, but really we cannot afford the scouting. Now you might think, is he stupid? He just told me that the wages already. This is fine. We don't pay him 200 euros a week, so he should be able to deal with it. No, the problem is different. The problem is traveling costs. If we pay the scouts to travel all over Sweden, we pay them 15 or 20k a season, just for traveling and scouting, and we cannot afford that. We have a budget of 40, so like sponsorship income, and there's nobody in the stadium. The farmers barely keep the club running, so that's how it goes, and that's part of the save, part of the charm, you might say. And this guy, he's got scouting knowledge in Turkmenistan. I will probably not do much, but anyway, we signed him anyway. That's a former player. He can have his first scouting role with us, and this is the attributes we usually need to deal with. Training is similar, training center is poor. You know how it goes. Did you do any save that's similar to this? Let me know. So he hangs up boots, yeah. That doesn't concern us though. Training schedules, there's nothing to deal with here. So, yeah, let me know. What's the save you've been doing? I'm not aware. And to be perfectly honest, I stream for like 6 to 8 hours a day. We might. And this is down to competition money. So the thing is, I'm not a big fan of the growth mindset in general. That comes from financials though. From economics. The problem is if you push for promotion every single season, you end up bankrupt. And my stance on this is I'm usually the guy to retain my position in a club for 10 years in an installment of Football Manager. That's just how I do it. So in that sense, I would need to deal with a financially ruined club in case it doesn't work out, and if I splash the cash on getting promotion for another 7 years. And that has its charm too. You gotta be responsible for the choices you make. But so I try to retain a position where we can push for promotion repeatedly, or retain the league repeatedly. And if that happens, I'm perfectly happy. So this season, for example, we sold 3 players. I'll show you because it's still part of it. There's transfers. We'll look into transfer history here. So you are not aware of this, but I had a big emotional attachment to these 3. You can look it up, basically. I'll show you these 3. So Simon Turngren was a beast of a ball-winning midfielder, and a really great box-to-box midfielder. He was on that level when he played for us. But he complained about the lack of improvement in the training facilities and he needed to go. And we would not have been able to retain him. Contract-wise, we were fine. He was on a really cheap contract. That's not a big deal. But yeah, we made some money on him. A tiny amount of 14k and a 50% sell-on clause. Which for us is about a third of the entire season budget, so yeah, good deal probably. But still, we missed him very much. And at the same time, Ytterhogdals Holmström went out the door. So I repeatedly get told that this guy is not that great. But as I said last time, you can spoil it yourself here. This guy played 2 seasons for us, 19 goals in 28 matches and 21 goals in 29 matches. That was enough to be responsible for 50% of our scoring. We just peppered him with crosses and it worked out fine. And we sold him too, because you might have guessed it, he was unhappy with the lack of improvement in training facilities. And also, with us, he earned like 40 euros a week. He's now on 850. So there's a slight difference there. And he was happy to move on. And Oliver Swan was a long-term captain in the club. He's not that great, but he played as a Metzala for us. Performance-wise, he didn't do that well, but he was in average morale most of the time because the training facilities didn't get improved. So yeah, we made some money on him too. That's it. So these 3 went out the door at the same time. Also there's Hugo Bergman. I don't think he was that important to us, but he played as an inverted winger for us and performed decently. So yeah. That answers the question why we were fighting against relegation this season. Because we sold out. And to be honest, we needed to. If we want to increase the wage budget at some point, we needed to sell out to a degree. And obviously nobody was happy with it. Neither the players nor me myself, but what can you do? And now we reconsolidated it a little bit, and we're looking for improvements. Well, at the top. We found one. I showed that to Popple previously. So this guy is 29 years old, but as a striker he will do. He's a well-rounded player. On this level, this type of player doesn't exist. Yes, I think so, but only after the season. And that's the thing. If we push for promotion and we manage to get it done, I'll show you. So in this league, we get no income whatsoever, other than what we earn ourselves. If we go up to, is it first division? Great. Where's the rules? That's it. So this is the division we would be dropped into. This is the second division in Sweden. Don't be confused by the names. The first division is called Premier. I don't know. They must have adapted it in England or something. But the rules here. Look at that money. The prize money for even if you get relegated is 650k. So our goal right now is not to go up under any circumstance, because that would imply that we splash the cash on everything and then we are financially ruined and have to deal with an unhappy squad that will not be retained, right? We don't want to go there. But I would be able to, but this is not something that is a good decision on a risk-based perspective, I guess. What we are trying to do is push for promotion repeatedly and end up in the second league at some point. So this push for promotion might be 10th spot one season, next season it's third or something, because the club needs to be able to retain this position. And if we make money along the way, that's fine. But really the big money comes once we get promoted. Because we will earn 650k for doing nothing up there. And we will probably be forced to turn professional. So we can throw out the entire player base at this point. But
thanks for the follow.
Comes in at the end of the season. It doesn't come in at the first time of the season. So we will not be able to build a new training center. The current one is poor. That's the lowest quality, if I'm not mistaken. So we need another 160k, if Google serves me right, to get a training center. 160k is not a problem on that budget. After we played in the second league for a season, and the chairman is not willing to go into debt. This is one of these chairmans that gives you a lot of money to spend, and he's just fine with not being relegated, because he realizes the circumstances of the club, but you will not get him to spend anything. No youth setup, no additional staff, if he can help it, nothing. So, yeah. We will, I don't know, talk to the potatoes, I guess, because this is a farmer's village after all. And we deal with a lot of trials too. So a lot of it is fiddly stuff. That should give you an overview. And some of it, to be perfectly honest, some of it is really boring on stream. I don't know, we set up set pieces for 2 hours just to do the bare minimum. Somebody watched me suffer it through it. I think it was Mika Billion on Baby Kumquat, so one of the followers. It's on YouTube. And really, that's one of the things that should be improved in Football Manager too. Set pieces are atrocious. I cannot stand this. Not due to setting them up or because it's fiddly, because it switches it around all the time. It doesn't keep the set pieces instructions for different formations. So you gotta do it all over again once you switch formation or tactic in-game. It's really annoying. I have other things to do in my life than to look through 12 set pieces setups once I switch from positive to defensive mentality. Yeah, that stuff. Okay, and there's a lot of trials here we need to go through. Ball winning midfielder. Yes, we could use this guy. He's 24 though. No potential, no good personality, no. That guy is not good enough. Svensson. Moderately fast, but too old. Nilsson. Well, I don't think this is a viable decision. Also too old. So we're offering trials. You probably know this, but offering trials usually happens because you are unable to scout them because the scouts will not move there. It's the other way around for us. These are all in Sweden. It's not a big problem. But if we pay the scout for the hotel and the trip there, it will ruin us financially. So if we offer him a trial, they are responsible for the travel. They will pay the flight. Money saved. So they will come in for trial. Every single one of them. If we can help it. And who doesn't want to come in for trial will not play for the club, I guess. Also, as a repeated running gag, I think, just for funsies, I think Zlatan is still unemployed. There he is, yeah. He's a really crappy manager. I would love to have him at the club, just for the fun, but he's not interested in talking and into negotiations with us. This is, by the way, he put that very friendly. The usual response on the player side is they don't want to have anything to do with us. In that phrasing. So yeah, that's the circumstances of the club. Cool. So any other questions? There's a lot of details I can go on about, but I don't know what you're interested in. This looks better. Well, and then again not. Anyone interested in a center back that has fairly professional personality, which is fine. The color coding here shows you something about the level we are playing in usually, but jumping reach 8 will not do. This just won't do. We've got another one of these with jumping reach 12 and he wins like 67% of the headers or something. Yeah, it doesn't work. Also dives into tackles is really bad for a central defender. I don't want to have that. Sorry to say this. And fairly professional is a good personality for us overall. Yeah, if in case you ever managed in Sweden, everybody's balanced. It's really horrible. Everybody's balanced. Just as I was unable to finance decent scouting over there to find positive personalities in the players. So everybody's balanced in the end. Ytterhogdals. So you're not aware of this, but we play with a register. So he would need to play here. As a central defender, he will not do. As a ball-winning midfielder, yeah, sure, we can change formations, but he's not dominant enough for us to do that. Don't think so. Also, personality isn't great. Fairly Sporting is one of the mediocre ones. I'd rather have for them not to have sportsmanship. I want them to score, not to put the ball into touch once somebody's injured. So I don't know why sportsmanship is considered a positive thing. Sure, personality-wise, in general, I agree. If you've ever played football, it's probably a good idea to be mindful of your of the other players. But they don't draw that many yellow cards, probably, if they are sporting. That's part of the positives. Same here. So for him, we would need to play him either as a Metzala. He's not really good enough there. Finishing is off. And we've got other players that have their own problems. Or as an inverted winger, and he doesn't play that. So, no. Lima. This looks a bit better, but it's not well-rounded. Cutting inside is good. He's Norwegian, he's 25. Inverted winger on attack duty, yeah, that will probably serve. So I gotta compare this to our other players, and then you might already notice here, there's a bit of a problem on the physical side. He is not very susceptible to injury, but I cannot expect any development from this guy at the age of 25. Our go-to player for that position is Ytterhogdals. Ytterhogdals is not fast, which is part of the problem. So that's why I look into this at all. But he's got a decent sample of mentals. He's more of a technical guy. And now it's down to wage. So I'll just show you for example's sake. My guess is he will want 100. Oh, he's French player, so maybe he doesn't. Anyway, forget about it. This is how it goes usually. I'm not willing to pay this. I cannot show you this, but if we use half of our wage budget, well, we can offer wages for up to about 60 or 70 maybe, for squad players, not fringe players, squad players. So he will not be a squad player. That's not okay. And in case you're not aware, I can recommend using Guide to Football Manager for most of these decisions. It's a really shitty website at this point due to a lot of the ads, but if you've got your Blog Origin installed, it's a perfectly wide website, and you can use the information there. It's good. Also a bit confusing from time to time, but it's really good. Yeah, okay. So these are all that just left the club, which means that we have additional trial spots, right? So what I did is, just prior to all of you joining this, I created a shortlist. Where is it? I created a shortlist for English candidates, and we're poaching for two types of English players. So we're looking for English players to include into the squad, so the basic youngster hunting, and we're trying to find English players that might be willing to come into the club, because we need staff. So given that we need staff, we might as well look into old English players that might have decent personality. They might be in a playing role, but really they will just sit there and mentor the others, and we will try to give them a role as staff members. Preferably those with expired contracts. So given that a lot of trials just finished... these are amateurs. Yeah, that's okay. We will offer them a trial, and maybe there's also the old goalkeeper in there that we can employ or something like this. Last time we had a goalkeeper that was a professional, and I really wanted to sign that guy, but he wanted 800 euros a week, so basically the entire wage budget. So that didn't happen. But sometimes you're lucky. We've got an English player in the squad. I don't even know his first name at this point. His name's Warwick. Where is he? Harry? No, it's not Harry. What's his name? It's Harry. So Harry Warwick. I knew it after all. He's not good enough. He didn't perform that well, but the supporters want us to play English players, so that's what happens. That's part of the save. And now we will have to wait through these. Also, I've talked a lot now to give you an overview, but I'm running this on a potato chip. This is a 13-year-old CPU, so in case the stream lags from time to time, it's not on me or on the internet, it's on the hardware. I will buy a new one though, probably in the middle of the year. It's always something I put off. We moved in this apartment recently, and well, hopefully yeah, something like this probably, yes. But these older ones actually can, yes. Most of them played in the lower leagues though. So this is the shortlist contains all the players that were released this year from Vanarama North and South. So that's the level we're looking for, and this will not happen. They have signed him on a free transfer, so we can remove him now. Also, I needed to tick off the scouting reports. Otherwise, our scouts would start to go over to England, and we do not want to do to have that. For them to travel to England, this is horrible for club finance. So we cannot afford that. This is too expensive. Thank you very much. Continue the ad. Yeah, training is the same. So in case you're still with me, this is what we pay our staff. It's really crappy. And well, we basically go the same way with the staff as with the players. We try to find staff that is willing to sign for no money, basically, and hope to get some quality out of them because they improve overall. It's much cheaper to offer them a course and to let them have another season where they coach like one category. Yeah, I ticked off the option in the list. Exactly. No, sorry. I didn't explain that very well, did I? It's where's shortlist here? The option to keep scouting reports up to date is off. Because in case we have a scouting report for any of these, I don't want the scout to travel to England. It will cost us 5,000 euros or something just for him to travel to England and back. And that ruins us financially. Because, well, we have some money finally. But this is with all the financial well-doing. Right? We want to be above the red zone. I'm not Lelouch. So I'm not willing to go into debt for $3 billion and yeah. Also, even though I went with that, there's nothing wrong with playing the game in a different way. It's just the way I roll. It's the same with why don't you play an easier club or a Premier League club or I don't know. I enjoy this. It might not look like it from time to time, but I really enjoy this. So that's good. And this is the way I do things because I enjoy it. I also enjoy fighting against relegation from time to time. Why not? Didn't go well the last season, so this is, by the way, my water pitcher. In case you hear this. Always sounds like somebody's on the toilet, but whatever. It's not me. Yeah. So, this will be a lot of snow. And also, we have a player that is annoyed by the lack of improvement in training facilities. You might have guessed by now. This season, it is Muteba. Ndunge Muteba, I think is his name. Where is he? Here. So, we had two players that were unhappy about the improvement of training facilities. He was one of them. The other guy was Ytterhogdals. He was fine with it. He's a fairly professional player. Also, he's on a decent contract with us. This guy, he wants to leave. Immediately. Doesn't matter. Club finance or not club finance, doesn't matter. He wants to leave. To be perfectly honest, I will not miss him that much. He had a really great season. Not this season, but the last one. This season he didn't do that well. Might be down to the fact that we were missing his target man up front. So, yeah. That didn't go that well. But he didn't do anything to warrant future employment. Yes. 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 You could argue like that, yes. Because, well, if he's got the math skills. But on the other hand, given... So let me take a step back here. If you think about it this way, given that the press constantly asks us about the importance of the next match because we need an additional point not to get relegated, whilst the goal difference was like 10 goals or 15 or something. So we were not mathematically able to get relegated other than being totally thrashed in the last game. And every result on the other pitch totally go against us. Yeah. I think math in Football Manager is sometimes a bit off anyway. So I don't expect the player's logic to be on point all the time. Also, these are people. So even if it is well simulated, it's probably okay that they still have entirely irrational thoughts about all of this. Because, I don't know, he wants to play an important club and he wants to have good training facilities and he thinks he is worth it, so he expects the manager to do something about it. This is what was promised. He didn't get his promise. it doesn't matter that it's not the manager's fault. He will not complain with the chairman. He will complain with the manager, and then he will want to go. And now it's my problem. So I'll deal with it. And I'll deal with it the same way I always do. There's the door. Goodbye. We'll find someone else. It's not always like that. I try to be. I try to make the odd compromise, but I will not promise him to improve the training facilities next year. This is stupid. We will not. The chairman will not allow it. Whatever we do. So, inverse psychology here. Obviously, we cannot afford a goalkeeping coach. Yeah. So, in real life, I'm an employee. Well, at this point, I'm not. But I will be going forward. These are all too expensive. There's a clip of me saying too expensive, too expensive, too expensive. So this is what happens all the time. But how good is he? No, he's crappy though. So let's not do that. Where was I? Yeah, so in real life I totally get it, right? You want to have a fair wage. But at this point here, we're taking the perspective of the club. So that's what's going on. We're trying to improve the health of the club. It's all about the future of the club, and that involves finance. Yeah, I think one of the guys made it on accident actually, but he captured me on accident. I don't know, it wasn't Sol Loser, it was one of the others. The guy from Argentina, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He captured me on on just saying too expensive, that guy too expensive, that guy too expensive. I went through one of these lists. That sums me up pretty nice in this squad. What about him? As a Metzala, probably not so much. Box to box, we have somebody there. Is he much better than Nila Farcel? I don't think so. We know Farcel in detail. This looks like a wash to me. On a technical, in technicals he's actually worse. Physicals wise, he's a bit better with the jumping reach, but for a midfielder, that's not something I mean, jumping reach is always good, but not so much. If we compare him for box to box, the decision making is great. I gotta agree to that. The decision making is really great. Also, he's English, which is always a plus for us. But this stuff is concerning. Composure is concerning. I don't know if he were available for really cheap, which he will not be. But sometimes you get players for a steal, so we might as well try. This time it's about finance. That's a nice way to put it. Thank you very much. Goodbye. So he will leave, but thanks for the trial. Now, let me know what you think of these. So, you come in unbiased. True. And I see it relative to the squad, to the staff members we have. So, let's pick an example. Anyone here, really. Let's go with coaching. That's the easiest way to put it. You forced me into this. This is not on me. So I want a goalkeeping coach. This one's really shit. It doesn't matter. He doesn't work well. There's other coaches though. For example, Orion, I guess, Birkeland. This guy's not a good coach. But it's okay for us. 2-star training for us is good. Seriously, this is good. We've dealt with much worse. And now you can guesstimate what we pay him. He will not make an additional coaching category anytime soon. Well, he might actually. But he will not make an additional category just because we need somebody to do the 2-star coaching here. but we pay him a whopping 15 euros per week. So we can employ another sample of these. I'd rather have a specific coach for every category and pay him 15 euros per week than have a coach that is able to do 2 and pay him 100. So it's about finance in the end. I'm willing to go with the additional coaches, and every single one of these has some potential to develop, right? He's a 43-year-old coach. He might get the odd point here, and all of a sudden it's a 2.5 star rating. Yes, he will leave at some point, but I'm willing to hunt down these people. And this is usually former players or people that are with other clubs that are on really bad contracts. So that's what I do. Because they are, in comparison to Zlatan Ibrahimovic, they are really annoyed that they cannot find a position in the game as a coach. There's always somebody that wants to come in for nothing. With the goalkeeping department, though, we've been unlucky so far. Same with fitness, by the way. Fitness is also a bit a problem. And for example, the assistant manager here, he's not a good assistant manager. No, they can't. But there's stuff here that's really just able to put up the cones, and that's it. They have no idea what they're doing. And we can see that in player development too, so we're shooting ourselves in the foot. But we would rip out the entire leg if we paid him a decent wage. So we've got a decision to make between bad and worse. We can also go with really good stuff for the next year and pay them whatever they want. Go with really good stuff with great personalities. Same with the players. And afterwards we have to finish the save, because the club will be absolutely ruined financially. So I don't do that. You're welcome to try yourself though. Ytterhogdals IK is probably one of the saves that is most fun in this iteration of Football Manager. I think so. I really do. And in case it's no fun to you, well, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, right? But one of the watchers, of my watchers, started a save on his own. I'm not sure who it was, but somebody did. And yeah, they have similar problems, let's put it that way. It's a bit of a different approach to fun. Anyway, so Eric Vidane didn't do so bad when he was with the club. But we've got an extension clause. He's 31 though. So from a business point of view, this is strictly about a backup. Now, a backup that is out on loan for an additional season, that might be fine, but I don't really need him as a backup at this point. There's other backups too. This is one of these decisions that I'm careful about, because once he's left the club, we will not be able to get him back. Not on 15 euros a week. And overall, he can play this league in case all we want is to avoid relegation. He will not improve, he will not do, I don't know, he'll not have a 7.5 rating anytime soon. But in case everybody else gets hurt, this is really cheap to recall him. The problem is what happens if we cannot loan him out for another season. And as a fringe player in his prime years, he doesn't have any intention to be staff going forward, as far as I can see. So I'm willing to let him leave. I'll set him for release. Kulovic. This is a long-term problem of mine, personally, for me, as a player. Because I still think that Kulovic is not half as bad as he looks. He's a former fairly professional player. He never had the playing time because Ian Holmström was first in row most of the times. He didn't improve much, so my staff thinks he's not worth it. That's but you know the stuff in Football Manager, especially in lower leagues. You can basically forget about their assessment. And once he plays the odd game, he improves. So I want to compare him for a second to our new expensive signing. Obviously this guy's better. But if I look at this from an overview point of view, Attacking-wise, Kulovic is not that bad. He's slower, sure. Physicals-wise, he's fine. The defending I really don't care about on a striker, so anyway, added bonus. But aerially and mentally, there's also not much to say here. He's really missing the technicals in attacking a little bit, as well as in overall as a distributor. For striker, we basically play with a false striker, and if that makes any sense to you. We expect the midfielders to score from time to time. The striker is a big man in the partnership. Big man to lay off passes. So target man on support. And he lacks the vision. This comes with experience. But at this point he's 24. And he's only balanced. So I hate to do this to him, especially as we have a clause and he's really cheap. But we might need to release him. The alternative is to retain him on 6 euros a week, which is really cheap, as a last-ditch effort, and loan him out. But I think he was unwilling to go. Or we didn't find a loan for him or something. Something like this. So, but he wants to remain at the club anyway. In 11 appearances he scored 4 goals. That's not even that bad, given his skill level. So I'm not sure what to do with him, to be perfectly honest. So let's ignore the fact that we ruin his career for a second. We've got an extension clause. He wants to be at the club anyway. We will not offer him a contract that is worth his time. Definitely not. But in case somebody gets injured, he can be retained, right? Also, he's part of the mentoring group for the strikers, I think. Where is it? He's the only one improving here, in personality-wise anyway. He will not go in forward, but who cares? So we can retain him and just let him rot in the stands most of the time. If we play him, he's good for the odd goal. So I'll trigger that clause. That costs us 6 euros times 52 times 2. So not that much. We'll trigger the clause and that's it. Augustsson, he has an extension clause too. This guy's highly susceptible to injury though. That said, he's out on loan anyway. Same here, 6 euros a week. These deals happen to be on the market from time to time. And he's not even a good one of these. But he's got spirited personality, blah blah. He's more of a defensive-minded player. It's okay-ish. He can play for our club from time to time. He will not improve us to go into second league. That is, if he doesn't improve himself first. So let's trigger the clause and offer him out on loan for a second time immediately next time. Then there's staff contracts that run out. We probably need to extend these, even though I'm not fond of these members. So he's our physio. This doesn't matter much. We have a head physio, if I'm not mistaken. This is money we can save. If I'm not wrong about it, where is it? Staff. Medical team. There we go. So our head physio, Rainy Lindem. This is an absolute beast for 8 euros a week, right? So we will set him for release, or I don't know, keep him around, but we will not extend his contract in case somebody else comes around and wants to do that. And here we have a goalkeeping coach. This is the guy that's really crap. Like, I think I can do the training myself, and my avatar is really shitty and everything. But I think I can do that myself. Training coaches. Here we go. If I remove that and well, okay. I taught these two. Yeah, it's not a big decline, right? We have better chances probably to find somebody that coaches one of these two categories. On the other hand, there's a problem. It's a financial example now. He's cheap, and we will not find anyone to do decent goalkeeping coaching. Nobody's capable of it. there's nobody on the market, and well, there are people on the market, but for 100 euros. So either I offer that for our 3 goalkeepers, that is, and one of these is 31. So they will not develop whatever we employ as coaches. This is our primary goalkeeper for now, Edward Sederberg, who, by the way, is a wonderful goalkeeping coach. He just doesn't want to work as a goalkeeping coach just yet. So maybe we deal with the non-contract guy, or well, with the 15 euros a week guy, and either keep him on a month-to-month contract, so no contract basically, or just keep him around for another season so that somebody's there to cover. And that's probably what we're gonna do. So despite me thinking that this is stupid, we'll offer him as another contract. I looked into signing a replacement for this guy for hours.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you very much. And you're welcome back anytime. And you're welcome to join us anytime and ask questions. I always say that, though, so... yeah. Some people do, though. Hi. So, some people do, and I'm happy to go into detail with most of the stuff here. Which might take a while. But we've got the time on our hands, right? And I'm not willing to pay him 20 now. Sure. Great, man. Great. Thank you for being around for another year as a crappy goalkeeping coach. We could also offer him some sort of, I don't know, deal. To go for a coaching course or something. I don't think that's viable. I'm not aware of the copyright stuff with this music, so I didn't deal with that. I would have the ability to open YouTube, but I don't think I can stream something that might be copyright protected, and I have no idea if it is. So I will not do that. Sorry. But also, if I would be... So, this is a divisive topic, obviously. But let's say copyright infringement and all that stuff wouldn't exist. Or were not to exist. If it were not to exist, I would probably go with some metalcore. So, in that sense, I will probably annoy the hell out of you, or most of you. Well, some... Hi, Mikabillion. Welcome back. So, yeah. It will probably be some core at this point, but I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. I don't know. But given my experience with contacting Ytterhogdals IK, I don't think any bands or their labels will recommend my stream to play their music. But yeah, sure. We can do this for 1,000 followers or something. I'll contact Beartooth at this point, or maybe Parkway Drive, and ask their management if they can play their music for free. They will probably give me something like this. So yeah, there's that. But nice try with the music. So Mikabillion, how have you been doing? We use these. So now that the contracts are extended, let's offer him out for trial, for loan immediately, and just extend his loan. I woke up at 8 a.m. and so usually this is not normal for me. You realize that I don't have a day job right now. I will have in April, but for now I'm the one to wake up later. But we've got sunlight in the apartment, so it goes, how do I put this? I wake up at around 9 at latest, because the sun's up and it shines in my face. So, but I woke up at 8, which is quite unusual. Yeah, seriously though, I tried to hang up curtains yesterday. I was with the drill at the wall. Turns out I'm really bad at drilling, and or the walls are really hard. So I will need to do this throughout the week, because it will take me a few hours to drill 6 holes into the wall. All the drill's really bad, but I've got an expensive drill. So this is I don't know if it is it called drilling machine, something like this. The one you have in the hand and whatever. And that's part of it now. I will need to do this next week because it's the weekend, and at the weekend you cannot drill. I'm not willing to do this for 5 hours when all the neighbors are around. So yeah, I try to be a good neighbor. And same for him. We offer him for 2 clubs now that his contract got extended. I'm not. I'm just mindful of people, I guess. So I hope not to do that. But also I'm mindful of my girlfriend, and she wants curtains. So I will be. Well, we've got some children around here, so they don't care. Not mine though, but the neighbors have children that are. Let's say I can hear them from time to time, and I can hear them running, especially the ones above. But it's not like I'm complaining. This is part of it. That's okay. I've lived in worse environments. So I want them to. I don't care. I want money for him ideally. So we'll list him for loan, and Kulovic can go out on loan at this point. Performance, B rating, don't care either. The dressing room atmosphere dropped quite a lot. That's probably because somebody is really annoyed by the lack of improvement in training facilities. Yeah. Lancaster's trial finishes. He doesn't want to have to do with the club anyway. So how many trial spots are there available? Oh, there's already. So we could get the wage at this point for him. They want him for another season. So this doesn't cost us anything. Now there's the thing. Yes, we avoided relegation playoffs. I'll just open it up for you just for a second. The rest is already aware at this point. This is how it went down. It was that close. Seriously, it was that close. It was down to goal difference at the last match. We lost the last 2 matches. So we barely made it. But on the other hand, we made it. So I call that, in case any one of you is aware of that reference, probably a few older guys are in here. I call that a win. And yeah, in case you're not aware, go watch the first season of Firefly and then complain later on that there is no second. I'm still annoyed by this 15 years afterwards. So I want money for him at this point. We can probably find another loan move for him in case it's necessary. I don't care about his playing time really. Sure, I want him to develop, but I want the money. So let's try this. And they will probably withdraw the offer. But we can just make another one later on, or find him another club for loan. Hopefully we can get rid of him, and if we don't, well, we're talking about 6 euros a week. But what often happens is that I don't get a fee for the player. But these fees, this is one of the things, by the way, that annoys me about Football Manager. Those new meetings. Can you disable them? I do not have a problem with the frequency. I have a problem with the fact that a meeting is suggested. Just give me the summary to inbox. Half of it is crap anyway. I don't want to have 5 different screens. This is 1440p. There's enough space on the screen. I can have all of it displayed at once. This is not a tablet or a phone. Don't give me a user face for a phone. So, Lancaster's gone. Yeah, cool. Do we have trial spots though? Let's see. So, that's seriously something that annoys me. Like, really, seriously. I have no idea why this happens. So, this is our short list of English candidates. We have some in on trial anyway. Others might have rejected it or were unable to accept it because, well, because we have a maximum amount of trial lists. But these we don't know shit about, and these are really young, and well, we can filter by game appearances too, right? Let's do that. Where is it? It's not general, it's stats general. Game appearances, there we go. So we want them to have made some appearances at least. Also, it's really great that you cannot type in this field anymore, but I complained about it yesterday, so no use doing it once more. So let's offer these a trial. Sure, some of them are already on trial with us, but we need English players going forward. It's just what the club wants, and who am I to judge? So let's offer them some trials, and maybe there's somebody in there that is, I don't know, a hidden wonder kid and for some reason willing to play for €6 a week for us. There's a few Oh, now they want Augustin on loan and they want to pay for him. Fantastic. Thank you very much. €15 a month is much more than I could have wanted for him. So we will accept this. He will be out for a second season out on loan. Doesn't care. And neither do I. Simon Larson. I wanted to get rid of this guy, right? So we also have a youth squad that is full of trash. And that's entirely on me. And from any perspective. I just signed them because I thought, well, who cares? I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. This season we signed 3 or 4 people and the rest of them can go. Youth prospects are just shit. So I don't sign them. They are a giant waste of money. And this is a perfect example. So this is not a real guy. I can talk trash about him all day at this point. This is a regen. And thanks to New Gen Pack, he's got a decent face. But overall, if you look at these stats, he will not make it anywhere. Not even in 10th league in England. He's a bit pacey, that's it. So I'm willing to part with him. And nobody's willing to take him. Nobody's willing to take him. So we cannot even transfer list him because he's too young. So about the training, about the defensive positioning and so on, no, I don't care. Also, I think this is one of those that complains about too much workload in training. As soon as we put him on individual workload, yes, like 50 billion times, like or mega billion times if you allow that pun. I did. Both by the way, senior as well as how's it called? Minor? No. Yeah. So Jonas Pedersen is similar probably. Yeah. Well, he's one of the newer. He still has his egghead. I tried to do this at the start of the stream. I gotta look into it. I don't know. I botched it. He will have another phase for next stream. I promise you. I will take care of it. So, but he's one of those that we signed. Why did we do that? He's shitty too, but he's got a decent personality, and we need a basis for a decent personality for the squad. So we're talking youth squad here, and I just want him to age. I want him to be 2 years older, still fairly professional, and for him to be able to mentor in the youth squad one of the other guys. And if you don't do that, because you usually don't mentor your youth squad, do your youth squad yourself, well, you're missing out. Because you can have a decent sample of players in the youth squad that already come into the senior squad with decent personalities. They have 3 years on their hand, might as well improve their personalities there. So That's what I'm going for here. And also this is the wrong role for him to train in. He can be wingback on attack duty, not that it matters. He will not develop into anything. So let's give him long throw training, just for funsies. Harry Warwick is not a good free kick taker, I disagree. We have no good options in the squad, not left-footed. And then there's some other instructions that are really not worth the time. It's always the same and it's always a bad advice. Yes, you might as well, I don't know, listen to your local bank representative about investment advice. It's the same with our stuff. There's the odd good thing in there, but usually it's crap and I don't know, all over the place. Cool. He's right-footed, so that means he would need to play here. Fairly professional, which is good. Runs with the ball down the right, which I don't care about because he wouldn't play on the right. But that anticipation, composure, and stuff is really bad. Like I enjoy the pace, but that's about it. So this is youth material to me. Also fairly susceptible to injuries, so yeah, €6, not more. Ah, he's too young. Cool. Next. McLaughlin. There's the odd player that is willing to go with it though. But not this one, because I will not try him. Max Scott. Well, that's much better than I expected. So there's somebody that will replace Wickberg, if I see this correctly. Let's compare him to Hagedal though. Yeah, that's because that's a usual wage for this league. This is how much they expect for a squad player in this league. So they want to be squad player. They want to have €100 plus in this league. No, our striker wanted I think 300 when we signed him. So you missed it back when I went with the outlandish wage for us. You missed it. Now you only have the story. But yeah, they tried it. That said, this is overall jumping reach and strength are lacking for central defender. I don't care about the stamina. The rest is decent to great. This is a good trait for him to have. Really, he just needs to do possession passes all day, so that's good. This stuff, yeah, composure is lacking, but otherwise positioning is really good. Marking is crap. Heading is crap. Well, the combination of jumping reach and heading is concerning for central defender. Gotta be perfectly honest with that. He's not under contract. So the question really is at this point, how devastated is this 20-year-old guy that he cannot play football? And I'm willing to go with very. Fuck. So this is too much. We can agree to this, sure. This happens from time to time. We agree to these non-contracts, get them into the club, and hope to offer a better contract later on. Better for us, not for them. So there's two ways to go about this. I go with the youth contract here and maybe it fails. He considers that so close though. But we will probably need to sign him on a non-contract. That or force him into a youth one. I'm not sure what we're trying to do here. This implies that we might stand a chance though. So we will shortlist him for the other shortlist if this doesn't succeed. If it succeeds, we've got a really cheap youth player. There we go. €140 per week for anyone else, and we have him for 5. And I don't consider him a fullback at all, for obvious reasons. But as a centre back, Backup option? Sure, why not? For €5 a week, whatever. He's also fairly professional. That's fantastic. And I can happily put him into the mentoring group too. Doesn't matter if he changes his personality, because he's not worthwhile long term. Probably. He's not tall enough. This jumping ridge will not get 19 anytime soon. So he'll end up 11 or 12. Maybe this changes. Also, off the ball movement, dribbling and crossing are 1. Yeah, that's not required attributes for a central defender, but a bunch of 1s always implies a lack of potential. So I'm not too worried about this guy. But for €5 a week with that personality, sure, come in. You can make the odd appearance. This is... I'm not sure. If I get promoted one season, the entire circumstances change. My wage budget right now is already 3.6k a week. I can definitely afford better wages from the perspective of the chairman. I cannot afford better wages from the perspective of the financial well-being of the club. The chairman is stupid in that sense. I can already do that. The wage budget is on me. This is my problem, not the chairman's problem. And this is rather easy to see. If I put the wage budget on, if I use the entire 3.5k or something, we will need to play Premier League or Second League club every single time in the cup to break even. So if that doesn't happen once, we will go down financially. And all of a sudden we will have a wage budget of 1.5k. So why not adhere to the wage budget immediately? Because this is sustainable for the next 10 seasons. I can deal with this. And if we meet expectations and hit the odd cup game from time to time, get more money in, we might as well increase it slightly going forward, but slowly and steadily. And I've already I can probably show you at this point. This is probably what you're looking for. Don't tell me I didn't increase wages, because I did. Not to the degree that maybe you think is reasonable, and we can have different opinions on that, but I did. So to everyone out there that I'm not growing this club, I'm growing it slowly and steadily, and it works so far. Yeah, the wage budget overall is really good. It's not a problem. The chairman trusts us with this, and he has no requirements to speak of. Just avoid relegation. So yeah, we can definitely splash the cash if we want, but I don't feel inclined to do it. Yeah. That's also this is really fun saves too. This is fun too. It's just there is no way to do it. So you deal with what you have. Okay. Yeah, but if you get frustrated from that small stuff, seriously, Football Manager is not the right game for you. This is about the long term anyway. We've got 11 viewers willing to stare on basically browser pages and look into my ramblings about players. So you're probably not prone to it at this point, or you find something in it. Anyway, what do we do with this guy? Because the trade is fine. I would not employ him as a shadow striker, probably. Well, Popple. First of all, lol. And second of all, I mean, how far off is it? Now, keep in mind that we're trying to represent Ytterhogdals IK in a good light, right? But on the other end, probably half of the players get taught how to how to work in agriculture and how to plant potatoes. So I don't know. Yeah, anyway, this English guy looks decent, right? Even if we don't play him, he looks like good business if we get him in for cheap. That's the. I had a. I was the so this is details about me in personal life. So this has nothing to do with Football Manager. He wants to be important player though. Sure, let's go with it just for a second, and the coaching team will not get improved. So yeah, I was called there previously in my life because I ran around in my youth, I'd say. But at 20 something, I was the one with the black coat in my social environment. Not the only one though, but I had one, black leather coat, an old one. And given that I'm from Germany, no, it had nothing to do with certain aspects of German history. So yeah, but I was told that I should do as a guru for some sort of I don't know, religious stuff. But my religion is football, maybe. That's not true either. My religion is management, probably. That's really sad though. He gets the crowd going. Great. Why do we care though? Is this something that's worthwhile? Can you explain this to me? So, gets crowd going. Does this result in so I will not hire this guy with pace 4 and acceleration 5. But does this result in more supporters showing up? Because one more season ticket is a lot of money for us. Yeah, I'm praising my truth through Twitch. Plant more potatoes. Travel to Ytterhogdal. Help them. There's nice lakes there. Seriously, it looks nice. I've never been there. I should probably at some point. They will think I'm completely insane once I show up there. Everybody will be like, okay, I don't speak Swedish, but everybody will be like, what's the internet? Something like this. 18-year-old target forward. Well, finally, this is still shit. Yeah, sure. I guess so too. Really, seriously. They will probably be, I wouldn't say I expect them to be happy that somebody promotes their village, but they will probably be, I don't know, interested in it because they don't expect it. In a more neutral sense. So if I were to live for 20 years and somebody came around and said, you're famous on the internet, well, not really famous, but you're slightly famous on the internet with a subset of people from all over the world. Some of it from England, some of them from Sweden, and the odd guys from, well, I don't know, United States even. That would be somewhat interesting to me. So this trait isn't even that bad on him, but as an 18-year-old with no good personality, jumping reach is decent with 14 though. And he would be cheap. Maybe. Is he under contract? He's not. Problems with injuries. No. Okay. So, Mr. Pollock, sorry, but you may have to leave. We don't know yet. And this will go on like this. We will look through trial lists. Please not. Please not. And if you do, you might as well include the streaming URL. Yeah. They will be like, first of all, this is English. What the hell? Second of all, he's been talking shit about Ytterhogdal for an entire, I don't know, 200 hours now. Can we somewhat get, I don't know, We should probably ask a lawyer about this. This cannot be fine. We are about more than potatoes or whatever they plant up there. So yeah. Yeah, someone get a village lawyer, exactly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Seriously, I'm so sorry. Hopefully they take it with some sense of humor. I'll go with a German one next. That's far easier to sue me in this situation, or maybe they sue me for including the Norwegian stadium in the thumbnail. Yeah, they always say Germans have no humor, so we got that proven at this point. This is not true. We've got humor. You just might not like it. There's a lot of recommendations here. This is not that bad. He's from Palestina. No, he grew up in Sweden anyway, so he's a imported foreign guy, or however you want to put it. His finishing and dribbling are really bad. But that's the creative option we might be looking for. How is he as a register? Not that great. But this is a decent option. Until we see his wage, and then I don't know what I'm looking at. Why? I don't care. We cannot afford this, we will not afford this, we will not do this. Lüneburg. This is the stuff that the club, the scouts come around with. I don't really care as long as the wages here aren't great. Yes, I know they are not reliable, but it's a waste of time. This is not good enough. If I look at that acceleration, it will not be 11. No. So have fun with Delcourt. I don't care. August Bergström. I think I remember you. Yeah, he's always around, I'd say. There's you remember Turbjörn, right? The ball-winning midfielder, the young guy that we sold on to Trollhättan. He wanted 240, according to this thing down here. Like it was a dark red, the darkest red available, and we signed him for €6 a week. This stuff is way off sometimes. So that's probably down to scouting, but it is way off sometimes. So it's very worthwhile if you find a player that looks good to you to try it. So this guy doesn't look good to me though. But the trade sample is decent, and I think he played the league. No, he's first division elite even. He didn't play, but he's material he's young material, right? He's 22. He will be out of contract with his club. He is with the reserves, so he has very different expectations in life. But this stuff, this is what potential looks like. Because their youth intake is much better than ours. Problem is, he's already, well, fringe player is fine though. He might make the odd appearance. And then it comes to wages. And now we will walk away and shortlist him. And offer him a trial. Cool. Because I want to keep him around. His mindset will change going forward. We had that with Puget. He wanted €300 a week and now he's on 15. He dives into tackles. That's not bad for him. He's aggressive. He's got good tackling. Overall though, this doesn't look like a good option. For the youth maybe. Can we sign him for the youth? We will not guarantee you to find a loan move. You might not be good enough to find one. So in that case, you might need to stay within the youth squad, and that's fine with me. And for that money, we will probably get you forced into the youth. Yes, I realize he's fairly loyal, but he has better potential than the rest of our youth squad. So that's fine. Come on, don't annoy me. Okay. We're getting close to a deal. This is the best negotiations of them all, by the way. If he declines, well, I wasted a lot of my time, but I don't think he will. Sure. Thank you very much. Welcome to the club. So, is this a good signing? No. But he has a decent trade. We can develop him as a ball-winning midfielder at other clubs and probably sell him on. So this is about business. I don't think he will make it in the club, but so it's about business. Oh, they triggered an extension clause for him. Well, and all of a sudden he earns 120. Well, good. He will be on trial for a week, an entire week. Great. Whatever. So we'll wait for the other 9 trials to finish. I think we had a look through these already. These might be the old guys. And, well... yeah, sure. And what we'll do is we'll go back to the shortlist. Did they finish now? Yeah, it's Wednesday. So they must have finished by now. Did they? Yeah, anyway, they should have left the club. So, we're going with shortlist. And we will fish another round. With the ones here. So, but we will try first to go with those that are unattached. Look at that. There's some additional players available here. And probably most of them are perfectly willing to come in for trial. Exactly. No, the stuff about the low salary you don't tell them. You tell them this is me being sarcastic about management. But this is my experience overall in work environments. So what I tell them is the following. So look, you didn't make it in the last club. I'm not sure if this is fair. I think you have big potential, despite them not having potential or being really world-beating right now. Doesn't care. I don't care. You have good potential. So going forward, I think you can make it in this club, but you need to work hard. And we cannot afford right now to offer you a salary, given that you didn't prove it to us just yet. So I would need you in this work environment to show me for a year or two that you can really be a good influence on the squad and be capable to push us forward. In case you do that, I'm very happy to offer you a competitive salary because we will have it going forward. So that's the concept. If you're willing to go with this and accompany us on our journey, we're a big family here that tries to achieve something together. You're very welcome to come in. And that's how it goes. And usually, people accept that kind of stuff in real life too. So you probably don't come in for political critique here, but nah, that's over the top. That's over the top. You want to keep them. You want to keep them on a certain level. You don't want to lie to them either. You might have noticed I don't lie there. This is really what I'm doing. But what I'm omitting is the fact that 90% of them will not get a great contract because either we will loan them out, or they will not make it, or we need to resell them on. So for 90% this is bullshit, but it's still the truth for most of them. This is great. So we've got another 6 years with our goalkeeper. Fantastic. Also, seriously, who cares about goalkeeper fitness anyway? Because the only physical attribute that they rely on is agility, And even if this is shit, the rest of it will make up for it. So, more or less. But thank you very much for the feedback. Yes, I would have guessed at this point. He has no business being transfer listed. I think he has all the business being transfer listed. He wants to go, he will go. This trial got cancelled. Okay. So we'll bring him another few guys for trial. Hopefully this is not somebody that... What was I going for? Yeah, hopefully these are not players that we already know about. If we know about them anyway, we might as well remove them. But I think this looks like fresher player material. Well, fresh for us, not so much for them. There was one in... There was a few in there. Or there were a few in there. 23, 24. They might have potential to play with us. But, yeah. They should be reliable options at this point to play with us in the league. So, we'll do that. Motala re-signed Eriksson. I don't remember Eriksson, to be perfectly honest. There's players I remember. Jorge along them. And then this guy called Ekström or something. He has a name like this. Who plays for 85 euros a week for Sollentuna. This the guy with acceleration and pace 14 and an overall good sample of attributes. This looks decent. Well, maybe. Fairly determined. Okay. We'll look into these later. There's a few that might be important players going forward. Sure, why not? Well, as I said, we'll look into these later. Our goalkeeping coach extended his contract for 15 euros a week. Well, that's not a reason to be excited, but we need one anyway. Hopefully Sederberg accepts that he will coach himself at some point. So, I planned to stream for 2 hours, now it's 4. It's probably a good idea to drop a message to my girlfriend and ask her if there's anything we want to do for today. I'll do that. So, again with Muteba here, Max Scott. Somebody made an approach for him. Yeah, we made an approach for him too. So, maybe he will not end up with the club after all. Don't know yet. Is there anything else you want to spread the word for? Seriously, I could watch football all day. Well, probably not, because I cancelled my DAZN subscription. So I cannot. But, Paul Coleman needs a 12-week coaching course for Swedish. Most definitely not. The course is more expensive than what we pay the entire youth team. So, no. But thank you very much for recommending this. Seriously, can't we just put him into primary school or something like this? That should be cheap, right? Or elementary school it is. Just with the younglings. Doesn't matter. He will learn Swedish at some point. Or I don't know. Let him call people in Sweden. I'm not sure. Like on the phone. Marketing. So for him, what's the problem here? Yeah, that's only good recommendations about potential. This is a lone player that we signed for cheap. He's on a €6 per week contract, and this has not been going on this stream or well, this season really. I know I never saw the world of football anyway. So, but I'm not willing to pay that much. This to be honest, the the money I pay for Football Manager every year is well worth it overall. It's the playing time is sometimes is below 1 cent per hour, or below 2 cents per hour. I play it a lot, so this is fine. The subscription, no, just to watch ads that I don't want to see anyway. Doesn't matter. So you will need to tell me about the results in real life football, because I sometimes I look up that stuff, and I enjoy watching it to a degree, but this has always been like Football Manager on the primary screen, and on the second screen there's some real life football. I do not do that anymore because, well, there's streaming stuff on the other screens right now, so I cannot watch football at the same time. And even if I don't know, it would distract me. So I don't think that's viable. No, I don't think so. It's just it's not even exclusive to Football Manager. Um, so, but I think this is about the game. Not so much about football, but about the management and I don't know, decision making. That's what I enjoy about it. Not so much the football, which is highly unpopular to say probably on stream, but it always has been this way. So it translates to other games that are similar. Well, I told you earlier. I think role playing games and grand strategy stuff and so on. Also to a degree to roguelites. Um, I enjoy that kind of stuff. I'm the one with for these fiddly games. Anyway, he can probably come back. Look at this. He can probably come back and play wingback for us once Muteba left the room. So he will definitely come back, and he's got enough contract left in him. So he makes 5 games and we extend his contract. That's how it works. There's another few trials that finished. We had a look through these though. Yeah, we had a look through these. So their trials finished, and now I'm not sure if we have trial slots open, because there's a maximum of 30 trialists in the game. So no problem. Sorry. Oh, there. You mean in real life or like in Football Manager? Because in Football Manager there isn't, and in real life there isn't either. But I'm willing to discuss some stuff. Let's put it that way. This is all, well, I don't care. I don't care about this either. So in real life, I would probably be interested in the games by VfB Stuttgart, just because that's where I grew up. But well, I'm not too happy with their recent changes in management, and that got me annoyed. I'm to a degree interested in what the former Stuttgart coach does, Pellegrino Matarazzo, in Hoffenheim, even though I'm not a big fan of Hoffenheim. And well, in Football Manager, well, I would be interested in the odd computer games. Now I get it. Um, well, Football Manager 2024, hopefully with a lot of bug fixes and better set pieces. Seriously though, I think 20 years in as a gamer taught me that being excited about games that might come up at some point is not a good idea. It's so I don't I try not to go with the hype, I'd say, at this point. So I try to be mindful about this kind of stuff and just wait. And this is also true for even for grand strategy games. So I'll use an example here. Maybe not that's probably also an unpopular one, but who cares? I'll go with it all the way. So I played a lot of Hearts of Iron 3. In case you're not aware, this is a Second World War episode grand strategy game, and it adheres to historical accuracy to a degree, but it's from a political point of view, it's really hard, right? With there's some aspects of that environment back then that we do not represent in a game. But I've always been one to experiment with the smaller countries there, and with the high potential ones. So, for example, to play as communist China, it's a really unlikely scenario how communist China ended up historically. Yay! End of season review. So I'd like to do this stuff. So I was to a degree hyped for the arrival of Hearts of Iron 4. And they oversimplified it for my taste. Also, I will not buy this game as long as it takes another 12 installments of downloadable content to have the entire game. So I'd rather wait 5 years and look into it later on. And that's what's going on right now. And at some point it will be available for 30 euros, and I will have a second look into it. But not right now. Yeah, that takes some time. So new arrivals in the gaming world are not that interesting to me. I'd rather look into it once it's been a year or two, which is also absolutely not a good idea to be in a position as a streamer, because you always want to go with the hype, and yeah. But that's not how it works so far. Anyway, let's have a look through the players this season. So Isha came in. We want to use this, right? This opportunity to talk about some of the players and what we expected, and if they delivered it. Ishak. As a replacement for our home stream, we realized that he will not do on the same level. He had a memorable performance when in one game when he ran over the entire pitch. If you saw it, you will remember it. But I don't think many people saw it. There's not that many people in the stadium. Anyway, Hellstrom, really good. I think this is a really good signing and a magnificent capture for the club. Overall, he's a fairly professional player. He's a central defender, and at this point he's star player for us on a really cheap contract. I'd love to keep him within the club for his entire career, because his deficits will improve at some point. I don't know about the potential, but even if he redistributes some of these attributes, this is good. Jumping reach 15 is decent for us, will not improve much, but that's enough. That's okay. If he gets a bit faster, a bit stronger, a bit better at marking, yeah, that's what I do so far, right? But if not for unemployment, I would have never had guessed. This is one of the things that's been in the back of my mind too. As long as you're employed, or as long as you are, you need the blank plate to a degree, to realize what you enjoy doing, and just do it and move on. And you can master another skill in life. You've got enough time to master a few skills in life. I got recommended a comic from Saturday Morning Breakfast cereal. According to this comic, you can master about 11 skills in life. Or 7, or I don't know. It's a decent number. You have enough time to master some skills in life. And if you want to go for a change, just go for a change. But that's a hard thing to do for most people. Yeah. So I realized that I enjoy playing Football Manager, but it's not a viable career choice, right? So for me, this is like free time, spend some time with it, have fun with it, talk to people on the internet. I love to talk to people, especially foreign people. Or no, not foreign people. How do I put it? Yeah, people I don't know yet. It's not about nationality to me. I don't care. So I'm interested in let's say I'm interested in other cultures and so on. That's cool. I always want to learn about stuff like that. but it's not like it's important to me if they come from wherever. I don't care. It's more interesting, like, oh, you eat that stuff. Okay, cool. Oh, anyway, Ngongo, which I probably butcher his name for the entire stream. Gisla Ngongo. I didn't realize he would play. He came in, I wanted to loan him out, we didn't find a loan move. If you look at this, he played 21 games. He will play first team next season. For that wage, yes. We might also extend his contract at this point. So he's bound until the end of the next season. He's only a balanced player. The problem is if I upgrade him right now, he's considered another player right now. Is he part of any mentoring group? Gisla Ngongo is part of the perfectionist group. We have an influential player, the club captain, who is also a right back, who we consider to be a good influence on Ngongo. So we will keep Ngongo as low as possible, as long as possible, for the change in personality. But he will play the first team next season. Anderson. So I was hoping for the perfectionist to improve. He didn't. He's 28. I don't know why I expected otherwise. Or maybe not expected. I was hoping for. But he will not make it. Yeah, but I despise support work. Sorry. this is the worst. I'm a strategic guy, right? There's a reason why I end up with Football Manager. It's got manager in the title. I want to plan. I want to go for decision making. That's I don't know if this is my strong suit. In all honesty, I'm not sure yet. So some people think so. Some people don't think so. And well, a lot of people that I barely know apparently don't think it's worthwhile including this kind of guy in a team. I might not be the easy choice to include in the software development team, but on the other hand, I usually have an opinion on stuff, usually founded in facts. So we can talk about the facts, and I will be wrong from time to time, but as somebody put it in a recent talk about employment, the other person said that in a talk with 3 people. So the person said he isn't wrong usually, because we talked for 4 hours and they realized that what I know about stuff I usually have experience with. So no, I think it has a lot of strategic and planning aspects, but I'm willing to drill to the bottom of it. So to the bottom of it means no front end, but rather back end. And then once you reach back end, it's no longer, how do I put this? It's no longer about implementing stuff. To me, this is conception. So you end up with architecture and so on. And as an architect, you necessarily end with requirements engineering and bad management at some point. So to me, this is not about a certain role or how much I fit into this role. This is about making an influence. I think I'm capable to do that. But the Peter principle at some point will adhere also to me. So I might not be able to go drill all the way down or go all the way up in the hierarchy. And also it's really not about a hierarchy to me. Anyway, Football Manager. We play a game here. So, yeah. He will remain with the club, definitely. Johansson, yeah, low wage, not a problem. Melander, yeah, he played a few games. He didn't play well, but I don't care. He's a 30-year-old on a backup wage. That's okay. Depends on the expected result. So the obvious choice here is to deplete the club financially. I don't think that's okay. So, but you would probably have guessed that. Another case of bad management in Football Manager to me is a failure in risk management. So let's say you stay perfectly fine within the wage budget and the club can afford it, but you offer 50% of the entire wage budget to a single player. That's a failure in risk management, even if you succeed. That player so in the worst situation he's susceptible to injury. That's not good. But even if he has a very low likelihood to be injured, in Football Manager there is no compensation in case so in the game there's no compensation in case the player doesn't play, and even if there is timeline, you might know most of this stuff. So I told you about this earlier, right? Yeah, but even if there is compensation, if your star player gets thrown off the pitch, that's a failure in risk management because you cannot replace him. So I would consider that bad management. It's a failure in asset management, and there's other stuff in there. For example, a failure in management or bad management for me is the youth management I've displayed so far in this save. There's not a problem for me to accept that. It has been shitty. Also, the coaching of our club is substandard. We should improve that, and I might have overdone it with the savings. But I'm not, so I'm willing to go with 30 or 40 euros at this point. But really, it's hard to get these coaches. But yeah, it depends a lot. And also, we already had this debate. It's a multi-dimensional problem. It depends on what you're trying to optimize for, and most of the times you do not optimize for one thing. So money plays a role, but it's not the end of it. You wanna move on, right? You wanna develop. So it might be worthwhile to sign a goalkeeping coach for 200 euros a week because he's a good goalkeeping coach. But what do we expect to happen? We don't have 10 goalkeepers in our squad. Nobody will profit from it, essentially. So it's a waste of money. I would consider that bad management because we don't need a goalkeeping coach to be available for the free players. It's not worth it at this point. On the other hand, goalkeeper is a really central role. So yeah. You can see here some of the former members of the club. Bob, for example. We had some goalkeepers that are no longer around. And there we have Arnold Holmström scoring 19 goals in his first season. We managed to get Manager of the Year this year. Well, it's been 2 seasons ago. And signed a few more players. For example, Muteba, who will leave the club probably at this point. And some other stuff. Al Holmström scored 22 this season. And then, well, we managed to end 11th this season. So is this a trend? I don't think so. But we had the hundreds game management this season. Yeah. That's it. This is not that interesting to us. I don't know what happened to this table. There we go. So we finished 11. Yes, I realize. And we paid it a whopping 300 euros to the squad as a bonus. But a failure in management is very different things to different people, depending on not like transcending Football Manager, right? It's very different things to different people because there's always tactical goals, strategic goals, and so on and so forth, and you cannot lose sight of either of them. So in case I talk a lot about the strategics, I'm willing to wait because time is not that valuable to me. In that sense, if you want to put it that way, I'm willing to spend another season in Football Manager. It doesn't matter to me. I enjoy it. It might be very different for other people because they want to get promoted this season because they, I don't know, have other constraints They have like 5 children that want their attention, and they will not do more than 1 season in Football Manager. So they need a club that goes up, so they can enjoy themselves, and that's perfectly valid. Same with real life. Some stuff doesn't work for wait for another year. I mean, look into the financials of that bank that failed recently, in the United States. They didn't fail due to crypto stuff, reportedly. They failed due to failure in risk management. It's fun economics 101. They failed on. Yeah. But in that case, this is a case of bad management, obviously, and also John Cochrane wrote an article about it that I read this morning, a blog post. It's also a failure of the SEC, it is, or the Fed. I'm not sure. It's different for everyone. It's not only the club that decides it, probably. It's also the fans have a different opinion. There's a huge heterogeneity. No, however you want to put it. People have different opinions on this. So this is a good central defender, but that trade is really horrible. So no. Yasem Sukar. These are real people, by the way. So, well, as a left back, I don't think he will do. And as a center back, I don't think he will do. So, thank you very much, no. I don't know. Do you have an opinion on that with the management stuff? Is there something you would consider bad management or good management in Football Manager? And more importantly, because critical feedback is really interesting. So this is not only directed towards you, Popple, right? Is there something I do on a consistent basis that you would consider bad management? That's really interesting to me. Let me know. He's 30 already. That's the biggest problem with this guy. Also, the personality for a 30-year-old isn't great. Very low suspiciable to injuries. And gets forward whenever possible is just fine. It's okay. He's got the physicals for it. Still. Has them anyway. Let's compare him to Alp for a second. Where's Alp? Yeah. So Alp can go if the other one signs, right? Because he's 28, he's 30. Who cares? Both will not make it to 5 years in this club, probably. He's English though, so also doesn't cross early. In fact, his crossing is really bad. So, but still, on a support duty, positioning is decent. He's got all he needs, more or less. He would want to be a fringe player. Yeah, and there we end. Bye. Brendan Conley. He is not English. Well, he is English in second nationality. Comes deep to get ball, and this overall... Well, he's a ball-winning midfielder. That's okay, but actually he has decent stats there. But I'm not too impressed with him. I don't think this is a viable option. Harry Flowers. We need to include him in the squad just for the name. But that pace and acceleration are not worth it. I cannot deal with another player of this kind. We just released one of these. So no. Nathan Lowe. Yes. 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 Yeah. That's good. That's a nice approach. So, but these things change a lot. There's the club has this club will have No, they will vote for a new chairman, however you want to put it. And voting for a new chairman comes with new expectations. So for now, they want us to avoid relegation and are quite happy with that. The new chairman might toss that around entirely. And in that sense, I did good so far, because we avoided relegation so far. There was a minor, let's say, a bump in the road recently. Half a year ago, we have had a meeting because we were destined to go down, and the chairman wasn't happy with it. So we need to stay clear of that relegation zone. He will call us immediately, and yeah, he's got the attitude to fire us at some point. By the way, to make sure that this doesn't happen, what do you think of this? Well, let's put it that way. If you have a club that has a certain public relations requirement, Mourinho is probably as splitting as employing Zlatan Ibrahimovic. But to me, at least, Zlatan is funny so far. Yes, I realize make a billion. Yes, but thank you very much for the feedback. So this is my thought exactly. I also want to look into injury suspiciability here. He's below average. Yeah, he can do a job. And now I come back to something else. I want to compare him to Korovic, because Korovic is 22, and one player about what? The last game, sure. I want to compare him to Korovic for a second. This guy's way better. So, sure, he's a major improvement. Mentally, physically, overall. If we want to give Korovic the odd playing time on the pitch, we can do that, but now he can develop with us. If we sell Nathan Lowe. The question is, how much am I willing to offer Nathan Lowe? And I'm gonna go with, where is Mitsala? Under M probably, Chris. Under M. Here we go. So mentals-wise, not a debate. This is way, way better. He's good. For us at least. He's good. It's probably worthwhile to compare him to Nila Forsell at this point, because Nila Forsell should have similar mentals going on. Technically, not that much better. Yes, exactly. We can have him on a 7.0 rating, doesn't matter. That's okay, or 6.9 or something. He can play the odd assist. He can score. He shoots from distance, which is really great for a Metsala for us, because we want our Metsala to shoot the odd goal from distance, and he has the skill to pull it off. So overall, this is a good signing, if we can get him for a decent amount of money. And the only thing that I really hate about him is the fact that he is balanced. But running with the ball through center fits the Metsala just fine. If we look into the history, he played a lot of games for Dartford. He was never quite outstanding, but this is also the guy that can play the dangerous pass for Wolfsund up front. Remember, we have a striker up front who can be employed in varying situations. He can probably find some of these, or the other way around, really. These two might pair up just fine. So I talk him strong here. He's a fairly consistent player, and for some reason, he has a lot of weaknesses apparently. But we don't care about the weaknesses. If I look at that tackling, the marking's shit. But the tackling is fine for a midfielder. The positioning is, well, whatever. It's not that important, and also he has free kick taking 12, long shots 12, and technique 10. He can be our primary free kick taker in the squad. This is as good as it gets. So I'm willing to offer him money. Important player will be hard, but I think he can be an important player for us. And now we will witness that he wants 500 euros. Yeah, well. No. Ah, fuck. Seriously, I would have loved to sign this guy at this point. But I cannot afford that. Maybe we can try something like with Wolfsmund too, though. We'll offer him a contract that is much too expensive for our taste. Yeah. You mean something like this? Where's the promotion? Oh yeah, this is only a 1-year contract though. It might be both, probably. It might be both, because with our circumstances. So we can give him a 2-year contract, but giving him a 2-year contract will bind us to the conditions of the contract, and he will not be willing to renegotiate a lower deal later on. The way it works with the lower wages later on, as far as I'm aware, is if they are on a short contract and they want to retain their place at a club, they are willing to reduce the wage requirement. So I need to offer him a contract for 3 months, basically, and then he will renegotiate down for a longer duration, basically for the same money over an extended amount of time, or for a bit of a plus in money. If I offer him this, he will not renegotiate later on. Also, this is damn expensive. When has he been released? He played... He's been released in the summer of 2026. At the end of the season in Rana Rama South. Or they released him prior to starting the season, for some reason. So this is definitely one for the shortlist. But I don't think we can afford this. Now, I'm willing to negotiate here, but we will not get there. 300 euros a week, that's way too high. I mean, so we would need to offer him 350 or something, but I cannot do this. He would be willing to go with this. So to go with that amount of wage, so this is a wage budget cost of 400 euros a week. Let's say we can reduce this by a little bit and it's 350. To get that much wage out of our club for a player like this, I just typed in the budget here, and the amount of money we are that we are able to offer for an important player. If we get a wage budget for 3.5k and we spend all of it, then an important player, if we go with about a third of the budget for important players, can be 291 euros a week. So he's too expensive if we use the entire budget granted by the chairman. And this is an example where I really... This is divisive, right? Some people would say, sign this guy. Now, if this were to be a 19-year-old, I would agree. But at this point, he will not improve. He will probably be really important to the squad, though. But on the other hand, this is a failure in risk management. Well, this is a failure. This is not a failure in risk management. This is a failure in management to a degree. Because from a financial point of view, what we just offered him is, let me calculate that, and I'm not gonna do it on the top of my head. So he will earn about 400 euros a week. He will play usually, so he will earn that money. 400 euros a week times 52. So we're talking 20k. He would earn more than our scouting department and the entire staff of the club together. This is absurd, right? Now you can argue that it's absurd that the rest of them don't earn that much, but we cannot do that. And I'd love to have him in the squad, but we cannot do that. Cannot afford it. At least for me. There's other clubs that can. Clubs below us, even. But what can you do? Jermaine Anderson. I don't think so. So ball winning midfielder. As a ball winning midfielder, he's probably fine, but I want a Metzala in this position, really. And overall, he looks decent. Connor Roberts, he's a fullback. I'm a bit sad now, by the way, about this. So and then there's Justin Donava. He's already 30 though. Man, this is sad. He's really fast. For a 30-year-old. Really, really fast. No. So I will not go there. This will not happen. We will wait and we will have other players in for trial. So, no, given that you're around and are happy to provide feedback for now, is there a position in the squad that you consider it might be very different from my perspective? Is there something in the squad that you consider to be important to change? Should we have a preference for a certain position at this point? Or a certain role? Left winger? Okay. You still miss Bergman, don't you? Yeah, but I can see that perspective. Liljedahl is too slow, right? So you will probably roll your eyes. Yeah, okay. So why is that though? Why don't you like him that much? I'll open him here for the rest. So he plays inverted winger on attack duty for us. Why? What's the problem with him? Okay. Yeah. That's good. That's okay. I can accept that. That's a good reason. To me, he's more of a creative option though. So, you know this Mickey Billion. So, in all seriousness, even though I'm glad that you brought this up, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to the rest of the stream, probably more than you, because to me he's a creative option. He's got good vision. Overall, he's technically fine. Crossing and long shots are bad. Finishing is bad, but overall, he can play a decent pass. That's what he's got going for himself. And really, the decision making is shit. There's no debate about this. This is what's his problem. This inconsistency. He's got a good trait that fits his attributes. So this is fine. With better decision making, he would be wonderful. Give him 3 years and he has that decision making, at least for this league. And acceleration and pace, forget it. For a winger, no. But there's also the stats. And the stats show that once there is a player that is a good header up front, he can have a few assists. 7.27 is perfectly fine for our league. We nearly went up that season. And that was with a lot of problems in defense. Last season, he was really bad. Like, he depends a lot on the one that scores the goals. Look at how that amount of assists, one assist throughout the entire season, will not do. And the problem is, I am not sure if it's his fault. I would run with you immediately and say that it's Ytterhogdals' fault. But I think it might be the problem of the striker. And we resolved that. I agree that he will not develop into much. So we can have another option on the left wing, yes. We can have one. Because I think somebody else as a replacement here is a good idea. So what do we have in the squad? No, there comes the really tricky part. Puget. Would you rather have this guy on the pitch? He's 19-year-old. He is, I think, under mentoring to be a perfectionist slash fairly professional, something like this. You would rather have him on the pitch. We tried. Look at this. This is what he managed to achieve. And no, this is not all 20-minute appearances. He played 90 minutes from time to time. This is what he managed to achieve. So it might not have been Ytterhogdals' problem after all. Maybe it's also with the formation. But I mean, this is a 19-year-old, right? But he's been really bad. There's a few bad performances down there too, and he started some of these matches, and we gave him the entire time. So, do we want to go with him for the next season? We can talk about risk management now again. Would you consider it less risky to go with Ytterhogdals for the next season or with Puget? Well, in case you don't like French, probably Puget is not the option. But exactly, I don't know, and neither do I. But I don't have to have a precise answer. So I'm not trying to put you on a pedestal. I'm trying to put a decision on a pedestal, right? In case I come around in another way. This decision is not easy. I have no idea, to be honest. And there's another thing here. There's a logic fallacy that often comes up in economics, and that is judging a decision by its outcome. We can make a good decision here and have a bad outcome. We can make a bad decision here and have a good outcome. It's very unlikely, but it happens. And Ytterhogdals, I feel, is not a really good decision, but not a bad one. Let's put it that way. I think he showed in this club, we have the statistics to back this up. He showed in this club that he can be everything between really average in a shitty season to really good despite being injured in a good season. So there's some space in between. I do not expect Ytterhogdals to be capable to play 6.4 overall. I don't think he's capable of doing that. He's too good for that. And he's fairly pro. At some point he will find himself mentally. This is the last season he has with the club. So I'm willing to play him as a squad player for at least. Puget? Puget didn't want to leave for 16k. He doesn't show anything so far. We've got a contract extension on him. Seriously, he doesn't need to play with us in the next season. He can go out on loan and showcase his skills somewhere else. He needs to develop. And he might as well do it with us, though. I'm not sure about it. Because the mentoring group, this is part of his development after all. The mentoring group is one for, where is he? Here. There is significant influence of the two fairly professional players for him. As long as he doesn't make it with us, he will be influenced by them. They will not be influenced anymore. Melander and Hellberg. They are fairly pro, they remain that way. Trade is fine too. This is okay, it's not like he costs us any money. But at this point he's no longer a backup option for the left wing, he's just an... it's just about his market value, really. We're not talking usefulness of those in the squad anymore. So we can retain him, we can put him out on loan, doesn't matter much. Well, if he goes out on loan, he will not be mentored. That's part of his a lack of development, I feel. But if all of a sudden he turns, I don't know, fairly professional or resolute or something, well, resolute probably not. But if he turns all of a sudden fairly professional, we might have missed out on a player that might make it with us. And then there's Guillermo. Let's not forget about Guillermo. He's our personal Rugota probably. He's got really great flexibility. And despite being on a non-contract, and despite me saying I don't want to play him anymore, I played him a lot. And that's because the others don't perform. So he's on a 6.6 for the entire season. Really bad performances overall. He had in the same division though, he was already on a 6.98. It's not like he forgot all of that. He just didn't play consistently enough for us. And also I don't think there's any potential left in him. Not that much anyway. We needed to remove half of his crappy traits. So we did that. We spent a lot of money on him in that sense. Because he developed into a player that is less prone to place shots, even though his finishing and composure are shit. Or I don't know. There were I think he played 1-2s. With that attribute sample you cannot play 1-2s. But same here. I'm willing to keep him as a backup, and he's a fringe player slash bench player slash I don't know, something like this for us. But as a first team option I'm not sure. I'll show you what I want to have for... So if it were not for money and interest overall, I would want to have this guy. This is what I want for the left wing. But this is entirely impossible. I cannot afford this guy. I have no idea how Solentuna signed him. And you probably know that by now, Make a Billion, because you've been around the stream for a long time. This is what I'm going for. If I can. But I can't. There's serious clubs that come for this player. And I don't know how we... I have no idea how they pulled it off. I have no idea. Also, I have no idea how he managed to end up with that rating. With Solentuna. This is... Yeah. He's got all we need, right? The dribbling could use a bit of an improvement, but with this attribute sample overall. Also, I hated playing against this guy. Because the entire rest of the team was good too. But it didn't matter. He outran his marker every single time. He just went off. After every long ball. And in our formation, I feel like he would score on the counter like 10 goals. So first of all, he's unwilling to sign for us anyway. Yeah, I will. I actually did that kind of stuff. I will. So let's go there. He doesn't want to come in though, but well, for loan maybe. But what's his role in the squad though? Fuck. What did I do now? He's star player with them already. So we would need to transfer him anyway. Oh. Well, I don't care about a replacement. I will... As you said, 3k installments. So let's go with... there was a thing with 2.5 though. So let's go with 3k installments and... I don't know. Let's try this. They want more for him. I've never encountered this. Okay. I'm willing to offer 5k for this guy. He's 19. Hell. Let's offer 7.5. I never spend money like this, usually. But for this kind of player, I think he's also not susceptible to injury. Oh, come on. He's definitely worth it. Yeah, I think so too. But on the other hand, he might be at the end of his potential. But I don't care. So we'll make an offer for him. Yeah, he doesn't want to. And there's another guy that's a bit worse. You are also blatantly aware of this guy, right? Of Jonathan Jorge. He's older. He was with Tabby. I have no idea how he managed not to score 20 goals with Tabby. With this attribute sample. Or 20 assists or something. I have no idea what they did. And he was unwilling to come with to us due to the performance in the league. That was all that was missing. We went in with a 3.5k offer, I think. And he's perfectly fine as a player. And Tabby sold him to Pitea. So I'll show you once more. He's not as good as the other guy. But if you look for a weakness in this sample of attributes, you will have a really hard time in our league to find one. What's his weak spot? Defending? Great. Doesn't matter. Set pieces maybe. And the traits here, he moves the ball to the right foot prior to a dribbling attempt, that's fine. He avoids using his weaker foot, yeah, that's fine too. And he runs with ball often. That's perfect. He's a good dribbler. He can run with the ball all day. Fantastic. Also, he's got the stamina to pull it off, by the way. Not that it matters in this role. So, yeah. Same here. This is what got accepted last time, probably. So, I would want to sign him too. And look at how far up we went. 9.5k. But he's not willing to join us because he didn't join Piteo for a long time. So maybe we can go with less money now. I don't know. Something like this. Yeah, that's better. This is we can pull this off, right? So I'm willing to go with, I don't know, 4.5k. 5 maybe. Fine, wonderful. So this is 5.5k and then some bonuses that really will not trigger anyway. And if they trigger, we will be promoted. So or whatever. We will have the money if they trigger. But it might be that he's unwilling to sign for us. Also, they have him on a 35 euro contract. I have no idea how they pulled that off. Yeah, that's the thing. I've not long joined my club. We've been doing this forever. So let's try to unsettle him. Usually I don't do that stuff, but we should try to unsettle him and to bring him in. And the thing is, on the left wing, this is the perfect position to talk about this, because on the left wing we have options in scouting. And the other positions, there is nobody available that we know of that is of that quality. So we can have a squad of, I don't know, with 5 players that are perfectly fine for the left wing. And he says, I have no intention of signing to Ytterhogdals, so... Elections will be on 5th of December. Cool. That will take some time. We didn't get him. He's with Chelmsford now. On a non-contract. Seriously? Okay. So he can be retained on the shortlist though. We might make an offer for him later on. So, there's some people here that I don't know yet. Lurkers, which is probably fine with me. But don't you want to introduce yourself? Because, I don't know, that random German guy you've been watching for an hour now. They want 8.5k for him? Great! How much did we offer last time? I forgot. But sure. I'm willing to do that. Say 6k, whatever. This is 6. This is 6.5. Okay, so I wanted to go with 7 here. And now, with the 7k, we will probably not get a deal. Because this is what we usually hear. Exactly. This is it. I have absolutely no interest in entering into contract negotiations with your club under any circumstances. In case you don't know how a no looks like, this is no. So next time, I don't know, you are in a nightclub and you find an attractive specimen of a certain gender you like, and they tell you, I don't think so. Think back of this player. Then you might realize that no means definitely no, and this will do. Yeah. So these kinds of players, they don't sign for us. Well, I'm impressed that we managed to sign Wolfsund at all. I have no idea why this guy signed for us. Probably due to age, but the young guys don't sign for us. They have better options. Connor Dixon. Well. Oh, he rejected a contract offer. I don't care. Fitness coaching. Seriously, I don't care either. We will not find one that way. They want us to sign these two. He's unambitious, he will not be signed. And he's not good enough. And not tall enough. He will not be signed as a central defender. I will not do this. So that's a no to on my part. And goalkeeping coach, there's just one new guy. Definitively not. So we can stop the airport at this point. We will not find one. We'll go on with the crappy goalkeeping coaching and that's it. There's an all-star game. Please don't tell me I have to coach this. Okay, somebody else coaches it. That's good. So one of our players was selected in Hillstream, but I don't care about the game. I had to coach this as manager of the year 2 seasons ago. I really hated it. I had no idea about the players there, and they wanted us to coach that game for some reason. This feels like an international game to me, just worse. Yeah, so some you scramble together some players around somewhere and then expect a result to happen. Great. Who would want to watch that? I have no idea. Not me. A lot of player trials will finish. Actually, does this imply that we have more than 30 trials? What's going on here? This is 27, this is 4, so there's 31 trials. Oh, I have the weirdest idea right now. So, talking about exploits, there's a maximum of 30 trials with a club, right? 30. What if the 30 trials are counted on a squad by squad basis? And given that we can only offer trials for the first team and not for the youth, we can move trial lists to the U19. So now there's nobody in the club on trial. Is this how it works? Is this how you do this, Football Manager? Seriously? Because you cannot be sure that there is a U19 team. Is this how it works? This would be. So at this point we know about some of these players though. So we need to include the knowledge level. So the knowledge level should be. Oh, please tell me we can include this. Scouting knowledge? Wonderful. Is at most marginal. So this includes all of them, and then some get included. Yeah, this is the same. So if we have reasonable knowledge of them, this implies that well, reasonable knowledge is not perfect, so they were not on trial with us. That's it. So we'll go all over the place here and try to offer them trials basically to everyone. Most of them will, well, some of them might reject it. In any case. "29 people. Let's offer them a 2-week trial." Is this how it goes? Probably not. Probably all of them will get declined the trial offer, but it's worth the effort. Yeah, okay. So it's not how it works. But the limit is not 30. I have no idea what's going on here. The limit is not 30. His trial was cancelled. There's a few more guys coming in. I don't know how it counts that, but the limit is not 30. Well, it might be for the first team, but now we definitely have more than 30 trialists in the club. So I don't know what's going on. Brian Castle. Well, okay. We will skip through all of these and keep it coming. We don't know yet, sir. I should probably go through the short list at one point. Yeah, now I'm KG with the media. Thank you for bringing up the training thing every single week. Hi, welcome back. And yeah, I am. So this is, I think I should probably thank, well, first of all, the one that rated me. So that would be Huckleberry Finn, I think. Is he? Yeah, sure. Exactly, yeah. So first of all, I should thank Huckleberry Finn for bringing along some people. A few of them remained. Yeah, we don't know each other yet, but thank you very much. And second of all, probably Veggie. I'm not sure if Veggie recommended the stream to him, but it made the impression to me. Or maybe, well, I don't know. But anyway, thank you very much for coming over. And I'm happy to have you. So also, you came for the most unexciting episode ever. Like, we're doing planning for the next season. And we're in November, and the next season starts in April. So this is like we waste the entire Sunday with this at this point. Also, I dropped a message to my girlfriend, so she says she has no big plans, so she's fine with it. I had to ask management about it. Let me put it that way, because yeah. It's not that often that there's just that big of a viewership. For me, at least, this is big. So I'm happy to have you, and I'm happy to provide some entertainment, if this is entertainment to you anyway, or to chat about things really. So this is how we waste our Sunday, at least for now, or until my management says otherwise. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for. I was just missing the words. Even though I think my English is, I guess, tolerable at this point. I'm not a native speaker, so most of the nuances of better ways to phrase stuff certainly elude me. Robert Jackson, this is all shit. Like, seriously, they are all... I don't care. They don't need to come with to us. Probably Regents too. So they can go. But there will be a lot of other trials that finish. And we will look through these. I should have done this seasons ago, really. So that's what you learn about the management in a specific club. Because we talked about failures in management previously, so I don't know if Popple is still listening at this point. But you could also say that it's a failure in management that we didn't sign that many English players for this squad. Why are there not 5 or 6 English players in this squad? Because the possibility is there, right? We can sign English players all day. We just didn't offer them trials extensively. We have the entire winter to go through the entire English player base that has been released. We can offer trials to everyone. And some of them might even come in. Is this a good fullback? That's concerning to me. The pace 6 is really concerning to me. The rest of it is decent, but the pace 6 will not do. Lancaster's trial will come to an end. Oh yeah, Lancaster wasn't the one we wanted to sign. He's good too, but that's not the one I was looking for. Isaac Fletcher. That's not bad. South Shields. And the runner around north. He's got the strength to play in a real midfielder. Well, on the other hand, he also perfectly capable fit in a playmaker role, right? He's got the attributes to play in a more defensive role or in midfield, doesn't really matter. He's okay. He's not a pacey guy. Doesn't matter though. How much money are we talking here? Also as a striker. Oh, this is not great, but he might make the odd emergency appearance. Now please tell me that you have no idea how much you're worth. Yeah. But thank you very much for offering. Next. Jack Veal. Similar story, right? This reminds me of Malte Ekman. In all seriousness, this reminds me a lot of Malte Ekman. Hell of a lot. And I think Malte Ekman is better. As much as it pains me to say this. Yeah, this is a Malte Ekman type. And we've got enough of these. So, for €6 a week, sure. It's 140 though. Kasper Kruczynski? Polish guy. Second nationality English. Hey, he already is basic in Swedish due to the trial with us. Is there something to hate about this player? Probably not. If I compare this with Muteba, we will probably see that he's better than Muteba. I will not compare him with Alp, because Alp's worse. Mörsnegung and Muteba. Yeah, he's better. Overall, he's just better. So, that would be a decent signing. Balanced personality isn't great, but he's 23. We might sell him on at some point. That though, that is a problem. I will not improve the training facilities, just the German will not agree to it. And then we have another problem here. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Niki Chimina. I mean, the trade suits him just fine, right? This is just fine for him, I guess. But there's some really concerning things in here. First and foremost, the decision making of 4. He's gotta run with the ball, that's all he knows. This is basically, oh, there's a long ball. I don't know what to do. Maybe I should run for it. Okay, I'll run for it. Then he might outpace his defender. After all, he will run with the ball. And then he will probably pass it into goal, because that's all he knows how to do. Oh, he knows what to do with it anyway. Oh. He has an agent. €700 a week. So, no, not interested, thank you very much. Agents. These players, like, how do you manage to get to jumping reach 5 with an height of 180? Also, the rest, well, the acceleration and pace is outstanding. But the rest of the sample is between okayish and absolute shit. He wants to be important player. No. I don't think so. We've got Nagongo. Rarely. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I think he'll barely make it. Next. Jobson. I'm really proud of myself for that one. Sorry. This is the bad influence of my girlfriend, by the way. This is not my usual humor. But, she has bad influence on me, so I blame it on her. The humor has been in everlasting decline since I met her. Okay. And I'll be on the internet for the remainder of my days stating that. So, yeah. We'll see how long it lasts. Kane Jobson. I don't know. He dives into tackles though. I really don't want to have that on a central defender. On the other hand, I mean, he's okay-ish. Oh. I'm not willing to deal with an agent. Miles Cowling. It's a passing machine. More or less. As a Metzala, he will not do. As a Register, he cannot play. We're looking for somebody that... No. No. I will not do that. Jack Wilson. Is this what you had in mind for a winger? Probably not so much, right? But it's not that bad. This is really great. Like, this might be good business. Cool. Not so cool. Yeah, but not €120 fast. So this is okay-ish too, but we've got a better player there. Don't think so. Donna O'Brien Bradley. He knocks the ball past the opponent, which is fine, but not in midfield. I don't want that there. Dylan Morgan. I'm not inclined to say that this is fantastic, but this looks decent. The anticipation is concerning. The rest of it is really great. And really great with an asterisk on it, right? Physicals wise, this is fine. Sure, jumping reach and strength could improve a little bit, but really, who cares? Stamina is really shitty, but who cares? Dribbling, first touch, technique, wonderful. So he can run with the ball, great. He's got the traits for it, great too. So far so good. The long shot, I don't expect that of a winger, of an inverted winger, but if he has it, we can make him shoot all day. Fantastic. He will score 5 screamers a season. That's fantastic. I want this guy in the team now. Finishing is good too. As I said, technique is good. He will pull that off. Anticipation 6, decisions 5, vision 5. So he will not know when to shoot. He will not know when to pass. And he will not see anything but probably the goal. Not much else. Flair is good though. Composure is decent. He can run and he can shoot. So he already knows how to run. Let's teach him to shoot every single time. He's got a skill set for it. Who cares? He can shoot from distance all day. It's okay. I don't want him to be a striker anyway. I want him to be an inverted winger. So now that I talked myself into wanting to sign this guy, he probably is too expensive. He will go with regular starter. Great. Thanks for having this talk. Pilgrim. But he's one of these, so you might not know this, or you might. I really love long shots. I really do. I think everybody does to a degree, but I really love long shots. And goals from long shots. Or out of midfield anyway. This fits our tactic. Let's put it that way. So, he should be added to shortlist. And we will probably not be able to sign him anyway. Rigid program. Also another winger on the left wing. Seriously. I don't know why we're looking at this. Ben Siggers. Fairly determined, great pace, and the rest of the sample is shit. No. I'm willing to compromise on some things, but not in this case. This is not a player we want. Cool. There will be another 10 trials we will look into going forward. Seriously, if you came around for having a look into replacements for the squad, you're in the right place. But there's nothing that will happen otherwise today. We might as well talk about footballing aesthetics and I don't know, favorite clubs or whatever you're interested in. They left. And we already looked through these. So they will be released. Those youth candidates. They are not good enough. I do care to a minor degree about the All-Star game. We can go there, look into it, and that's it. Don't care about the performance. I only want the scouting knowledge on the players. That's what it's for, right? Reno Dobrak. Cool. Still around. Still a decent signing. At this point we might even pay him. But not 100 euros a week, that's a bit much. Scouting. So I think I went through all of these. Why haven't they been removed? Well, in 54 days the transfer window opens, so I want us to be done with transfers at this point. In 54 days. I don't want to do a last-ditch transfer. So, again with the shortlist here, English candidates, there's a few candidates left, right? But, so let's not care so much about the appearances so far. We have a few that we have no knowledge of just yet, that made some appearances and that never made it to a club for trial. Well, this will not stand. Let's see if we can offer some trials to these. Also, there's the first sale of the season. Come on. Dobrev will leave. Another 2 trials, and there's a lot of players that just reject us. It's kind of funny that a lot of these English guys are willing to come over to Sweden at all. I don't know why. Might as well talk to players in Bulgaria or something. Or, I don't know, Spain. They might come over too. Brazilian wonderkid Galuara or something. Maybe we can offer them too. No, well, Norway, yes. Yeah, sure. So Norway's got the well, Norway and maybe Denmark got the added bonus that they might be capable of speaking a language. Finland too, to a degree. I'm not I don't think the languages are that similar. But for some reason, many of the players speak it to a minor degree, I think, the other languages. If I'm not mistaken. You always find a player that is basically capable of speaking most of the Scandinavian languages. But I might be wrong with my assessment of real-world circumstances there. He's fairly pro. Oh, we take him for trial, yes, that's true. They have been signed, great. And they have left. But if I look into this, so let's pick anyone here. For some reason, okay, Voldsund is Norwegian, fine. But he speaks, well, to an extent, that's probably what Football Manager tries to imply here with the Danish on basic. So he's Norwegian, no wonder that he speaks Norwegian. But we'll go through the rest. He's never been to Norway, I think. Swedish and Norwegian fluent though, Danish too. English basic. He's English, who cares? He speaks Norwegian and Danish as well. Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, and English fluent. No idea why. He's never been to Norway. So in Football Manager, at least. I'm not sure if this is realistic. His Norwegian and Danish is good. That's Arsason? Arabic? Fluent? He started his career in Dubai? We don't know where he was born. I think this is a new gen that was generated at a... Well, I don't know. I have no idea. So obviously that's why he... So I realize one thing now. This is why Asason is on such a low wage. He doesn't care about the money anymore. It doesn't matter to him. He spent a season in Dubai. That's how it works. He has all the money in the world at this point. He doesn't care. This is why he's constantly willing to sign for us on a new deal without any real money. Okay, fine. So most of them speak Swedish anyway. That's what I was going for. Alright? let's be creative about this. So obviously these are not English players, and I'm a horrible manager. So this is a failure. This is bad management. Oh no. So we will look into Norwegian players, Norway overall. We will ask Erling Haaland. No, we will not. But we will look into released players in Norway. Oh, that's just November though. Let's ask these. Most of them will not want to come in anyway. So I'm not willing to go through 8 different leagues of released players. But maybe some of them are worthy. And we can do the same with Denmark, really. And probably Finland too, but at least... so Finland, if I'm not mistaken, the Finnish is the language that is highly different, right? From the other Scandinavian ones. And Icelandic, obviously, too, if you want to count that as Scandinavian. Nordish is probably the better way to put it. But I'm not... I don't know. Yeah. Reportedly Finnish is so hard they don't even talk to each other. That's the half of my knowledge about Scandinavia is from. Isn't there a comic like Scandinavia and the World or something? With the people with the nationality kits on and you know, bobbleheads, whatever. Finnish doesn't, right? Finnish is just its own thing. Buried under 10 feet snow. Yeah. Probably 20 feet of snow. But, yeah. And somewhere in there's a sniper rifle. This is Finland in a nutshell. I don't know, I've never been there. They have a really interesting history too. I guess they would prefer not to have one, but yeah. This is really all I know about Finland. Like, there's snow up there, and yeah. Yeah, I think you told me about this previously. That certainly helps me not to butcher every single name in this game. But on the other hand, I try to pronounce them, or I guess it's a force of habit. You start to pronounce them all in some sort of fake English accent anyway. So I will be able to pronounce them like a German, obviously. But it would be highly annoying to all of you. So I don't do that. Yeah. Apparently, we now take all of these on trial. Great. I just thought of the guy that was named Melke Michel. Again. What a last name. That's probably, I don't know, it's not that seriously horrible, but this is probably one of these names where you think about renaming or changing the last name at some point. On the other hand, if you grow up with a name like this, there's many people. Coke Pastor? No. I didn't hear of him just yet. So is this a player in game? Yes, in German there's an examples for these types of names. Yeah. Okay. Oh, player in game. No, I don't know that guy. Let me Google it though. Apparently, Jose Pastor. Well, okay. Spanish striker. Current club Peña Encarnara d'Andorra. Okay, cool. So he's in Andorra though. Don't know if he plays. Probably need the first name. Coke Pastor. He is somewhere in Spain at this point. Oh, former Elche player. At least I know Elche, thanks to the zone. So, yeah. No, it doesn't matter much. Also, this is slightly above our wage. So, yeah. Apparently, we scouted Oliver Swan for slightly, yeah, slightly. I still think Oliver Swan would do just fine with us. No potential left in him at this point. Runs with ball through center, and this is all we want him to. If only he had a decent long shot. But overall, as a Metzala, I still think he's fine. Would he be willing to come back to the squad? Don't know. Yeah, sure. Sure. 46.5k. Here, this is how it works. We take him off of you. You want 30k for him. How about 0? Now we're getting somewhere. And I will offer you... I don't know, 1.5k installments probably. That's it. That's all there is. We have no money. There's some loan players that will return. Well, Tolga Dobrev won't, but... in 5 days? In 5 days, I think they will return. What's with the trial lists, though? Yeah, there's a lot of these in the squad. So, I'm willing to go back to the shortlist. We gotta do this too. We have a general shortlist, the default shortlist. This one is prone to be cluttered with players. Okay. First of all, well, let's start at the very top. We said we wanted to sign this guy, but he was too expensive. And this is certainly reflected here. Sure. Sure. He will be emergency backup for us though. Client doesn't appreciate this. This is too much money still. I realize that this is way below the wage we thought we would pay. But he is not a first team player for us, and as a backup he is much too expensive. So... yeah. So sorry Jake, but no. I'm not willing to negotiate this. Player's interest, yeah, he's slightly interested. Dylan Morgan is much better, but he doesn't have an agent, if I'm not mistaken. He wants to be an important player. We will not play him as a striker though. And then we get into this territory and we're lost. Max Scott, he's signed for Chelmsford, just like yesterday. Doesn't want to negotiate with us. Niels Svensson, I have no idea why this guy is on the shortlist. What is happening here? We can remove him from the shortlist. I don't know. Might have been a worthwhile idea, but he isn't now. Nathan Lowe. I want to sign this guy and I'm willing to offer him 200 euros a week, but it will not be enough. Ha! He wants to be a French player at this point. Well, remember last time we talked to this guy? Last time he wanted to be important player. And now he wants to be fringe player, and all of a sudden the contract demands are much better. So to come back to this, I think we will make a deal here. And I will, at this point, include chief spending offers a popple, if he's got the nerve to deal with it. So, how much are we willing to offer for Mr. Lowe? Chief financial officer popple. I don't know. You told me to spend more on players. This is one of those where we can do it, I think. So he will immediately go up in playing time after we sign him. We will sign him as a fringe player, and we will promote him to being a regular starter or maybe squad player afterwards. But he might as well, yeah. But that's a good idea, yeah. So 100 is probably a problem. We will not get a deal on 100 for him. But what we can do, so here's my idea. What we can do is we offer him for 100. We ignore the 2-year deal here. If he moves on, he moves on. He has no resale value left in him anyway. He has value in him left for this club. He can play until 35 probably for this club. Or yeah, let's say 33. Doesn't matter much. But so there is no other club coming in for him. I don't think so. And if there is one, they will offer money. But what we can do is we offer him a contract. Say we end up with 120, and we renegotiate that and negotiate it down again. So I'm willing to go with a 1-year contract here. And this stuff really isn't important to me. We will reduce this later on. Question is, do we do that now and annoy him? So what we can do is the clause with the league games is always this is more easily accepted, I think, especially with the older players, because they realize that if they've played for a certain amount of time, we can deal with that. Also, we can what we also can do is we are in control of renegotiating. So if we offer him a new contract after he's made 12 games, he might still be willing to go with a lower wage. Yeah, he has no problem with that clause. So we're going with 110 now, again, and add the option a contract extension for the club. Relegation wage clause will wage drop will obviously be included in the next contract if we ever extend it. Okay, he doesn't want that. So I guess we end up with 120. Yeah, we end up with 120, and I will accept this, and then there's one other club interested, and that club is not on our level. Right, unused substitute fees. They might be somehow important to him. Don't be too excited. He will be on a 6.4 rating for the entire season. But seriously, this is an improvement. Especially the free kick taking and the long shots and so on. This is okay. He will not improve much, but for our level, this is okay. Can we... Hello? What is happening? Great. UI didn't react, by the way. He is happy with lower appearance fee. Now he is not. Okay. That's good. So I will not make another offer for... Well, he will be gone anyway. Yorgi I will keep on the short list. Oliver Swan we just made a bid for, but we might withdraw that now. Dirk is already on his way to us, so no use having him on the short list. All of these have transfer arranged. That's probably because they will come in with us. Will they? Yeah. This is cheap stuff here. For some reason, future transfers get included in the short list. No idea why. He decided against us, and I don't think he needs to be on the short list anymore. He's only fairly loyal. This would have been a cheap signing, and I'm not interested. And with this guy, yeah. So this is a center back that runs down with the ball, the right wing, blah 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 blah. He's a winger, really. He's a wing back. And for a wing back, he's decent, but we've got enough options there. Fringe player, maybe. Sure, why not? Be emergency backup though. Too expensive for a backup. So that's it. That's our shortlist. But keeping that English guy on the shortlist might just pay off if he agrees to the signing. So that will probably be the pinnacle of this episode. We sign a Mezzala for midfield who is 30 years old and English. I mean, for the supporters, this is great business. An English player. I didn't expect that. "10 days towards elections too. We might lose our job after all. Elections are always fun." Hopefully, we don't get a new chairman. Hopefully it all remains the same. Well, the way it is. I think we sold... Did we sell Dobrev for a fee? Not funny. Yeah, seriously. I think we can push for promotion this season, at least. If we can improve the squad with players like these. But I don't want to overdo it. Like, and I'm not willing to sign another 10, 30-year-olds. This is no good. But he looks like he could do something. But he doesn't even speak Swedish. So we might need to wait on this. On the other hand, we got the transfer through really early. So, okay. This is probably a common theme at this point, but screw Oliver Swan. By the way, I wanted to do 1 or 2 hours of streaming today. We're at 6 now, so thank you very much for that. Thanks for keeping me company and yeah, having the odd talk. This is great. Should probably do more streams on weekends, but well, there's also other people in my life from time to time. First thing I'm gonna do later on is I'll get some fresh air and I don't know, it's dry outside. Maybe roll around the neighborhood on the skateboard for a few minutes. There's not much sun to speak of in Nuremberg today. It's gray mostly, but all the time in front of the computer. I can have that tomorrow. Same as the sun, really, though. Also, the sun is not very popular with the viewers here. You're in Stockholm? Nice. So, I didn't know that. So that tells me that all my ridiculing FC Stockholm probably didn't go down well with you. Or is there something I should be aware of about FC Stockholm and the other clubs? It's FC Stockholm is one of the smaller ones, right? At least in our save. You couldn't care less. Okay. Well, in that case, but now I know that there's a person in Stockholm that if I ever visit Sweden, I will pay you a visit. So you've been threatened with my company at this point. I'm really good company. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't party anymore. I'm the one to go for a hike in the woods at this point at the age of 37. So yeah. Probably not that many woods around Stockholm. Probably there are, but there's a lot of trial lists. We should go through these. Is this the guy with the long shots? I don't think so. No. This is not the one we wanted to sign. I'm not so convinced of his prospect. Fairly determined center back with no way. Connor O'Reilly. I guess so. Well, not only outside the city, probably throughout the entirety of Sweden. Or Scandinavia in general. There's less population, I guess. Okay. Yeah, seriously, I would... let me put it that way. If I wouldn't rely on... Well, that's bad right now, because I don't have a job right now. But if I wouldn't rely on income, I would probably travel a lot more at some point. He's Irish. We cannot include an Irishman in this squad. This can't work. I cannot fake Irish accent anyway. But on the other hand, this guy's decent. But we've got enough right backs, so it's not about being Irish or not being Irish, in all honesty. Who cares? The thing is, I watched so many movies with Irish accents. I really cannot do it though. This would be the first time I would try to practice it. It really would be. I have no idea how to do this. But I'm a really big fan of movies like Boondock Saints or something. So but I would get it all confused. All of the different English accents. So no, I won't try it right now. I gotta look this up. Seriously. There's I think Scottish is easier for me. Because the dwarves in pen and paper role playing games, they are usually done with a Scottish accent. Or is it? I'm not even sure. But I don't know. You might want to bring me a jug of that ale, mate, or something. I don't know. Maybe mate is an Australian thing, though, right? And also, I have no idea. I would need to look this up. Yeah, that'll be the day. So this is missed potential, right? If I could do accents for every single player in this game and have a multinational accent and phrase them sometimes in their accents, this would be great fun. But I'm not a voice actor, so I don't know. Thanks, Popple. That's it. That's the reason. Um, uh, you're the best. Seriously. In fact, this is not bad as a target forward, right? This is okay-ish, but we don't need a striker anymore. Not of this quality, anyway. Oh, there's a lot of sneezing going on outside. I should probably have a look at some point. So, obviously wrong foot for this side, and at the age of 24 I don't want to re-educate him on playing another wing. But just as a hypothetical, this isn't bad. No, it's not about a string. The spring. I think it's just guesstimating here. I think it's either how do I put this? I don't know what the word is for this. So in German it's Hausstaub, but allergic to dust. House dust mite allergy. Yeah, you're welcome. That was a hard one. So it's literally all the words one by one, just like in Germany. But anyway, I guess it's either this or allergies to washing lotion or something. But it's not for me to judge anyway. She's an adult. She can do that herself. In fact, she probably knows better. Seriously. So, yeah. It's just always if I hear stuff like this, it's always I'm a bit concerned, I guess. Just because she's important to me. That's how it is. This looks like a playmaker type, more or less. Definitely not one for the wing. And well, at central midfield we don't play with a playmaker. Box to box he would probably do, but his physicals are a bit concerning. So Mr. Clasimore can go. Did I look into country? Oh! I nearly overlooked this guy. So fairly determined as shit. At least for me. Decisions and, well, especially the composure could do with some improvement. Let us compare this one to Ytterhogdals for a second. Because I think we might have found someone here. Yes. So, the overall look says that Ytterhogdals is the better defender in the air, and I'm really proud of Ytterhogdals for winning 99% of his headers or something, which he consistently does. But the other guy is the better defender overall. And this might just mean that some of the players we have with the squad might want to leave because we bring in an Englishman. Jess Gondry. Nice name, by the way. He doesn't speak Swedish yet. I do not care. No, I hear her. She'll be fine. Important player? Is this what an important player looks like for us? Maybe regular starter, right? Maybe regular starter. Yeah, well, same old story. Goodbye. But same here. He will go to the shortlist, and after he's left us, we will offer him another time. Maybe we can get him for 100 all of a sudden. I'm glad I went back to this. Owen Robinson. No. Kelly in my... Well, he's got the pace. I want the guy with the long shots though. That would be a really good signing, but we will not be able to pull this off. Joshua Ade. He's got the pace. Overall, this is too spotty to me. Martyr Godo. So I hope this is a joke. Otherwise, I should blame you for, I don't know, whatever feels more important to you. Okay, it's a joke. there's a mockumentary. Well, probably not mockumentary. There's a documentary called Football Manager. How is it called? Football Manager Ruined My Life. The things you see in there certainly make you aware that some people overdo it. There's also this one person that plays Football Manager 2010 or something for like 15 years now. So not him though. Definitely not him. He can... There's no discard list here. He can go. Yeah, that's well, it's an obvious joke, to be fair. Also, especially with that gender composition, I guess. I don't know about. Well, okay, this is probably not possible. Playing 2010 for 15 years. Sorry, I made that up. But there's a story online about a guy that plays some iteration of Football Manager since like forever, because he didn't want to leave his save. In that sense, a rolling release of Football Manager would be great. But I don't think it. No, it's not possible. That would be great, right? Rolling release for Football Manager. Just do the bug fixing. I'm willing to pay €5 a month for the bug fixing. Do it. And the new features, really. That's okay. Do a rolling release. I don't care about the new database anyway. Jay Jones. Who are you? Apparently he's on a shortlist. Oh, he's on the English candidates shortlist. He can be removed. He's got a contract that expires in 6 months. I don't care. I don't know this guy anyway. Oh, Solantuna are unable to extend Nordenberg's contract. Well, but seriously, we had a winger with 12 points of long shots. Yes, as I said, rolling release. That would be much better. Well, the continuous updates, but with a rolling release, you gotta adhere to what the fanbase wants, to a degree. Because with so you can hide what what will be part of the next iteration of Football Manager and how good it will be if you release it yearly. But with a rolling release, there is no reason to keep features back, and that might be to the detriment of the company sometimes too. You can see that with a lot of the features that get included in EVE Online, for example. EVE Online is on a rolling release, and this is good, I think. For the player base, this is great. But it also means that a lot of stuff, well, isn't it? That's how you call it in a Linux environment, right? It's a rolling release. Rolling release just means that you push out your update. Like, I don't know. There's a patch going on, fine. Toss it alive. It's all right. And but this means that how do I put this? You need quality assurance You need testing and that stuff to be on point the entire time. You only test for the increments, and well, there's a difference between minor updates, major updates, and patches. Oh, I fucked it up, but whatever. Semantic versioning at its core, and you can do that with any software. And if you roll out once a week, it's called a rolling release, or whatever, once every 2 weeks, whatever suits your development cycle. So yes, yeah. Well, yes and no. CI, continuous integration, or CD, continuous delivery, is more about the technical aspects. It's or about ops. This is what you're referring to as part of development operations, right? So this, at its core, this is what development operations is about. But you cannot have an infrastructure or a development model that doesn't fit a development team. So even if development operations, in case it exists, sets this up that way, it is hard if the team doesn't adhere to this standard. So if they are used to something else at SI, even though the technical aspects might be available, there is a problem that the team doesn't work that way. Because, I don't know, they need 12 months to test feature XYZ. And they are not able to get this out of a yearly schedule. But that doesn't mean that the rest can't be on a rolling release. For example, the patches or something are probably on a rolling release to a degree. They will not have a certain date in their sprint interval that a patch needs to be deployed at. On the other hand, there are certain circumstances, like with player database and updates and so on. They cannot release it whenever. Players expect the database to be ready once the game gets released. The database cannot be 4 weeks later, so that doesn't work. Yeah, but in a lot of software environments, rolling release is the way to go, in my experience. But I've not been in that many companies, so let me put it that way. My previous employer kept the rolling release going, despite being on another release previously. Well, there was no release got you to speak of. But a rolling release is great for everyone involved, overall. Because you can't just go with it's done when it's done. Just adhere to Blizzard's. That's one of the things that was good about Blizzard Entertainment. Well, previously probably. But if it takes another week, it takes another week. Who cares? It's better to have quality on live than to include another bug because your schedule demands that you release right now. So don't release. And if there's something that you fixed and you are certain it is fixed, release it now. It doesn't matter if it's Tuesday or if it's Thursday. Well, okay, it matters to a degree. Don't release on Fridays, but you know. Eric Vidane has been recalled and released. David Bjornsson got released too. We will immediately offer him a trial. He's a former player of ours, so no fee. Shabanach we will definitely not get back. He isn't good enough at this point, I think. Fairly pro though. Bergquist's contract expires. He remains at the club on a month-by-month contract. That's good. We release. Yeah, we then leaves. And there's the trialists that leave. Okay. Will we go through these? So the recommendation is to delay the decision for every single one of them. There's staff. Youth contracts. They are expire at the end of the year. Whatever. And there's a few lone players that have returned. And Mr. Nathan Lowe. is willing to sign for us. Will we do this? Yes, we will. And he will make the first team immediately. In case he doesn't get injured. Well, this is great. This is off to a great start here. Wonderful, Mr. Lowe. I don't know. I would need to check with Steam chart. But there's probably an aspect of both going on. So, the thing with Football Manager is you don't get very far in I don't know 2 weeks. So I guess there is a certain amount of players that play it for I don't know 2 to 4 weeks after they bought it and then don't touch it anymore. And then there's the normal players, like those that play it for 2 years. And they don't care when it's released. They might care about the database or about their club to a degree, but it will be no gens after all. And this player base plays it on a very consistent basis. So in that sense, a subscription model would be just fine for Sports Interactive. But the problem is, if you change to a subscription model, all of a sudden the subscribers expect patches for that installment of Football Manager. And this might result in problems moving forward. Because, I don't know, we let's say 50,000 people play for, I don't know how many it is, really. But let's say 50,000 people pay for Football Manager $250 a month. That's a decent amount of money. You can do something with it. But all of a sudden, these expect to have patch support there. On the other hand, you can do some mental accounting there as a company. So this personnel is responsible for the patching because there's still subscription going on for this stuff. And if it is Football Manager 2015 and the subscriptions are enough, well, okay, let's patch this. So this for a rolling release, not a problem. They will not update the database anyway. Doesn't matter. But they will fix the bugs. And hopefully the code base is the same anyway for most of these games, so yeah. In that sense, I think it's a viable decision. But really, I'm not employed at SI, so I don't know what's going on there. They probably know better. Or at least I expect them to have, well, personnel that knows better. On the other hand, I've seen software development so far, and well, you know, management and software developers, they might not get along every day. So different opinions, different metrics. I don't know. He might make a comeback here. He's, by the way, a decent left winger, but probably not good enough for us. I want that English guy though. Where was he? I seriously want that guy. This one? This one. No, not this one. This one. Not this one. There he is. This is the one I'm talking about. I want this guy. I want him to be within the squad. Forget about Ytterhogdals. Dylan Morgan is our priority now. If we can help it, that is. Because there's other people that hunt him. Hopefully he comes in for a deal. Or we offer him another trial, really. But I cannot offer him 400 euros. Also, by the way, it's really funny that we We really go for the English players at this point. Yeah, I agree. This is, by the way, this is 1st of December, so the stream's been lagging. Oh, lagging. No, is it back? Hello? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's heavy lags. I'm sorry. So this is it's just my hardware. No, no official offer possible. We will look again on the 7th of December. I think it's 1 or 2 weeks that it needs to process until the player is willing to renegotiate. So let's do this. Isaac Augustin will be out for loan for an additional season. Okay, so there's some financial / squad management aspects that we need to deal with immediately. First of all, I've got a question. Alright, I said that. I guess, I mean, I'm lying to my players all the time. Why wouldn't I lie to my audience, right? If you want to have it that way, sure. We'll go for promotion this year. I'm on record now. We'll get promoted this year. And if I fulfill that promise, you will not know what to make of it. Because that will be the first time that I fulfill a promise on stream. So, there you go. Have fun with it. So we're willing to get rid of Kulafich on loan or as a sale. We extended his contract though because we think he's got potential. Let's offer him to clubs. Not necessarily transfer list him. And see where it goes. Anton Ishak. Do we rely on him? Not necessarily. He's cheap though. On the other hand, if somebody came in and wanted to offer for him, yeah, that reaction came a bit late, but I guess the stream is delayed now. Sorry. I will offer him out, just to see if there's offers for him. Harry Rorick is not a first team member of the squad. He's an Englishman though, and this club is in love with Englishmen apparently. So we might want to keep him for a second season. On the other hand, if we can, well, I don't know, we need an improvement for this position to a degree. So we will offer him out to clubs too. Pugue is an easy one. I want him to go out on loan. We've got, in worst case, we play Guillermo there. I don't care. But let's offer him out for loan. And I want money for him. I'm sorry. It's probably a good idea to wrap up the stream anyway. And in case you want to give me a new CPU, just think about the fact that I need an entire new computer too. So that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Guillermo's on a non-contract, Ostrom can go. Seriously. Get him out on loan. Or maybe even on a permanent basis. He will not make it here. I'm sorry to say this, but this is absurd. I shouldn't have given him a place in the squad anyway. Vorlin will stay. but in a slightly different role. In this one, to be more precise. And he needs a bit of defensive improvements, but overall, that's all there is to it. I don't care so much about the off-the-ball movement, that's okay. He can play for us, and I will constantly miss him because he's somewhere in the midfielders section. But we will try to play him as a wingback. That's okay. So there is no ball-wing midfielder here. We will go with Metsala in this position. And this will be away. Great, there's the bug again. Fantastic, I missed this. Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe this is how it's intended to be. But Nathan Lowe will be here. Oh, 3-star player. Well, what happened there? He will be Metsala, yeah, that's true. And so what's his big weakness? None. But we will train him to take the free kicks. Because maybe he can get a better quality here. That stuff with the blue highlighting that is retained. I don't know if I can reproduce that. There we go. So if you remove a tactical instruction, all of a sudden there's a blue highlighting like you just drag and drop a player, or like you just highlight a position, or I don't know. Yeah, I'm not even sure if this is a bug or what it intends to do. I have no idea what a blue highlighting means here. Everybody probably capable to play central midfield, but it's not highlighted once you open the menu, and it remains that way. This got introduced with last patch. I have no idea what this means. Maybe it means something, but I don't know what. And this goes away, by the way, if you... I don't know. Now it's gone. And if I open this position again, it's not there. Usually... No, it's also... I don't know. It might be significant for something. But I don't know what. So maybe that's on me. Anderson will remain at the club as a captain, as a probably bench captain at most. Boltigord Blom is our... thanks. What's seriously, I have no idea what's going on there. It's not about being right. I would be glad to learn what this means. But for now, it feels like a bug. I'll probably complain too much about bugs on stream anyway. So, Lukas Johansson is also part of a mentoring group, also really cheap. Bengtsson. Let's compare him with Warwick for a second. Cause this is a hard decision. Who's better? We cannot go into the season with both. So obviously Tielander will be around. Tielander is first choice. Don't tell me that one of the two is cheaper. They are both a steal. One's 20, the other is 26. Warwick has a really decent finish, by the way. But speed-wise, lacking. Bengtsson, on the other hand, this guy's fast. So I can probably see what Mika Billion thinks of this. Yeah, it doesn't matter much. Will we go into the new season with this guy? It might mean that we lose Warwick though. Well, we might loan Warwick outright. One speedy boy, that's it. Nice way to put it. Yeah, so you want to see Bengtsson next season? I'm willing to adhere to it. That's okay. We might even rename him into Speedy Boy. Oh no. I would need to do this for the entirety of his career. Call him Speedy Boy. I'm not sure if this is okay. You want to see him next season? Fine. Given that you've been around the stream for a long time. Let's do this. I do not promise anything just yet. Where's the damn menu to... We can give him nicknames, right? Set nickname, there he is. Who doesn't want to pronounce Bengtsson all the time? Poor Jonathan. Obviously it is like this. But we can, so Speedy, we cannot say boy with a Y. Now, why did you put it like this? Because it's meme stuff. Alright, we'll go with it. Speedy Boy with an I. There we go. This is it. So, one Speedy Boy for you two. And we will include him as a backup option. This is where I start selling nicknames for emotional dividends. Speedy Boy Bengtsson. But yeah, well, but can we do both? No, I don't think it's too long. Oh, where is he? So now he's called Speedy Boy all of a sudden. I think up here it shows Speedy Boy right now, and in information he's still called Jonathan Bengtsson here. It's not like he loses his nickname. But sure, we can edit it, I guess. Something like this. Is it Bengt's son? No, it's Bengt's son. You've got it right. So we can even do it like this. Jonathan. Like this? Hopefully that's fine with you. This might be a problem though. Okay. This is really hard. Yeah, I got it. Fine. You cannot jump through words with control here. Like this. There we go. Is this a real player, by the way? No, I think this is a new gen. So we can call him Speedy Boy all we want. Good. He is perfectly capable to replace Tillander, I guess. Yeah, on a match-by-match basis, definitely. And now Warwick can go. Did we already offer him out on loan? I'm not sure. Ah, finally. Maybe somebody wants him. He might earn the club some... Seriously. Well, I don't care about his playing time. Not that much. It's actually it's funny that that probably exists. So I'm not so in line with streaming though. But is there Football Manager streamers that sell the player names, like the nicknames for the players? Is that a thing on Twitch? I realized that this happens on Twitch for. Well, I know it from Filthy Robot and the Battle Brothers characters. I think he sold those names for donations. So I'm confused. For channel points, okay, I don't know what channel point. So channel points is if you stick around the channel for a long time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's a good idea. Yeah. Not a bad thing. Yeah. But for channel points, I think we need 5 additional followers, and then I think you need to be an affiliate for that. I have no idea. Popple, you're the best. Thanks for the advertisement. Cool. If you see this on YouTube. Yeah, I should probably stop that. But recently, I don't know if this is any of you, but I got a comment recently about club finance on YouTube. Somebody watched the episode and, or not the episode. Nobody watches the entire episodes on YouTube just yet. But there was somebody that commented on club finance on YouTube, on one of the videos. But the videos have like, I don't know, 10 to 30 views or something. It's most of them watch like 5 seconds and then they're, get away, this is a let's play. I want to be entertained. This is YouTube. You cannot put a let's play of 7 hours here. Well, too late, it's 6 hours 43. So that's done. Also, releasing a video on YouTube every single day doesn't work. But I don't care. There's some contract stuff here. We should transfer list him. No, he's not here to play. He's here to mentor. He is here to mentor the youth players. He's fairly professional, as the other two. So he might have an influence on Hagedal and Wickberg, who will leave the club anyway. Maybe. Harrison Mellows. Wow. But no. Yeah, for a central defender this will not work. This is... No. Even if we train him on physicals the entire time, this will not work. On a lower league this is wonderful, but not for us. That positioning might make up for some of it, but... I don't believe in it. He's a defensive winger. Nah. Fairly pro give or take, but no. What's with the club atmosphere, really? What's going on here? Thank you very much. But that's too much detail about his private life and I don't want to be intrusive. So, no. But I'm not willing to sign him anyway. This might take a while to process now. Or maybe not, it's not a change of the month. Ah, damn it. I forgot about the scouting. So, Mika Billion, you are responsible now for reminding me at the end of the month that we will need to get rid of the scouting package. We have the expensive scouting package running. We need to reduce this to the league. That or we use it. One or the other. So in that sense, there's I think there's at least thanks. I forgot it myself, so obviously it's my responsibility. But yeah, the stuff with YouTube is I think you need to adhere to YouTube's I guess preferred format, and for a lot of people that's a short term, like 20 minutes or below, short term material. It's even worse on platforms like TikTok or something, but I've never been there, so I have no idea. I don't know. The whole Instagram thing never clicked with me either. I realize the pictures are very important, but who cares? Also, Football Manager content is probably nothing that can be done on Instagram, or I don't know. I don't even care about Twitter. Never did. Speedy boy! Now we've got somebody here. So what about Asason? He can be retained at the club, or we can have a loan fee. And just call him back in case we need it. Anyone want to offer some money for this guy? Same with Melander and Korovic. Well, Melander can be with the club for another year, because he's mentoring the rest of it. Korovic, all of a sudden this guy needs playing time, and I'm not sure if he will have it here. But he's playmaker, this is the wrong category. So Melander and Hellberg are trying to tutor the other guys here. Can we find a playmaker category at this point? Or let's put it another way. So we will call this risky passer. Probably we will not have enough personnel for this. But Ekman is definitely a risky passer. Melander is already gone. Lowe is a risky passer. No, of course not. This is you're talking about page impressions, basically. Yeah, you are not suggested to everyone. You are suggested to the people that look for your terms in search or who watch similar videos. So I'm suggested to people that watch Football Manager streams, and for me it's an echo chamber too. By the way, there's a lot of also there's a lot of shitty content alongside the one you watch. So I'm probably the shitty content right now alongside Leloucho and Sealand. So the thumbnail might be decent to a degree, but it doesn't contain my face, so doesn't work. And yeah, they might have gone a bit over the board with it. Anyway, Melander is also a risky passer. So Ekman has the traits for it. Low. Oh shit. Forget about it. So if we put Melander in here, in this group, we need another playmaker then. Where's Korovic? So tries killer balls often and dictates tempo is fine for all three of these. For Korovic, also shoots from distance and runs through center is good though. So what do we want to achieve here? Yes, I can tell you. So this shouldn't play any sound, so I can look this up. In case you're interested. I'm perfectly willing to share this information in case this is interesting to you. So this is YouTube analytics after approximately 1 month. It's a bit more now. There is... let me have a look. I cannot show you because I would need to configure OBS. I'm willing to do that at some point though. It's not a big deal. So overall, the entirety of the 200 something hours, or maybe it's not 200 just yet, of stream have been clicked on for 350 times. So nobody cares. And overall, of the entirety of my content, 16 hours have been watched on YouTube. So that's about 5%. So again, nobody cares. But yeah, I've got a click rate. So and the amount of impressions. The thumbnail, or well, it has been a shitty thumbnail for some of these. The amount of impressions. That's how many times it got displayed. Was 35,158 right now. Obviously, that changes the entire time. It goes up. And YouTube obviously is highly confused because this is a Let's Play. All of a sudden, there's 50 episodes of it, and nobody cares about it. And usually, the people that click it get out of it after 5 seconds. They look at this and think, "Oh God, this is a stream." And then they go. So yeah, that's it. But the click rate of the impressions is 0.8% overall. It went up though with the thumbnails. The thumbnails improved it. So I can attest to that. Thumbnails work. The thing is, people do not want to see what I present on YouTube. So there's that. But it's just the way it is. This is a stream. Nobody wants to watch a stream on YouTube. Well, a very small subsample of the YouTube viewership, I guess. Okay, let's look through these. Duh. Not interested. So let's click this. Jonas Sjöberg. Low self-belief and definitely not of interest to me. August Bergström. Early signs for prior... What the hell? Well, the money looks fine. But overall, this is not that impressive to me. No. I don't want him. There's a lot of information available, really. As somebody with a slight background in data sciences, I guess is the right way to put it. I talked about this earlier. I had never never worked in the environment. I just studied it. So as somebody that has some idea of what's relevant there, it's interesting what amount of information is collected by YouTube. Anyway. It's basically your entire viewing history and all the metadata is collected, and you can access some of it, not like the specific times or who the guy was or something like this, or the gal really, but you can get stuff like the age bracket and so on, but that doesn't work for me just yet. It's not enough viewers. But yeah, age distribution, where they come from, all that stuff. It's basically I don't know, statistics software for YouTube specific. Analytics includes that. So I got that. But as I said, it's not worth it. Noah Ekberg, I remember this guy. Where did he play? I do not remember this guy. He's just called Ekberg. So sure, let's offer him a trial. No. Twitch is different. Twitch is focused on streaming and on its own metrics. And in Twitch's case, you get information, you get analytics for the last stream. So this stream will hammer the rest of my streams due to the rate. There's like, apparently there's 7 viewers left now. And so the Twitch doesn't, how do I put this? Twitch does care about the amount of people that follow you and amount of, but first and foremost about the viewer count. And for Twitch, some stuff doesn't count as viewing. So, for example, Bene Elohim is a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, I might add. I'm really glad to have him around, but he told me at some point that he has me muted for some time or on a second screen or something, and that's fine. He's not here for the football. He's here for me, really. It's great. I'm really thankful for it. But being muted or on a second screen not highlighted, I'm not sure how Twitch counts those. So it might be that this doesn't even count as a view. Well, this is highly specialized? Yeah. I don't think this is a good signing, but on the other hand, there's not much bad about it. He's on a trial day? Sure, okay. So, the thing with him is, this doesn't reek of potential. He's at the end of his development. He's well trained though. But he is at the end of his development. And he needs to trade, and I don't know, acceleration isn't great. I'm not sure if this is a good signing. So, no. Chino. It's not bad, but the technical aspects are really, I don't know. To quote a certain Swedish member of society, technically speaking, he sucks. So we will not sign him. Sorry. Wow. Wow. What a... He's Swedish. Junior Goncalves Karlstedt, maybe? Not sure. That name is all over the place. Not sure what to make of it though, but anyway, he's probably not one for us. I mean, they are not English, we cannot sign them anyway. What about this one though? It looks like our scouting department finally does some good. Let's compare this to Ytterhogdals. We can deal with that, right? Let's compare this to Hellstrom. So, Hellstrom's the better defender, overall. Cool. But Smolowicz is better than Ytterhogdals. Still jumping reach 16. Also, he's faster, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Ytterhogdals, you might lose your job. Where is it? There we are. So, technicals. It's a wash. Doesn't matter much. His marking is 1 point better. That's not by much. Mental stuff, he's better. overall. Composure's a bit lacking, concentration's a bit lacking. He's 22 though, Hagedal is 24, so he has 2 years in him to make up for it. I don't know if he will improve in... the composure will probably be... That will be possible. He's got better natural fitness moving forward. Strength and jumping reach, he's missing out. So Hagedal's better. But look at that acceleration. I would need to press that one a lot. And also insult really a lot of real people, because these are real players. And I don't want to insult people. All over, well, all the time. But I think we can sign him and sell Hagedal. If he's cheap, that is. Which he will not be, but let's try. I will not promise anything, obviously. Yeah, no. For that, he's not good enough. Jonathan Falk. But it's interesting that there are recommendations that might be worthwhile. This is the worst. Now, he's got the acceleration and the pace, but this is the worst trait to have for central defender. Get away from me. David Murat. Left-footed. Yeah, well, the longer we play it, the less there are. But these are real people that might not have been... the assessment might not be that great for them. So they might have a lot of potential. On the other hand, I think, as I said, they get them right most of the time. Harry Kane is one of those that they didn't get right, if I'm not mistaken. But once a player is like let's say 20 years old in a Sports Interactive's database, they usually have the potential more or less nailed down. But this might be due to the fact that not many football players make it anyway. So it's an easy thing to have it right at this point. Nobody's got any potential, so this is how it works. And so they have it right 95% of the time because nobody makes it to the top anyway. Great. That's just football. And this guy is he's moderately fast. This looks like a loan to me. And we cannot offer a contract to him anyway. Hinsberg, he requested to leave apparently. Well, he's gone now. Strength 6, no. No. The rest of it is good, but no. I think, Google it. I think it was Harry Kane. I'm not sure. So there's a story, it's been a few years. There's a story of that Miles told to the press about the accuracy of the player scouting. And I think Harry Kane was the example of somebody that didn't get right. But I am not sure about it anymore. You would need to look it up. I don't want to Google for 5 minutes now here on stream. If you find it, you're welcome to link it to the rest of the watchers, in case that's something you're interested. You're interested in. Well, nobody wants Assasson. We have no chief scout. We do not want. Oh. Wanna come in as a chief scout? That's not too bad. What's going on? So, yeah. He sucks. I'm not interested in him either, in comparison to the other guy. There's Mr. Beck. So, Mr. Beck, I'm not sure if you exist in real life. Probably you do. You've been with Skigibo, apparently. Only balanced personality, which in Sweden is box standard. But this? This is all we want in a scout, really. Also, nice adaptability and judging player ability and potential. I don't know if this is deserved, but this looks good. Are we willing to pay this guy 100 euros? Probably not. This will be the most expensive staff member though. But he's good at it. To a degree. This is damn cheap. For a scout of that level, right? The other two are crap, and they are paid 40 or something. So... this would be 5,200 euros a season. Is this worth it? I don't know. Let's offer him 70 and move in 5 euro increments with it. $80 maybe? There we go. Yeah, that might be the story. That's a bit of a shorter one. There's a longer article for this. But yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for looking it up. But I think I read a longer article on this, or the entire thing, whatever. Might be paywalled there. I didn't look into it in detail right now. But wasn't the story like Harry Kane plays Football Manager or something like this? This is part of the story, if I'm not mistaken. There's I think the story was that the player plays Football Manager and was annoyed about his ability in the game and trained really hard due to it. This stuff happens. So I think that was part of it, if I'm not mistaken. So in that sense, good marketing by SI, if you want to put it that way. Great! He signed for 80. That's not wonderful just yet, but this is great. 80 euros per week is a lot of money for us, but he's a good scout. I don't know. I don't have time to read long articles at this point. So just so you can have a bad conscience, I guess. This was what I had for lunch today, and for breakfast I had I don't know. I think some sausage and a piece of cheese. That's it. So I'm really hungry right now. I should probably go and get some food at some point, but I don't wanna leave the stream. It's been a great lot of fun so far, but I need to eat at some point. So yeah. And I want to sign that winger, to be perfectly honest. Yes, it is. Well, no, it's not that unhealthy. Also, streamer's life is not the right way to put it. It will finish anyway. Well, not finish, but I will need to find other times. So Noah Ekberg overall doesn't look that bad. We will have to wait and see though. Benjamin Rio Mo. What did I say about a winger? He's Norwegian. He's not that fast though. But overall, with that passing and so on, not a bad choice. Oscar too, okay. Anyone know if Oscar is... That's Norwegian First Division. Yeah. That's a good level of play. 7.06, yeah, 33 games, 9 assists. Okay, that's fine. Let's compare it to Liljedahl for a second. That's not much better, but he's better. Yeah. And he's younger. Average injury suspiciability. This is... Overall, this looks better. He can play... Can he play Metzola? Barely. I would need to... So, one of my bad habits is immature. There are cross-dressers, I guess. People that... in this case, this is about a person that is male, identifies as a male, but cross-dresses as a female, and, I don't know, has a voice like a female. Fake voice, I guess. I forgot the name. But there is this person, and also the traces of land up here are fake too. Like this is part of the wear. Like it's not operated or something. I don't know. Not cosmetic change to the body anyway. And I think there is some sort of outcry going on right now that this person showed too much fake cleavage, if I'm not mistaken, as a male. So I don't know what's going on there, but if you open just chatting and look through 5 streamers, you will probably find some female people with not that many clothes on. Or if you open up any female streamer anyway. Like, I think this is a thing overall on Twitch. That's probably not a bold statement. That a lot of female people adhere to a certain body image. Let's put it that way. On the other hand, that's really unfair towards female gamers overall. A lot of them like to play their games, and they are not responsible for the fact that male population is really primitive from time to time. But anyway, yeah, there's... I will probably not put on huge traces on land going forward. I will not get dragged into this. And by the way, welcome. The work rate is worrying, yes. What's worrying to me too is that he has some slight deficits here and there. Now he plays on attack duty in this position, so that would be okay, but his crossing is shit. His long shots are not good. But on the other hand, in comparison with Ytterhogdals, this is an improvement, right? I just showed this. And we gotta, I don't know, we gotta use what we can get. So if I compare it like this, pace-wise it's a wash. The physicals don't look great. He's younger though, so that's okay. Anticipation is good on both. Composure is great on Rio Mo. We'll just call him Benji going forward. Flair is really great on Benji. Off-the-ball movement is not that good. The work rate is concerning, you're right. Work rate and teamwork are stuff that Ytterhogdals has nailed for himself. That's okay, in comparison to Benji. But the technicals are better on Benjamin. So, what does this tell us? Not much. Probably he could play in the squad, I guess. He could play, he could be a squad member, and all this will... Oh. Yeah, I put it on inside forward. So that's my bad. Yeah. He plays inverted winger with us though. But it's not much of a difference. Comes down to the same things, alright? Inside forward, the problem with inside forwards is they don't commit to helping out in the defense so much. And that's something we need. But it's the same here. Overall, Banshee is probably better or at least equivalent. But he's also 21, so careful with that. Killer Balls often is great on him, so the traits fit. Usually you get players that are really all over the place with traits in Football Manager, given that the AI has trained him. But in this case, Killer Balls are good. He's got the vision, he's got the passing, he's got the decision making and the composure. That's fine. And we've got a striker who picks them up. Yep. Yes, I agree with you. The thing is, I will now press this button and he will cost us 450 euros and then we will walk away. The 1-2s, I'm not too sure. 1-2s need anticipation, decision making, composure, some sort of physicals, good passing and vision, I think. First touch probably too. First touch and technique, he has it all. So 1-2s might be good for him too. And now we go here. We remove this stuff and tell him that he's a squad player. He's fine with it. And there's my problem. Because he's not 275 euros fine. That's a lot of money for us. And also I want somebody else in this position too. But on the other hand, well, no. For a squad player, that's not good enough, even if we consider him an important player. Important players in our squad are for 100 something maximum. Like budget wise, we are trying to go with 125 maybe. I would be fine with 150, but we will not be able to negotiate him down to this. I hate to do this. But thanks for the input. Seriously. I agree with that. Most of it anyway. I would love to have this guy in the squad. As an option or maybe to develop, I don't know. Well, you came in later on, right? Okay. So the official wage budget is 3.6k. I get paid like 100 euros a week. It's not mine. I actually reduced it. Where is it? Finance. I should probably find that by now. The official budget is 3.6k. The problem is 3.6k will ruin the club, not eventually, but within a season. There's no money to be had at this club. No, especially not the one that we've been given in a wage budget. So you see this here. I increased the wage budget over time, but we've already increased it by a lot. I'm willing to, so I hit for myself. I said I will go with a limit of 1.5k. And these 1.5k will need to be distributed in a rather fair manner from a risk management perspective. You don't want to splash the cash on one player. If you do that, that's a failure on risk management. So that's why if you divide the 1.5k to, let's say you make 3 parts, that's just a box standard model for personal resource or human resources, I guess. I'm not an HR guy. So I try to come up with a primitive model, and Guide to Football Manager says, well, divide it by 3, so that leaves you with 500 euros for important players, 500 euros for first team players, and 500 euros left for backup on youth. Backup on youth, we got that covered. So youth players can have up to 8 euros in that model if we consider we have 30 youth players. But for first team, well, for the important players, we are on a budget of 125 euros. Which is perfectly fine for some of our players. We got that. For Wilson, for example. He's on a 110 contract. That's good. We signed him on a 250 though. We needed to. But we negotiated him down immediately afterwards. And gave him a contract for another year. So that's how we got to this. So our real budget, like not the one given by the chairman, but the one that we set ourselves, is about 1.5k. And we have 400 euros left. If you want to put it that way. Too much information? I don't know. But I will not pay somebody 400 euros a week. And if I do, please come over to Germany and beat me. Yeah, cool. You know how it works with this club? This is a 250 people village. If we play friendlies, we lose additional money. So this will not work. Even without the fees. They come over for free in friendlies. And if we invite somebody that wants a fee, well, we lose out on the fee and in addition to that, on the friendly itself. So that works in most clubs in Football Manager, but not in this one. Same with the scouting, by the way. Scouting is horribly expensive for us. I tried. Problem is travel costs. So it's probably best if you look this up or Mika Billion informs you, because he's from Sweden. Stockholm, yeah, as I recently realized, or he told us this stream. So just look up Ytterhogdal. Yeah, but our league is all over northern Sweden. So we throw away like 20k within one season for proper scouting in Sweden, if we scout at all. And our budget for the entire season, like sponsorship income and that stuff, is about 40k. There's an additional income from the farmers in the community, but they finance the day-by-day business more or less. So scouting is not part of it. Or let me put it another way. We have to deduct somewhere. It's not like we're trying, really. Yeah, I think you translated it. Ytterhogdal is something like something High Valley or something. You told us. You mentioned this. I forgot it. Should probably put that down at some point. But it's really like look up pictures. You'll see for yourself. So I stumbled into this save. It was a Norway-Sweden guy. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I do too. So you are very welcome to stick around. There's like 200 euros. 200 euros. 200 hours of this right now. It's no longer on Twitch because I'm not an affiliate / partner. But you can watch it on YouTube in case you're interested. Also, nobody else does, and I realized that this is not interesting to watch on YouTube. So, but in case you're interested, we have a lot of it on YouTube now, and obviously I will try to keep it going. So I will try to manage. And to be perfectly honest, Popple has been pushing me to spend some money because I'm getting too used to playing on the save without pushing for something. But on the other hand, there's middle ground to be found there, and I don't want to spend 3.6k. Certainly not all on one player. Even though I agree with you with your assessment that this would be a good signing overall, or a decent signing. Yeah. I'm certainly thankful for that. Seriously. This is good. Amir Anderson? Oh, he's the former chairman. Okay, cool. I should have known his name at this point. They all left the club. So 6th of December. Maybe we should have another look into I will hit you with something, I don't know, soft probably. That didn't sound right. Anyway, I don't want to hurt you, but don't be like that about me. I mean, it's my heritage. I'm from Stuttgart. We don't like to spend money. Scouting, shortlist. This is where I'm going for. I should do one of these 24-hour streams at some point. Probably not today though, but I should do one of these. I realize how I'm getting all jumbled up there. Dylan Morgan it is. I want to have this guy. I want him. Screw the anticipation, I want this guy. Fringe player. There's probably certain places on the map where that happens. Fringe players, totally fine. In case you didn't hear anything, I didn't want to shout too loud because my girlfriend would think I'm absolutely insane. Well, she probably thinks about it that way anyway. But no idea what she does with me. So, anyone excited for this guy? I will definitely sign him. I didn't confuse this, right? Yeah, his vision is shit. But that's the one we wanted. Runs with ball through center, runs with ball often. He's got all the attributes to run with the ball. He's got a really good long shot for our level. That is okay. It's decent. He's got a good finish. Technique is fine. Crossing is decent. Yes, the mentals could do with some improvement, but he's 24 and he's English, which our club loves. So, fuck this. We will offer him whatever he wants. As I learned previously, go with 100 and then leave this in. Who cares? Fine. 110 maybe? And also, you want a clause, right? He's good with that. Maybe the other clause too? Oh, I'm happy. 130 he wants. Okay, let's offer him 120. Get rid of the clause. And also, for good measure, you get, I don't know, maybe not 1k. But we will offer you 300 euros here. For a fringe player, this is a lot, but he's not going to be a fringe player. So this is important player material. I will not take away all the extras right now because it might mean that he doesn't sign. I will take away the extras afterwards. I will negotiate this down. If it works anyway. Fine. So what I do now, you might consider this cheating, I don't know. I consider this second negotiations. I reduce this. This is how I do it usually. I reduce these clauses to their minimum. And try to include other stuff that is nasty. So usually they don't go for the goal bonus anyway. Yeah. Fine. So we got that reduced a little bit, and usually they don't want that anyway. Ah, it's important to him. Okay. Well, that means that we got him on that contract due to the signing on fee. Yeah, he wants the entire 300 euros. That's okay. I can live with that. That's okay-ish. So he might come in. And you all can go away. Because we have another Englishman who might also play in Wales. Who cares? This means no Jonathan Jorge, no whatever his name was that was way too expensive anyway, or didn't want to sign for us, and this also means that Puget can go out on loan. He is listed for loan, somebody will come in and take him. Mm-hmm. There's a sweet spot to be found there. It's all about the effective wage, in the end. So there's an effective wage displayed to the bottom left. I cannot show you. Well, I can show you. Can I? We probably both know how it works. Where is he? There, Dylan Morgan. So this is a risk-based model to a degree. If I, let's say if I take away this stuff, so he was on 140 effective wage. Now I would need to go up back to 140 because the effective wage needs to remain the same. I could go up to 130 though and try it now. But I'm not sure if I want to do that because he might get injured. And to have some of it optional, higher, but it's some sort of hedging at this point. You're trying to hedge risks. So if he gets paid a lot in appearance fees, that's not good if you play him a lot. But on the other hand, you have your costs hedged in case he doesn't play and gets injured. He will just earn the base wage. So can we reset that? I don't want to fuck this up. Yeah, sure. This is what he accepted. So there's a sweet spot to be found here, but it depends on the player. It depends on his suspiciability to injury, and also on his ambition, loyalty, and so on and so forth. That's really hard to determine what's the best approach for each player, especially if you don't know them, like this English guy. I have no idea how loyal he is, or how ambitious he is, or so on. Chief Scout, got it. Great. So we've got a new Chief Scout. This is good. This we don't care about. There's one thing. If you're new to the stream, you probably don't know this. If you've been a long time watcher, you know this. Signing English players. We just signed 2 English players for the first team. To a degree anyway. I didn't expect that to happen. We actually found 2 players that are willing to play for us with English nationality, that are really good. Okay, I need food. So I will go to the kitchen for 5 minutes, and we will move on with this, and hopefully not make it to 10 hours, but maybe we will. I don't know. I will also talk to upper management and see if upper management has other ideas about the day. So you will need to spend 5 minutes without me. So there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is we can play on. The bad news is she left me. Well, hopefully not entirely, but she went for a walk. So, I can do another half an hour or hour maybe. Who is this? Me too. Me too. For the most important person in your life, you probably hope that anyway, every single time. So, yeah. She's an adult though. I forgot to go for water. So, well, this guy, what's up with him? Not a bad passer, overall. But for our club, I don't know what to do with him. I think he looks, how do I put this? I think at first glance, this looks worse than it actually is. But for a very specific role. So I'm willing to part with him, on loan or otherwise. He will not make it in our squad. My stomach is like, what is this? Food? Seriously? You offer us food? Now? So that covers the left winger position. Right winger position is also covered due to Speedy Boy and August Tillander. We could use another striker maybe. We will spend too much money. Well, hopefully the other guy comes in anyway. And also we got the biggest weakness of the squad should be dealt with to a degree at least. This. I look for this overall. Well, not what I selected. This. So I'm not necessarily playing with a complete forward. Most of the time we played with a target man. I'm usually to want to go with a more technical approach here, but target man just works. And this guy is not a good target man. We had a target forward in Iron All Homestream, so the strong and tall guy. Because Marcus Wolzund is well rounded, but if we had another striker that had acceptable attributes most of the in most spaces, so let's say, I don't know, 8s, maybe I've got him on support duty though, but I'm not going for what's great in Football Manager this season. Well, thanks for informing me. It's not like it's not like this is a problem for me to have this information, but I wouldn't want to go for whatever is great this season just because it's great this season. That said, we have made really good. Like, the experience has been great with a striker that had jumping reach 19 on this level. We just peppered him with crosses and that worked. So if we get another striker, he would need to have that. The thing is, we already have Anton Ishak. He is really shitty as a finisher. But he's a good jumper. So this guy might work from time to time as a target forward. So whatever we sign would need to be better. Yeah. And you haven't seen it, given that you're new to the stream, but there is one goal he scored with these physicals on his own. He picked up the ball in midfield and just ran through the entire opposition defense with the physicals. They tried to knock him down, and he just went on. But it's a rare occasion. Also, he's already 25. No, 25 already is it in English, right? So he's 25 already, and it doesn't work. Overall, he's not good enough. He will get his playing time from time to time, but there's a reason why we signed Wolfson. So, yeah. But Wolfson will not play, I don't know, he cannot play every single game throughout the season. Now, striker, given that we have Wolfson and Ishak, striker probably isn't the position we need to replace the most. The most important position right now is probably Ytterhogdals. And it pains me to say this, but Ytterhogdal didn't improve that much. That or the wingbacks. Who the hell are you? Oh, he's on the Englishman's short list, so he can go. He's not even an Englishman, he's Irish, but whatever. He played in England, apparently. What's with Ekberg? Fairly sporting attitude. Is there any trialists left down here? No, there isn't. So, no more trialists here. We had some guys from Norway in. Let's look through transfers. So, we expect him to come in too, by the way. Yeah, he's got transfer range. Dylan Morgan might come in. Dirk might come in for left back. Berggren is an option for the future. Same
Thanks
as Dirk.
for the follow.
Thank you. Yeah, Berggren might come in. Well, he will, but he's an option for the future. Same as Adelsstein. We really just signed them for the youth team. These two. This one though, he's alright. I think he might play left back from time to time in case it's needed. More of a young prospect though, obviously. And going out, there's nobody. So now we've got some work on our hands. Who in this squad is... There's one guy here. Oh, that's our former attacking midfielder Björnsson. Yeah, he's not bad, but he had a time with us and then he wanted to leave. due to the lack of improvement in training facilities like everyone else does around here. Overall, not a bad player. Can we... What's his demands though? French player all of a sudden. No. Too expensive for a French player. Not willing to do that. Yes. Some of them are even already within the squad because these were free transfers. They had... well, no, they were not bound by contract to anyone. So that's okay. Let me switch on the light. It's not much, but it's something. Yeah, most of these were they are free transfers, so they are already with the squad. I'm gonna go through the squad planner in a second. The thing is, I want to do the other side of the coin too. We gotta get rid of stuff that we don't want to pay. And how long is it until the transfer window opens? That's really the most important thing right now. Can we see this somewhere? Transfers. In scouting, I think, right? There we go. 34 days. We should get rid of players that we do not necessarily need. This is part of it. We just splashed the cash on some stuff. We need to do the other side too. We've got options back here. So in depth this is fine. Depth, whatever. However you pronounce it. He's really slow. Low. Okay. So anyway, there's players that do not need to be around the club. Anton Berg is one of these, to a degree. He's on a youth contract, but well, this is one of those that is being mentored by Asar. So I hope that we get his personality changed for the better. Yeah, maybe. Wickberg and Hagedal, maybe we can part with at some point. But I think we need a central defender if we need some improvement to the squad, right? Because, well, let's do the squad planner. Oh no. There's other players all over this thing now. Okay. Just because we shortlisted them, or I don't know, they were for trial or something. So, this is stupid. First of all, this is our primary formation. I really wish Football Manager wouldn't do that. So first choice is Sederberg, second choice is Westberg. Why is it that way? Well, Sederberg is the routine member, I guess. There it is. I think as overall Sederberg is the better goalkeeper. Westberg isn't bad though. It's okay-ish. He lacks in some departments. Do we need an improvement here? No. This is a can category. We can improve the goalkeeping. Goalkeeping is always good to spend money on, too, because they usually are cheaper, and if we can get a goalkeeper, that's just fine. One of these might want to leave. That's okay. We'll just sell Westberg or whoever. Probably not Sederberg though, but we could just sell somebody. So, is there goalkeepers that we would be willing to sign? I don't know. But let's look through the shortlist. So there's no goalkeepers here. Not that I'm aware of. But what we can do is we can look into the English candidates. This is released players, and we can ignore all that and go with goalkeepers for a second. How many are there? Sure. Alright. So we've got extensive knowledge for 2 of them, right? Yeah, extensive means they've been on trial with us. Control A doesn't work. So let's offer a trial to the rest of them. We are expected to sign English players anyway, so let's go with this. Maybe there's somebody in here that's worthwhile. Who knows? On cheap money too. Same with central defenders at this point. So there's obviously a few more, and also really old ones. Well, really. I'm 37, so really old is a bit of a loaded statement here. But we can exclude all these. They've already been here. And I don't think the rest of them will be worthwhile. But who cares? We'll just offer a trial, we've got all the time in the world. 16 players. Fine. So this might improve central defense. Going forward. At least that's what we're hoping for. And then we might need to sell some of the players, but we will probably get that done. That's like 25 trials in one day. Some don't even want to come in. Okay. At least we don't pay the flight anyway. So that's good. Good, let's skip through all of this. No, who cares? Press with their questions always. I think this is always a hard part to determine where you need improvements. In our case, so prior to last season, we thought that we would need to strengthen defense. So we did that. We signed Hellstrom. I think we signed Muteba last season, who will leave the club at the well now. And we also signed, well, strengthen is probably not the right word for it, but we signed replacements with some potential on the right wing back position. They are still with the club, and this is okay. So we did that. But our experience afterwards was that we should have signed somebody for central midfield too. His trial comes to an end. Yeah, he's been with the club for a week, I think. Long shots are great. I don't know if he can play as a mid-salah. Dribbling is bad. Probably not. This is a weird setup. As a box-to-box midfielder he would probably do. But we've got a box-to-box. A better one at that. So I'm not sure. Already 25. Not really needed. So I think we made a lot of improvement to the squad already, but on the other hand, we might not have gone all the way with it, and that might result in us being left out in mid-table. Even though I promised to Popple that we will get promoted, so. But overall, the most concerning about this entire sample is probably that we try to play him as a complete forward. As a DLF, he should do fine too. I will need to look this up, but I think the deep lying forward is more. Does he have hold position? Does he have hold position on? No. Well, I can, but I don't want to be. I don't want to sound really negative. I've been trying. He holds up ball, takes more risks, and moves into channels. Yes, but he doesn't roam from position. The DLF. So that might be an idea. Because a complete forward roams a lot. In some cases that's good, in some cases that's bad. I'll show you affiliate. I don't want to be condescending or something. But I'm aware of most of the common wisdom of, well, you know, Football Manager. Get lone players, get an affiliate, I don't know, get good youth intake, whatever, yeah. Yeah, play friendlies, that stuff. So all the beginner stuff that you learn in your first year of Football Manager, I've learned over the last 10 years, I guess. There might be the odd thing that I'm not aware of, say in scouting or something, but here. They don't want to rely on lone players. Now I'm gonna tell them that the squad will be well balanced, and they reject it anyway. So, and appealing to his ambition, or there are no rivals, so nobody cares. Financial benefits, and he goes on about the risks. He doesn't want it. And I can do that all day. It's always the same result, and I will continue to be annoying about this, because sometimes it works, but most of the time it will not. And really the more important thing for us is either youth development, if we want to spend money there, which will be a sustained drain on finance, or well, the training facilities, which both of those will not work. And if they improve youth recruitment, I would be really surprised. But training facilities cost 160k or something. We have 60k in the bank, and that has been earned over the last 3 seasons. So there's some clauses in place. Maybe something comes in going forward. But if we don't sell players for money at some point, we will not be able to sustain this. To be fair, most of our players are worth some money at this point. So now we just have to sit through winter and hopefully find a central defender, or I don't know, whatever there is on the market. Also, I just remembered, I promised that I would write a mail for to Ytterhogdals. Well, towards Ytterhogdals IK for a kit, for one of those ugly orange ones. Or maybe I'll get a black one to hang it behind me. but I do not think that they will answer. They didn't answer about the thumbnail, so yeah. That excitement is probably misplaced. Also, somebody recently notified me what football kids cost these days. Seriously? They are, I don't know, for some, a bit of fabric. There's really a lot of money going into these things. And I have no idea why. Yeah, to Ytterhogdal. Sure. I'll go there on foot. There's probably a bus that travels to Ytterhogdal at some point. But no. Not yet. Maybe I'll go for vacation. At one point. But kids are really expensive these days. And well, for a club with these financial circumstances, a shitty YouTuber / streamer that plays it safe for them with well, I appreciate you all, but this is not a following that's important to them. So yeah, I wouldn't want to spend on a kid for this guy. So I'd need to buy one, which is okay with me, but it's really just for the stream. True, but one of the two you can hedge. The stuff with the kids, either you can control how many you get. Well, most people can. I know a few males and females that are absolutely unable to control how many kids they get, but you have a certain amount of control over it. You cannot do much if you get twins, right? But otherwise, the usual thing is you get one at a time. But I know a few people that, well, not closely, I'd say. These are people that I've heard of or that are in my extended social environment. But there are people that just get kids by accident. I don't know how it happened. And now I've got a third son / daughter with, again, someone else. Happens. It's not there's not much you can do. Yeah, anyway. So that stuff happens. Or on the other side, you can hedge the financial aspects of it, to a degree. Everybody's perfectly capable to buy an ETF portfolio these days. So if kids are something for your life's plan, you might have invested in an ETF 10 years ago. That covers part of it. But you chose to spend it on alcohol instead. So good job. What happens? Hindsight is a bitch. Okay. We will attend a meeting. Every single trialist is in here. Why? We don't even have knowledge about them. Get rid of them. I will skip this entire thing. I will need to set this up anyway. And this is the same. We will need to go through the player base anyway. Not a single contract. Well, all of them expire. I'll tell my girlfriend that we need to move there and reproduce for the club. That is. It's how it works, right? We need to move there and help repopulating the area for Ytterhogdals IK. This is our new life. The farmers will pay for it, and we will plant potatoes or something. I don't know. Yeah, we will need to go through these, but I will not do it here. This is really annoying because I'm all for the club. That's it. There's staff suggestions for... He should be removed from the loan list. I agree. Johansson. Reduce his asking price. There's an asking price. There is no asking price. What are you talking about? Reduce his asking price below 0. And now? Transfer value of 0. Seriously, no. We look too weak in goalkeeping, apparently. And I will not send a scout out, no. I realize how this works. If I set a scouting assignment... Where is it? There's no focuses. Why is that? Well, because we don't want to have a focus. In case we have a focus, scouting looks... That's tolerable, actually. This is okay-ish. This is what our scouts do if we don't set a focus. If we set a focus, they are all over the place. All the time. We will be able to spend 50k on them. Not a problem. So, yeah. Chris Ranger. So many real people that all have balanced personality for some reason. Great, he's an international. Let's just wait. Maybe one of the central defenders is worth it. Yeah. Hammarby TFF went down, at least in this save, so we would be able to hunt for players there, but none of the clubs that went down have really great players, if I'm not mistaken. Is there still... the league table still available. So what can we do here? Most of them are on a non-contract. And Pedersen asked to leave. I don't know. Is there somebody I remember of these? Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I don't remember them that much. Who cares? The entire B team. Let's get them in. There's a lot of players here that are unhappy. They went down. And now they have a chance to play with Ytterhogdals in case they want to. And same with Ytterhogdals, of course. There's unhappy people here? Sure. Come in. Come in for trial. That's too many though. A lot of them got accepted though. This might take a while. There we go. There it is. We will try to sign, well, we will not try to sign whoever went down with their club. But we will see if somebody in here is worthwhile. I mean, they are devastated. They get relegated. That would never happen with our club. We wouldn't even get close to relegation. I'm sure. That stuff doesn't happen to us. There we go. The big boy is coming in. He's not that big. Anyway, he's in. We got him. Second English signing for the season. Now we just need a model professional goalkeeper and we're fine. Or maybe a central defender. Doesn't matter to me. Transfer window should open pretty soon too. It's not that long, if I'm not mistaken, transfer window in Sweden. I don't know why that is, but there's not that much time, if I'm not mistaken, a month or something. And also, we stepped them up early. This means that they have time to adapt to the culture, so they can learn all the important stuff now. Swedish, how to plant potatoes, and how to deal with the local, the pastor. What's his name? You know, the guy in the church. Because he's probably the most important person. I don't know. Or maybe football is our religion. I'm not sure. That's it. So now we've blown our wage budget out of proportion. But I'm happy with that. How to drink potatoes. They will probably know that at this point. And if not, we might, well, due to the current political environment, this is probably a bit questionable, but we might find somebody with experience in Russia that might teach us how to drink potatoes. But I think other countries know how this works too. It's a bit expensive in Sweden, if I'm not mistaken, though, right? So, what do we need to train him on? So the worst is the decision making. I think that should be improved. Where is it? Final third training. Yeah, and overall I think this is a good idea. Alcohol is really hard on many people, so in hindsight, I should have spent some of my time otherwise. Let me put it that way. Not a popular topic on Twitch though, so there's like I think there's some clauses about not glorifying drugs and alcohol and so on and so forth in the Twitch recommendations. And let me put it that way. I think I can see why these are in there much more than that I agree with, I don't know, some sort of the nakedness stuff and so on. It's not like I want to see naked people all over Twitch, especially if it violates their personal space, I'd say. But on the other hand, this might be a constant thorn in their side and really annoying because the regulations in different countries are always different. And with alcohol and drugs, you can always appeal to the fact that it's just unhealthy. And that's it. We all know it. There's no reason anyone would recommend smoking these days. I just don't see the appeal in it. With the nakedness stuff, this is... In some countries, we really don't have a problem with that. Do whatever you want. I realize that they don't want to have porn on this platform, so that's okay. But on the other ways, this is really hard to manage. And then you've got all that just chatting channels, and you've got I don't know. The cliche is probably somebody from Asia, female gender, and the camera perspective is from up here. So kids vape these days. I'm sorry. This is I don't think this is healthier. So yeah. I shouldn't. I'm not a medical professional, and I'm not inclined to do health recommendations. But I don't know. Inhaling any stuff in your lung that is something else than clean air is probably not healthy. So yeah, but whatever. Do your own thing in that sense. It's a bit weird to me though that the clauses on Twitch need to require this kind of stuff. It shouldn't be a thing to have this in the terms and conditions. So these kinds of rules, this always tells me that there has been a problem with that previously. My girlfriend always tells me there's just this principle, roughly translated to every sign there is a story. And I feel like to every rule on Twitch there is a story, and to some of them I really don't want to know the story, because the last thing I would consider to be okay is, I don't know, tobacco companies promoting their stuff on Twitch or something like this. So in that sense I realize why the rules are there. And I don't know. I guess it's okay that nobody smokes as a streamer on Twitch. I wouldn't want that to be pushed on children or anyone really. You don't want to be drunk on Twitch. Seriously, why? So, but I guess that happened, and that's why rules are there. Most likely, I have no idea. But to read this stuff is interesting, I'd say. And it feels like some of it is from an American perspective, more or less. Which is okay. It's just the way it is. So... 25 trials at once. Fine. Okay, let's get through the end of for the end of this. Might take a bit. So I've had time to I don't know, rant on about this because there's not much going on here. Yeah, and to be frank about it, it's not like I disagree with the rules, right? I just think it's common sense, but apparently it's not common sense. So maybe I'm too old. His training didn't work, and he turned out to be 17 at this point. Great. Still not capable to play wingback for us, though. Yeah. We will need to sell the entire youth squad. Well, 80% of them. We will need to get rid of them. And that will probably not work. We can pay one of our important players for that money. This day went well. I went into the morning telling myself, well, let's do a 2-hour stream. It's 8.5 hours now. Oh, well, this stuff happens. on the other hand, at least me, I had a good time. So we will go through the trials, and we will try to sort the players that are retained at the club. For now, well, the players that are with the club still, that we don't want to have here anymore. We will try to sell them once the transfer window opens. So I'm hoping to skip through most of this now. Wetter hot dogs. Do I really want to know what this means? Are we talking food? Is this something we are willing to talk on the stream? So I didn't do that, did I? I'm confused. Are you serious? Ytterhogdals? Seriously? The last translation was vastly different. Oh. 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 No. But I'm not sure if this counts as putting the club in a healthy light on stream. So probably shouldn't go there. But maybe they have hot dogs in the stadium for the 15 people that show up. I don't know. It's probably not fair. Some people will show up. Okay. This is great. So club membership has been grown to 9.31k. Is it grown though? Is it grown? Yeah. This is not part of this menu, right? Where is it? Supporters. There we do not go. Okay, so club membership, where is it? Please don't. And welcome back, Kinos. So I don't know where the club membership is. Season ticket holders 38, up from 30, which is where we were once we started. No, I don't know. Seriously, I have no idea where this is. So we will need to look into income overall, and you can see you can't see the blue thing just yet, but this is look at this sponsorship for the club, exactly on point to the last euro. Same one. Doesn't matter if we play in the league for the next season. It doesn't matter. This is the money we get each season. This is what we have. This one with the grants. Do you see that slight blue line there? Something's going on here. I'm not sure what it means. Also, I'm not sure what the difference between grant and fundraising is. Amount of income the club has received in grants. I will look this up now. So this is me. I'm not a native English speaker. What's grants anyway? Okay, so this is by the community, I guess. A grant. This is something a grant can well, you are granted something by I don't know, your educational facility or something. So this is what the community offers us. Great. Thank you. Thanks to the village of Ytterhogdal. Or maybe it is city. I don't know. Probably not city, town. No, something like this. So the town / village of Ytterhogdal grants us money. Wonderful. That's distributed all over the season. And this season it was lower than last season. Wonderful. Is there still the old season going though? No, this is a new one now. We are at the start. We are in the first month of the new season. And fundraising. Well, okay, so the rest will tickle in, right? The rest of the money will tickle in. And in fundraising, yeah, you can probably see there that this is all over the place, and we are not sure that it will persist. That's part of the problem. We can look through last season's values though, and see that we had 76k in player in gate receipts. Most of that came from the cup game. So if we have another cup game against the Premier League club, this is fine. If we don't, Premier Division, sorry. I think it's Premier Division in Sweden. Anyway, against a first league team, that doesn't help. First, whatever. Against a good quality team. We will have additional income. If we don't, this is 10k. Maybe 15. But this spike will not happen. Fundraising, well, we had 45 last season. There have been seasons with more. So, I don't know. The farmers run out of potatoes or something. I'm not sure what's going on here. But I will not rely on it going forward. Other. Well, there's other income that might be stadium sausages or something. Because this spike clearly coincides with the gate receipts. No. In season 2, so the schedule is different in Sweden. I started as unemployed, and then I avoided relegation in the 4th league in Sweden in the first season. So it's only half a season though. I took over management of the club once they were in the relegation spots in the middle of the season. That's how I got this job. Then we avoided relegation by, I don't know. It was on razor's edge, basically. We avoided relegation through the relegation playoffs. And then we got promoted immediately from 4th to 3rd league, which are called completely differently in Sweden. But that's what happened. And now we finished 3rd, and 11th in the league. This is stadium hot dogs, yes. Sponsorship income is exactly the same every single season, so that's good. The player sales are a problem now, so or not a problem. We distributed some of that money over the next seasons, so there is some additional income here, and that dampens the blow a little bit. We didn't get that money previously, but it dampens the blow a little bit for not being able to sell players, for example. So in that sense, that's okay. We stretched it out. Grants, as I said, they will get up. I'm not sure if we will reach the 13k, but that's okay. 5.79k in matchday income. Yeah, not much to do about this. What I want to point to though is if you look at these shapes, this is so in this season it was more than in this season. We had a cup game here though, somewhere, I don't know where, not here, probably here. And matchday income can be vastly different due to circumstances of the match. So it is not reliable in that sense. If it rains all the time, that's probably good weather in Sweden, but if it snows all the time, nobody will show up. Or the other way around, really, I don't know. Season ticket sales. Did the spike increase in size? Yes. Once we moved into this league. Did it increase in size since we are in this league? Yes, but not by a meaningful amount. Merchandising. This is a wonderful progression curve The only problem is if you look at the absolute values. This is absurdly nothing. So this is probably the kit I'm willing to buy at some point. Corporate facility income, negligible. Same with the interest. All of a sudden we have money. The money is the money we have, and the interest for it is more than the merchandising income. And then there's nothing down here. Let's have a look at expenditures, just because we can. So player wages have gone up, not a surprise. Staff wages, we have put them down, now we're ramping them up back again. Scouting costs are available at this point, but we might make it to, I don't know, 10 to 12k, that's okay. Non-footballing costs has gone up throughout the last seasons. That's alright, it's not much we can do about this. Yeah, this is the stewards and so on, probably the ones that wash the kids and are responsible for the pitch and so on. Taxes have gone up, well, no surprises. Earnings have gone up. Loyalty bonuses are a thing now, but this is not relevant, and the youth setup is expensive. Overall, for the quality it provides, it's expensive. So either we get rid of it or we increase its quality. And then there's travel costs. You might realize there that travel costs increased a little bit, but they're always a random factor. No transfer expenditure. Other. I have no idea what other expenditures are, but they are available. We have match day expenses here. Not that big of a problem though. Ground maintenance is a constant, that's good. A director wants some money all of a sudden. So that's probably the chairman, right? I don't know, probably the chairman, yes. And then there's bonuses. Bonuses are not that much. So is there anything we can control here? Sure. Player wages and staff wages and scouting costs. If we get those down, we're better. So yeah, this is the same. This is the same. And this is the same too. We've got a new scouting budget. That's 4.5k. Yeah. So this is for the current scouting. This is not enough. We don't need that scouting anymore, though. So you gotta be brave now. We will reduce the budget. We will go with 4.2k, and usually I go without a scouting budget in these circumstances, but at this point we will keep it like it is. And scout our division, and that's it. That's better than last season, by the way. I'm willing to spend money here. 7k is a lot of money for us. But I'm willing to go with that, and hopefully that will get us some decent results too. Okay, let's go through the remaining trials. Once it gets there anywhere. Yeah, the hardware likes that. Probably you asked this previously about the metrics that are available on Twitch. Twitch is also a lot about user engagement, by the way. Apparently they recommend that you interact with the audience and that stuff. And different chatters, for example, is a metric that Twitch adheres to. I guess this is some way for them to assess emotional attachment, I guess, or interaction, really. Come on, stream, you can do it. There we go, it's much better. Yeah, sorry, this is December. 25 messages. Okay, we'll go through these. Is this a center back we want? Oh, this is a hard decision already. Thing is so overall this is not bad. Physical side is okay-ish. But for a central defender this is a bit bad. Due to the lack of jumping reach and strength. Definitely an improvement, but not in the heading department necessarily. How expensive? Oh, important player. No, that settles it. Emmanuel Omror. No. Now we've got a goalkeeper. Balanced. Not too bad overall. Does this remind me of Zetterberg? Yes. And Zetterberg's better overall. That settles it. We don't need him. Balanced personality. The attribute sample looks fine. One-on-ones are a bit concerning, but that's not too much of a problem. Same here. Let's compare him to Zetterberg. This is closer in some areas, but still not better than Zetterberg, so no deal. Chris Renshaw. Balanced personality. Decent goalkeeper overall. 29. Let's compare him to. Oh. Gotta choose Zetterberg now. Great. One might say that he is better overall than Zetterberg. But the thing is, we would need to spend some money on him. And he's suspiciable to injury. He wants to be back up, okay? For what money? Good job, man. Good job. I have reported that I cannot schedule streams as one-time events. I cannot schedule the streams for next week. I can only schedule the streams for every week going forward. And afterwards, it doesn't work well to remove them. So I reported that. I got back some general recommendations about the browser, the operating system, and some other bullshit. So I'm not willing to get into contact with customer service going forward. It doesn't help. this general blah blah is, I don't know. I'm perfectly capable to use Google Chrome, thank you very much. I'm not too stupid to find a button in a menu. I also looked up help previously. The help articles of Twitch do not... the interface is not the same as in the help article. So the help article is for a version of Twitch that, or for the schedules in this specific circumstance, that is not the same. So I have no idea what to do there. So I will not schedule streams. What can you do, right? I cannot schedule single streams. So if that is not available, I don't know. Maybe it's affiliate bound. It might be that this is gated content, gated I don't know, management of your Twitch stream. Maybe it's available once you're a partner or something. I don't know. But I don't find this motivating. It's highly I don't know. This is annoying. I will not have this guy in the squad under any circumstance. Cameron Gregory. That's better, right? The kicking is shit. But that's, seriously, this is better. This is better than Zetterberg. But not by a landslide. Let's look into this. And I would love to schedule the next streams for you, but the best I can tell you right now is I will stream tomorrow. So in case you're still around and listening, yeah, I will stream tomorrow. And the usual. I will start somewhere in the morning. Do whatever I have to do prior to streaming, and then probably around 9:30 or, I don't know, 10 maybe. This is still GMT +1 if I'm not mistaken. No. Time will change in Germany at some point. The time zone. You know, daylight savings time and all that stuff. Hopefully they get rid of it in the next 10 years. But we've been complaining about daylight savings time for 35 now, so at least in my experience. Who cares? It will not disappear anytime soon. Anyway, is this guy better? That's a hard one. And there's additional sneezing outside. But there's... Oh no, he's got an agent. Okay, let's talk to the agent. No, he's not that interested anymore. Fine. So we will not offer a contract here. Sorry. I don't think he's that much better. He's much better with respect to passing and first touchdown. Not sure. If we were a model citizen, probably, yeah. Then I'd go for it. This is decent, but not good. Also, these traits are horrible for central defenders, so no. Barry Hargraves. Not bad, but jumping reach and strength, no way. Nathan Harness. That's a nice trait, I love that one. The rest is not good enough, sorry man. At least not in this game. That's a hard one too. I wouldn't say this is impossible, but we have another keeper on that level, to a degree. No. Harry Flatters. So he's fairly pro. I like that. Agility is great. For a 24-year-old, he's basically at the top of it. And with respect to that, concentration, not good. Anticipation is good. Communication is shit. I'm sorry, but at 24, you shouldn't have that level of communication. But we can certainly where it comes from. See where it comes from. He didn't have any time on the pitch with Spennymoor. Kicking and throwing, at least we can try to improve that. But this is more of a backup option to me. That said, as a backup option with fairly pro, so maybe he wants to come in on a backup. And that's too expensive. But that's one for the shortlist. Due to the personality though. I want him on the shortlist in case he reduces the contract demands. Kieran Clemens. We've got better. Ryan Delaney. I don't think we have better, do we? That's decent overall. Pace is missing. He's 30. Where does he come from? Dover. Spending more Dover, played League One and so on. He's in decline. Yeah, there it is. So he might make another season with us. Oh. Again with the agent. Okay, he doesn't want to come in anyway. Yeah, but he doesn't want to come in anyway. He considers himself to be better than our level. It's okay-ish. I can agree with that to a degree. This is overall this is decent, but not better than what we have, and he's 28. Ben Houston. I couldn't sign this guy just because I would always say Houston, we have a problem. So, but anyway, he's not good enough. Bruce Forster. I'm Jan Ngonge. He's central defender, and I have no idea why he was with us in the first place. But okay, I guess that happens. I have no idea. I'm not the one to ask. I've got to be honest here. So I think this is a good idea to ask this question. But you would need to do some safe scumming and some testing, in case you want to find out. Simply try to do it once with the agent and then don't, and find out if it helps. But I'm not sure about it. And that's due to the fact that I've spent most of my times in the lower reaches of the game in Football Manager. So agents are something that, to me, this is a pain in the ass to deal with them. So it's a part of the game, but it's nothing I enjoy. So in the lower reaches of the game, usually they don't exist. At the time somebody comes in and has an agent, and usually it's either a really good player that you want to deal with, so you're going for it anyway, or I don't know, you just don't deal with the agent and look for somebody that's cheaper. Now once you get to a certain level in the game, and well, get rid of the lower leagues, everybody will have an agent and you will deal with them, but at this point the money the agent earns is nothing compared to what the player, well, not what a player earns. The money that a player / agent earns is nothing compared to the income you have at this point. So it's much easier, because the money is not that important to you anymore. But for now, agent usually tells me, I don't know, we cannot pay this. There's exceptions, but they are rare. And if you find one, well, good luck with that. He would have been decent, one level below. Sean Nelson. Same here. No idea what to do with this guy. These are new gens. You can clearly see it. Yeah, well, These are new gens and they didn't play. Jake Harrison, 19-year-old, unambitious. There we go. Goodbye. Jake Rigby. He's a new gen and I'm willing to sign him for the U19. Immediately. And this is just down to the Resolute personality. I'm willing to spend €5 a month on this. He will not get... Oh, pace 2. Oh. Oh. Ouch. So, retract that statement. Forget it. With pace 2... He's a snail. But resolute personality as a 19-year-old. So this means he can play the youth team if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully. He can be part of a mentoring group there. He will not complain because he's a youngster. Yeah, exactly. He's really bad. So we can set him up as the head of a mentoring group in the U19s. And that's why we sign him. That's all there is to it. €5 a week for a mentoring group. That's it. I'm not sure if this has any effect, but we need to improve the personality of the squad overall. Yes. I still did it though. For this small scale stuff, I think at some point you can can't just go with minor positive influences, as long as the money you spend for it is really minor to you. And overall, €5 a week. What is that on for a season? 250, 260, like this. Yeah, 260. Right? So that's €260 out of the entire budget that we spend on improving the squad's personality. Well, the U19's personality, really. We're back. Sorry, it's Christmas. Football Manager has to calculate all of the presents for every single player in the database. So these presents are probably expensive resource-wise. My computer doesn't like that. Yeah. But €250 for a year, that's fine. For a positive influence on the squad personality. I'm happy with that. I've been granted a 8-minute voice message, not by my girlfriend though. So that's always nice. 8-minute messages. These things should be a phone call at some point. Who are you? Okay, we got him finished, right? Scouting. Doesn't need to be retained for trial. This is a fairly easy choice. He's a wonderful finisher. And that's about it. Now, I wouldn't want to face this guy, but I remember him from playing against him. He's not viable for us, though. He doesn't play any other position. On a wing or something, I would think about it, but or even Shadow Striker. And I'm not willing to retrain him. So I'm neither willing to retrain him nor to retain him. So we can terminate his trial. Now we got rid of him. What do we have next? Nah, it's a good friend of mine. To a degree, I enjoy this. I enjoy hearing from her, so it's fine. This isn't bad. Well, he's 27, so But overall, this isn't bad. Not for that money, though. We have better at this point. So, no deal. 10-minute trial. There's one thing I wanted to look into, though. No, he's entirely Swedish. So I thought with Ure whatever his name was. He's Somalian. Yeah, I thought maybe there was some sort of recruitment scheme going on with the other clubs too. Just like with us. So this guy is probably not good enough for us. I would hate facing him. But trust trades. This is a good sample of trades too. He's on a really expensive contract though for being a 24-year-old, which is down to the fact that he's a current international. At least I get answers in the form of text messages. Yeah, but not interested in this guy. So these are the players from the clubs that went down. Same here. Same trades. You recognized them from somewhere? No, we terminated his trial just yet. I misclicked. This is the other one. Not much better. Great flair. Pacey. And that's it. So, not interested here. Victor Nilsson. Apparently, we got all of the Örebro squad and nobody else. I don't think we need him, right? So the natural fitness is really great. Stamina's good. But if I compare this to Forsell, where's Nila? Close. There we are. I think Nila Forsell is the better player overall. Much cheaper. That's not entirely true. But we have a backup. Let's compare him to Hellberg for a second though. Hellberg is not a good backup. I'm very aware of that. But I don't think Hellberg is that much worse than Nilsson. I will send her back. So it's a she. I will send her back the 8-hour episode of Football Manager and tell her that he's in that episode somewhere. So that will quadruple my viewing time on YouTube if she watches all of it. That's how you do it. Alexander Abrahamson. That's not bad. This is an option for either a playmaker type or a Metzala type. And with us, that's not so different, role-wise. The long shots are shit. It's not good. But for Metzala, again, long shots and finishing are shit. The rest is okay-ish. He's 22, Swedish. Can we sign this guy for a steal? Probably not. On loan, maybe he's interesting. I'll add this guy to the shortlist. Move on. Eikendal, I think we already talked about. Yeah, I don't need a ball-winning midfielder, especially not a 31-year-old. Ngonge, he can go away. Sorry. He's not good enough. Take here. Neither is he. Don't think I want him. No. Oliver Christophers. This is not a trade of a central defender. I don't want to use chat though. I enjoy audio messages from time to time. I would prefer a phone call at this point, probably. This is one of these things with Twitch that is a bit. Sometimes it's nice to have other voices, right? So I don't feel like this is unreal communication, but to include the viewers, to say something. But on the other hand, this would be really cluttered if you do it for a lot of viewers. So right now, even right now with 7 viewers right now, the 7 viewers would probably be all over it the entire time. And whilst it would be fun, it would be borderline comprehensible most of the time. This, by the way, this is a good sample of traits, I think. Composure and decisions are lacking. Heading could be use some improvement. I'm inclined to compare this to Wickberg, because he's a similar central defender. Where's Wickberg? There we go. So is this really better than Wickberg? No. It's not. But it has better traits. And, well, that's it. Older. No physical improvement to be had here. I don't think we want to sign this guy. Alex Penny. We've been here, right? Did we have a look into this guy? Yeah. You're entirely right about that, Popple. I realize. Didn't we talk about him? I'm going through all of them once more, right? Oh no. Okay. Probably the rest of them will have their trials removed today. What? No. As I said, I'm not willing to pay this. That's it. Can we please remove this? So someone else can sign him. I'm not going to. And in principle, I'm not against the idea of offering a important player wage for a goalkeeper. Oh yeah. Christmas presents are distributed. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. But no, I don't think we'll spend that money on a keeper that doesn't have the level of skill required for us. So we'll not do that today. I'm still mad about not spending the... So my staff thinks otherwise. And I'm not sure if they are wrong. I think central defender is more of a priority. We have a lot of depth there, but not depth, whatever you pronounce it. I always struggle with that one word. So they all went out the door. So goalkeeper, the thing is with a goalkeeper, if you have a 1 point improvement overall in the goalkeeper, which is already a lot for us, or say half a point, if that saves you like say 5 goals throughout the season, all of a sudden your entire season result looks differently. And you cannot make the same argument for a central defender. A central defender can be fine and they just outplay him. For a goalkeeper, that's unlikely. A goalkeeper usually contributes to the defense, just because he has to. And from that perspective, a goalkeeper should be a priority always. But I'd even top that. So in the central axis of your team, if you have 4 or 5 important players, no matter if you want to go up or if you fight against relegation, the goalkeeper is top priority of these important players always. And this is due to the fact that not conceding is much more important than scoring a lot. If you do not concede, you will have a good time in the league. Doesn't matter how the rest of the squad does. You can go with 36 draws or whatever the amount of matches is in the league. No, it is not. This is part of where statistics come in. So I think the average goal conceded in a game influences much more the overall performance in the league than the goal scored. So this is part of Socceronomics, I think. In case you didn't read it, Socceronomics is a wonderful book in that sense. But I think I got that there. It's been a while that I read this though, and I don't have the book. I had the ebook, but I think they found out that if you can reduce the average goal conceded in your league for your team, you are much more likely to perform well in the league. I don't know the exact numbers anymore. Scoring, on the other hand, doesn't influence your overall performance that much. And this makes sense, because you might score in a situation where it's not important anymore. But not conceding is always important. So if you concede less, overall you have a better chance to do with less goals scored on your side. I hope this makes some sense. And there's also the influence on the goal difference. So first of all, it looks like it's the same on both sides. And mathematically speaking it is. But, well, how do I put this? I guess the economic aspects are important to include here. A goalkeeper usually costs less than a striker. This is just the way it is. So if they contribute equally, I'm not sure if this is true, as we've seen so far, but even if they contribute equally to with the influence for the performance, the goalkeeper is much more worthwhile because the striker is fucking expensive. And from that perspective, going with a defender / a goalkeeper is a really good idea overall. Goalkeepers are better for their money. Yes, well, I'm not sure about that. It's not so much about easier, in that sense. It's cheaper. That's the thing. Good attackers everybody loves a good attacker. When was the last time that a world player was a goalkeeper? Or a defender, really? Can you remember that a central defender was player got golden ball or something? I don't know what golden ball is. Probably nothing that relates to goals scored. Can you remember that there was a defender that got granted that amount of let's say a public view It's always Messi or Ronaldo with this stuff. Oh, the fixtures have been announced. Okay. How long until the transfer? 17 days. So we will not make it today. I don't think so, no. Well, it's hard to access, right? No, assess. It's hard to assess. Which of the two is well? You could argue that being a striker is much more difficult, and that's okay. But will that help? If you are on a budget, it's not like you can do anything about it. You want to spend your budget in a mindful manner. So spending half of your budget on a striker in the hope that he outscores whatever the rest of the team doesn't defend. That's a hard one on a striker. And again, now he scores 25 goals in the season because you pay him that much, but he breaks a leg and your entire squad is done. With the goalkeeper, that's not true. Because usually he will cost less. So it's about risk management too. But really, I don't think there is a definitive opinion on this either. Statistics give or take. We gotta be careful with these things. So he was too slow, right? Ytterhogdals can go too. Olson. That's decent, but we've got better. Well, not strictly better, but we've got different. And I don't think we need him necessarily, not with these traits. Petrovic. That's good. That's overall, that's good. He's under contract though. How's his player status? None. So he's not unhappy with them. Jumping reach and strength are decent. Acceleration, pace are decent. If I compare this to Ytterhogdals, we're probably disappointed with the jumping reach and the strength. Yeah, that's it. So overall, a better player, rounded. Ytterhogdals, on the other hand, some additional sneezing. Ytterhogdals, on the other hand, he's better strength-wise. Decision making is better. If Petrovic signs, well, no, he's on a €110 contract. He can be retained with them. That's okay. Sterling. Sebastian Johnson. This is not an improvement over Sederberg, so no. Alex Allman. These are good traits, by the way. So he's from Ytterhogdals. They went down and he still managed to get a 6.76 rating. "26 years old. This is not great. Positioning is decent though. Where's Ytterhogdals here? Yeah. So his primary problem is the fact that he's a central defender. He should be better in jumping reach and strength. Oliver Christophers. I'm not even gonna talk about this anymore. Yeah, he lacks a dribbling and so on. Passing machine, we have enough of these. He's an advanced playmaker. Same here. No, I don't think we need him. We've got better, or at least on par. Nielsen. As a box-to-box maybe. But, well, he's cheap, at least. But we've got a replacement. We were through over this. And then there's Ytterhogdals. Don't think so. So, Oliver. Which one was Oliver? Oliver Christophers. So the problem here is the technicals or the physicals, depending on how you want to put it. So first of all, he's more of a defensive-minded player here. Tackling, positioning, that's okay. Ball-winning midfielder, for example. Yeah, I got it. Oliver Christophers. That's the one you're talking about, right? That's due to the delay of the stream, sorry. Well, if we talk about this player, then not. I don't think so. Make a billion. So, Popple, to answer your question, I think that might be true to a degree, but a player can also be bad due to, I don't know, think about a player that puts every single pass into touch. It's not like the other team gets better from that. So it doesn't have to be true, but on average you might be right. But it will not be with another player necessarily. There's not football is not always man versus man. It's a team sport after all. And with this make a billion, are you sure about that? This is highly different. If I employ him as a Metzala, which Low would play. Where is it? There. Yes, but I cannot play him for the future. He might make it. Now, as a ball-winning midfielder, he's much better. But as a ball-winning midfielder, he lacks the strength and the jumping reach. So, if I look at, I'll just highlight ball-winning midfielder now, just for funsies. There we go. That marking and tackling is outstanding. The aggression too. This is fantastic. Positioning is good. Definitely not with this club. And this is not about being better or worse. You can clearly see this here. It's to me this is not about better or worse. I realize that Low will not go anywhere development wise. Most likely he will not, right? There's always the possibility that even a 30-year-old develops into something. Pirlo's a thing after all. Or a person, sorry. But the other guy, he's a defender, more or less. And he's a weak defender. So what does that make him? Because he will be out-muscled and out-jumped most of the time. Look at this. He's 59 kilograms with decent tackling. So what does he do? He's got wonderful vision. So he's more of a passer, a deep-lying playmaker, something like this. So deep-lying playmaker on defend duty maybe? Lacks the composure though. Doesn't use his marking, doesn't use his aggression. Segundo volante maybe? No. He's not a shooter. Halfback. That's the thing here. Also bravery too. We're talking about a player that his strong suit is with tackling and he's afraid to go in. Well, with 59 kilograms, strength 5 and jumping reach 5, I probably wouldn't go in either. He's prone to break a bone. Actually 2. So I'm I might have stated that previously. I'm really thankful for the feedback, but I don't think yeah. Oh, it's not about being right though. I'm really thankful for that. Um, it's good that we had a second look into this guy, but I don't think this will work. Um, there, there's only so much time I spend on every player. I think this is right. This is interesting. So let's ask Erison to resolve this. So Asarson wants a better contract, I guess. And also let's talk to him. So here's our current ball-winning midfielders. Just to wrap this up again, I don't think you were entirely wrong about it though. He was a good passer and a good tackler. There's maybe a role for this guy in another team. I'm not sure. Somewhere where there's a lot of strong players around him. But I think we need the physicals, which brings me to Asarson again. So I think he's a viable option as a ball-winning midfielder. 2-star, yeah, sure. He's 24 right now though. He's on a really cheap contract. Can we get him a better contract for 2 stars? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, true. If you aren't pro yet, and the same with the training facilities and the coaching staff and so on, the circumstances don't allow us to develop players that much. So we need to go with players that are on our level or that can get the odd point, and then we're fine, right? So that's okay. This guy, for example, I think he could use an additional attribute point overall and he would be wonderful. But he will not get that, not with us. And we're talking about an improved contract here, so let's go with ball-winning midfielder just for a second. This is what he's been training for, most of the time anyway. He's been training on defense duty. So, is this what development looks like? He's okay, and he will remain there. So let's complete the talk. I'll wrap it up after this contract talk. I'll do this and then I will finish it. But Popple, it's great that you were around. Seriously. Hopefully we'll see each other soon. Thanks for watching. Yeah, you know, you're welcome back anytime and blah blah with the notifications and so on. Yeah. Thanks for keeping us company. It's great. And have a nice week. Okay. It's important to him, so we will try to do this. Oh, same to you. Well, to every one of you, really. As I said, let's wrap up this contract talk and we'll finish it for today. We have been doing this for 9.5 hours now. That's enough. Somebody around here will feel that the Sunday got stolen from her. And, well, it was my decision, so... Bye, Popple. So we decided that we will start contract talks. We should probably do that at a certain point in time. Home screen changed a tiny bit for some reason. Here's our son. We promised him to give him a new contract. He's been listed for loan though, so let's remove that first. And give him a new contract now. So all of a sudden he wants to be regular starter and I'm not willing to go with that. Yeah, that's the thing now. We will have to sell him. Is he worth that money? Well, yes, but not for that short. Yeah, or that long. I don't want to go there. So we walk away here and we will sell him. Exactly. There we go. Goodbye. Cool. Another one that leaves. Did they finally leave the club? No. Okay. So, it's 111 days until the first match. We will probably arrange some friendlies. But, let's finish this for today. So, we made 2 signings, 2 Englishmen. Mr. Lowe here, who will play as a Metzala for us. We spend a lot of money on him. Hopefully he can dribble to midfield and score the odd goal from a long shot. He needs some match fitness though, and that might be a problem. He's 30 after all. And then we also signed Dylan Morgan. He might not be better than Ytterhogdals, but he has a decent long shot and a good finish. Same here, runs through the center of the ball and runs often, and he can certainly do that. So hopefully he can make an appearance or two and be influential on the squad overall. Really on the pitch, I expect that. And then we decided that Mr. Jonathan Speedy Boy Bengtsson will play next season, so we're trying to get rid of Warwick for next season. Yeah. That's the result of today's stream. We have 16 days until the transfer window. So probably next stream we will get into the transfer window and then some stuff will pick up, probably. Because we will need to sell some players and we will need to loan out some players. And we will do that in the next transfer window. And the rest of other clubs will pick up at that point. So now we're in the middle of the winter. I don't know, roll yourself together under some blanket or something. I realize it's March, but in Sweden there's probably nothing but snow at this point, especially in Ytterhogdals. Okay, that's it for today. Thank you all for watching. Thanks again for rating me, in case you're still around from back then. And we'll see each other probably tomorrow. In case you're interested, or I don't know, some other time. Maybe here, maybe on YouTube. Who knows? Have a nice evening, everybody, and thanks again for watching. Until next time.